This is Atomic Shinobi, and today I'm going to narrate third part of What If Naruto was trained by a forgotten clan. If you enjoyed this video, please like, share and subscribe to this channel. Now wasting no more time, let's start the story.
In an attempt to move away from Itachi and toward Hinata, Naruto flipped back. Naruto obstinately stood close to Hinata, panting and allowing his blood to drip from multiple wounds, while Hinata remained entirely unharmed. Itachi remained unbiased despite his altercation with Naruto. However, he had to acknowledge that Naruto was far more resilient than he had thought. Since Naruto was still unable to see it, Itachi shook his head in disappointment. Hinata rushed to Naruto's aid as he went down on one knee. Hinata was about to continue when Naruto raised his hand. Then Hinata startled Naruto by slapping his hand away, saying, "Don't. Hinata. Chan, stay back." Both Itachi and he gazed at her in disbelief. He was still too shocked to respond when she said, "No Naruto-kun, that's enough. I know you're doing this to protect me, but you don't need to worry about me, I can take care of myself." Choosing to exploit the circumstance, Itachi teleported to the location of Hinata and Naruto and proceeded to cut open Naruto's neck. However, Hinata began to close the chakra points in his right arm and blocked his kunai with one of her own. However, Itachi leapt back and rubbed his right arm before she could finish. Hinata paused before resuming her stance, saying, "Foolish girl, it is fruitless to fight back. All you will do is hold Naruto back." Hinata stated resolutely, "I don't care, I will help Naruto-kun out as much as I can, at whatever price." She leapt to her feet, ducked a kunai, and hurled one of her own as Itachi advanced to attack. Itachi dodged this one and went directly for her. Itachi was taken aback when someone broke up his fight for the second time in a row. Itachi had to abandon his attack in order to avoid the enormous fireball that Naruto spit in his direction. Itachi landed a short distance away, but Hinata was on her way to him with her eyes displaying her Kekkei Genkai, so he had no time to relax. While he managed to avoid most of her attacks, some managed to get past his defenses and even numb his entire right arm. Itachi began making one-handed signals because he didn't want to risk having his other arm disabled. As he prepared his hand in chakra, Hinata leapt back to avoid being so close. He sucked air into his mouth with his left hand. Fireball Jutsu. In the fire style, as a fireball aimed directly at them both, he thought. As the fireball passed them and into a tree, they both parted ways and watched. Naruto sucked in some air and made the same hand signals Itachi did because he didn't want to start a forest fire. Fireball Jutsu. In the fire style, Naruto stopped both of them by smothering Itachi's fire with his own fireball, which he spat. Naruto was shocked to see that Hinata was genuinely holding her own against Itachi when he turned to face her again. But Naruto could see that Itachi was reserving himself. Under Itachi's left jab, Hinata whirled around and attempted to kick his feet out from under him. Avoiding her sweep kick, Itachi leapt and raised his knee to her face. Hinata flipped back, striking him on the chin as she leaned back at an impossible angle. But Itachi bounced back fast, and to put some distance between them, he kicked Hinata in the stomach. However, Naruto had different plans. Grabbing Hinata's hands, he leapt into the air and swung her around, letting her fly in Itachi's direction when he felt he was moving quickly enough. Hinata jumped off Itachi's forearm after he blocked her attempt to kick his chest with his forearm after she flipped in midair. Because he was preoccupied, Naruto ran close to the ground until he was 2 feet from Itachi. Then, he leapt to his feet and hit Itachi's chin with a right hook. When Itachi vanished in a cloud of smoke, Naruto and Hinata's smile vanished. As a result, they went on the defensive once more, searching everywhere for Itachi. Itachi's voice echoed throughout the room, very good, I am surprised at the level of teamwork you both seem to possess." Both Naruto and Hinata were so taken aback by Itachi's statement that they failed to notice him approaching him. "I see now that I was correct in assuming that you Hinata are no burden to Naruto or to any other you will work with." Still a little suspicious of Itachi, Naruto snapped out of his shock and said, Thank you Itachi, sensei. Please Naruto, don't believe for a minute that I would actually betray you. This was merely a test to see if Hinata would really hold you back." Meekly, Hinata asked, "So does that mean that I can go?" Itachi was a great ninja, but she knew that in order to improve as a fighter, she needed to come out of her shell. "Yes, you can." Naruto gave Hinata a hug as she grinned. She slightly flushed, but her smile remained fixed on her face. Soon after Naruto released his grip, he collapsed to the ground, snoring loudly and unconscious. Even though Itachi didn't express it, Hinata could tell he was amused and began to giggle. The idea of entering Naruto's home made Hinata blush, but she nodded as she said, "I guess we will have to leave tomorrow seeing as he won't awake until tomorrow. You don't mind taking him to his home, do you Hinata?" Itachi said goodbye with a nod of his head, When Hinata lifted Naruto, she was taken aback to find that she could hardly support him. As she attempted to balance him on her back, his feet continued to drag on the floor despite her best efforts to carry him. When Hinata eventually arrived at Naruto's house, which was 5 meters behind the park, she was overjoyed. The fact that he lived in the middle of the forest seemed a little strange to her. She entered his house with ease after opening the door, which was strangely unlocked. A cluttered living room greeted her as she stepped inside and switched on the lights. Both his couch and the kitchen were covered in ramen cups. Hinata could see that Miu was the one who had ripped the cushions apart as well. In relation to Miu, she had leapt on Hinata's shoulder after exiting a room. With Miu on her shoulder, Hinata stumbled a little. Miu was quite large, though she still had room to grow. She was larger than she should have been, but Hinata had assumed that she had been eating well, at least for a fox. Hinata found Naruto's room with Miu's assistance. His room wasn't as disorganized as she had anticipated when she walked in. The covers were strewn all over his bed, which was on the left side of the room, but at least everything was on the bed. He had 3 picture frames and an alarm in a drawer on the right side of his bed. Hinata could see all of his blue shirts, black sleeveless shirts, black shorts and pants, and ninja shoes because his closet was partially open across the room. When she noticed 10 or so of his torn masks piled up in the corner of his room, she burst out laughing. She paused her exploration of his room long enough to assist him in lying down on his bed. She was astounded by how insane he was, but he did battle Itachi for more than an hour straight. Itachi was rumored to have passed the Chunin exams by the age of 10 and even rose to the rank of Enbu captain at the age of 13. That said a lot about Naruto and his abilities. When his snoring stopped and a smile appeared on his lips, she couldn't help but smile as she watched him sleep. He muttered, "Hinata-chan." As Hinata's smile widened, she bent over and gave Naruto a cheek kiss. Even with the little moonlight in the room, Hinata could see that he blushed, and she laughed. She backed up a bit and started to go for the door, but she couldn't take her eyes off of him when she bumped into his drawer, causing 2 of his picture frames to fall back into it and 1 to fall to the ground. In a panic, Hinata prayed the glass would not shatter. She started by getting the people on the desk to stand up straight. She noticed that the first image was a team photo of her, Naruto, and Sasuke, as well as Kakashi, thanks to the moonlight streaming in from Naruto's open window. She was much more reserved back then than she is now, and Naruto was still unaware of her emotions. To be fair, though, she was also unaware of his feelings at the time. She smiled but blushed at the next photo. The photo was taken during the awkward moment she and Naruto had in Ichiraku's kitchen. Naruto was the first thing Hinata grabbed onto after slipping on a sponge. Naruto had his left arm around her waist and was holding onto the sink. She was leaning on Naruto because her hands were on his chest and she was unable to stand. Hinata nearly passed out as they stared at each other with such intensity and with their mouths inches apart. Ayame entered the room at that point and took the photo. Hinata laughed, even though she couldn't recall seeing Ayame take that photo. After placing the photo back on top of his drawer, she left the room, but not before stepping on the final picture frame, which caused the glass to slightly crack. She winced and stooped to retrieve it. She sighed at her own foolishness when she noticed that the glass was broken. She straightened up and noticed that the photo was recent. Hinata kept staring at the photo until her eyes began to well up with tears. Then she felt a chin resting on her shoulder and 2 powerful arms gently encircling her shoulders. Naruto remarked drowsily, "I really like that picture." With a nod, Hinata clutched the photograph. Fortunately, the glass did not reveal that she had been cut. Hinata put the photo down again and continued to stare at it. Naruto smiled as joyfully as she did as they both gazed at it. A day after Hinata woke up following the preliminary steps, Kushina took this photo. It depicted Naruto pulling Hinata's short hair behind her ear and gazing down at her tenderly as she slept. She didn't really notice the touch or the flash because she was so engrossed. For Hinata, this image conveyed everything she desired to hear. It assured her that he would always be there for her, to protect her even when they were sleeping, to remain faithful, and to be by her side to love and support her no matter what. Hinata didn't care that she wasn't entirely sure how she managed to get all of that information from a single image. A picture really is worth 1,000 words, in her opinion. When she looked over, she noticed that Naruto was grinning at her and had taken off his mask. He slowly started kissing her after she returned his smile. She was still crying, and Naruto felt it and wiped it away. With her on his left side, he leaned back and carried her down to his bed. They continued kissing until they had to separate to breathe. Naruto yawned and held Hinata tightly while giving her a final kiss on the forehead. "Good night, Hinata." "Hime." Despite Hinata's best efforts, she was unable to stay awake. She cuddled up to Naruto's chest and yawned too. "Good night, Naruto." Kun. As he reached the final page, Gaara set the book down. He stretched and let out a sigh as he gazed out at Konoha under the moonlight. Every time he glanced out from the balcony, he had grown accustomed to seeing Konoha. Gaara's doubts about the invasion grew stronger every day because the place was so serene and lovely. Temari approached Gaara cautiously so he wouldn't think she was an enemy. Gaara turns to face his sister, who is taken aback that he recognized her presence. "Why are you quiet when approaching me, Temari?" he asks. "Are you trying to sneak up on me so the Suna would finally be free from me and Shukaku?" "It's not that, Gaara, I promise. It's just that I didn't want your sand to attack me. I was just being cautious, is all," Temari responded. "Are you saying that I do not have enough self-control to stop my sand from attacking you?" Gaara asked once more. Gaara appeared to accept this response as he remained silent. "No, Gaara, that's not it. I just don't want to provoke you in any way." After calming down a little, Temari approached him until she was standing directly beside him. Silently, they watched Konoha until Temari made the decision to strike up a new discussion. "So, are you still unsure if you'll go along with father's plan?" Temari inquired. Gaara took a moment to respond. A breeze blew past them, and he did nothing. "I am unsure of how smart it'll be to partake in it, but I will be part of the invasion. While I still think that it will not end well, I see no reason to not continue as planned. I am a major part of the invasion, and even though I despise father, I cannot let him down, whether he be my father or the cage. So until there is a reason for you not to take part in the invasion, you'll still do it?" Gaara raised his eyebrows. "I have no choice. If I don't do what is asked of me, I will be shunned from Suna and have nowhere else to go. Konoha won't trust me and I am a Jinchuriki, who would want me?" Gaara clarified. Gaara leapt to the rail and said, "The only sensible thing to do is to follow Suna's orders, for now. I'm going to go walk around for a bit, don't wait up." Gaara leapt to the ground and began to move randomly. Temari sighed as she watched him leave. The sun's rays hit Naruto's face, causing him to grunt. He attempted to turn to his side, but something stopped him. He was going to simply push off whatever was on him when he looked down and noticed a mop of dark blue hair on his chest. He froze completely, was genuinely perplexed, and then became frantic. He sighed with relief when he noticed that both Hinata and he were still wearing their clothes after peering beneath the blanket they were both under. With the exception of Hinata, who had reportedly removed her jacket at some point during the night. By taking a deep breath, Naruto was able to taste Hinata's aroma. She had a ramen and lilac scent. Naruto laughed a little because he was aware that he was responsible for the latter. After stroking her hair and sensing that she was stirring slightly, he paused and kept observing her until he started to feel drowsy once more. He felt himself going unconscious as he closed his eyes. Hinata noticed that Naruto had dozed off once more when she looked up at him. She had woken up a few minutes before him, and it wasn't until he began to stroke her head that she realized he was awake. When she sensed him doing so, she stirred impulsively and was a little disappointed when he stopped. How long would he be asleep, she wondered. Reaching up, Hinata traced the whisker lines on his cheeks while holding his cheek in her hand. She relished the sensation of his skin beneath hers. Then her hand was suddenly grabbed by Naruto's. Hinata looked at Naruto, who was still wearing his eyes closed, and gasped. "So you're awake now?" Naruto grunted. With her face flushed, Hinata replied, "Why?" "Yeah." When Naruto saw her blush, he opened his left eye and grinned at her. Naruto made her blush darker and broke eye contact when he said, "I don't know why you're blushing, but you look cute doing it." Naruto leaned forward to give Hinata a forehead kiss after she said, "Thank you." He then stretched his right arm and sat up, bringing Hinata up with him. Hinata stood up from him and extended her arms. Naruto yawned and got up, saying, "Time to get ready for the day." He grabbed a towel and removed his shirt. By this point, Hinata's blush had disappeared, but she began to flush once more upon seeing Naruto's toned back. She eeped and made an effort to remain awake as her mind generated fantasies that a Hyuga should never entertain. When Naruto heard her eep, he spun around. When Hinata saw Naruto's chest and abs in all their splendor, she asked, "Are you okay, Hinata?" "Hime?" With a tiny bit of blood trickling down her nose, Hinata was stumbling on Naruto's bed. When Naruto saw this, he burst out laughing and collapsed to the ground. However, Hinata was already unconscious on his bed and didn't hear him laugh. Following his shower and Hinata's departure, Naruto left his house and headed directly for Ichiraku's, with Miyu following closely behind. Miyu stayed on Naruto's shoulders and yawned inaudibly. As if to call his bluff, Miyu remained silent when Naruto said, "Man Miyu, I swear you were never this heavy. You have to watch what you're eating from now on, because if you keep eating like you do, you'll have to walk on your own. No more riding on my shoulders, you got that?" "You think I'm kidding? Well, Miyu leapt off Naruto's shoulder and dashed forward before he could finish. Naruto was confused by this until he felt a lighter entity leap onto his head and then off of him, which caused him to lose his balance and focus and fall forward. A strong force abruptly pushed his face into the ground, but he managed to catch himself before it did. When Naruto arose, he saw Kiba chasing after Akamaru, who was presumably the cause of Miyu's escape. Kiba! Naruto snarled before vanishing in a cloud of leaves. Kiba shouted, "Akamaru!" as his partner kept running him down. Kiba didn't know how it had happened, but Akamaru began running aimlessly until he came across Naruto's fox. What irritated Akamaru about the fox was unclear to Kiba. Kiba accelerated slightly and was only a few inches from Akamaru when he stumbled and fell to the sidewalk due to an invisible object. He was on the verge of standing up when his head hit the pavement again. Then, something leapt off him, and Kiba felt the sharp impact cause his bones to ache. When he looked up, he saw a blonde mask crouching in front of him, staring directly at him. "Naruto, you jerk, what was that for?" Naruto straightened up and walked away, saying, "For doing the same to me. I was on the floor just like you and then you suddenly ran over me, slamming me onto the ground. Now we're even." Kiba snarled. He detested Naruto now. Prior to taking a cheap shot at him, he had taken Hinata away from him. Kiba leapt to his feet, collided with Naruto, threw him to the ground, and punched him in the face. Naruto was taken aback, but Kiba's first blow knocked him out. With unknowable strength, he lifted Kiba over him and threw him across the street after grabbing his second punch before it hit him. Naruto spit out more blood after wiping the blood from the side of his mouth. Kiba struggled to stand up because his landing was not as smooth as he had hoped. He shook his head and observed Naruto getting to his feet without any issues. Kiba was certain that the initial blow would have rendered him unconscious, if not slightly dazed. With a growl, he charged at Naruto, who glanced up just in time to see Kiba attempt to tackle him once more. After avoiding Kiba, Naruto used his right hand to seize his arm and yank it onto his back. The ninja lost his balance and fell to the ground as Naruto grabbed his shirt collar with his left hand and spun on his heel, bringing Kiba with him. Kiba's right arm rose as Naruto increased the pressure on his elbow. Kiba didn't know how he got into this situation, but he knew that he had to leave it, but he wasn't sure how. After feeling a bite on his right arm, Naruto released Kiba. He noticed Akamaru forcefully biting down on his right arm. Naruto was about to think when he felt a knee strike his chin. He took off again and flew into the street. His instincts and years of combat told him to move fast. He flipped back a couple of times and rolled back onto a handstand. Kiba was standing where he had been, his fist where his head had been, when Naruto stopped. Naruto wasn't certain whether Kiba was attempting to murder him, but he wasn't going to risk it. Naruto tried to soothe the enraged Kiba by asking, "What the hell are you doing attacking me?" "You attacked me first." Kiba shot back, leaping forward and slashing Naruto with his arm. Naruto kicked him in the sternum after blocking it with his left forearm. Kiba retreated 2 paces but kept up his attack. As he continued to block or avoid Kiba's animalistic attacks, Naruto retorted, I retaliated, but now you're just attacking for no reason. It's not like I stole from you or something." However, Naruto thought it strange that his attacks actually accelerated and even gained more force than before, rather than slowing down. Naruto was shocked to learn, "But you did. You stole Hinata from me." He put down his hand and stayed motionless. Kiba had the opportunity to spin like a top and strike him squarely in the chest as a result. Naruto could have moved if he had wanted to after seeing him spin around and even make his way toward him. His inability to respond to what he had just heard was the issue, though. "I took Hinata away from him." Hinata stole? The moment Naruto hit the ground, he felt his rage flare up. His body would not listen to his attempt to stand. Even looking up at Kiba was difficult for him. "Heal, damn it. Wake up, wake up," Naruto shouted in his head. Then he saw Kiba approaching him, resembling a predator waiting for the ideal opportunity to strike his victim. Kiba ignored Akamaru's attempts to stop him from moving forward, seeing only Naruto and an opportunity to attack him. "Go." Kiba followed his instincts and leapt to his feet, spinning rapidly. Tunneling Fang. Kiba charged at Naruto, moving quickly enough to kill him. Despite his best efforts, Naruto was unable to move fast enough to evade Kiba's attack. He prepared himself for excruciating pain, but it never materialized. He opened his eyes to find Kiba and himself separated by a huge wall of sand. Kiba had not anticipated colliding with a wall, much less a sand wall. He anticipated it, but he didn't think much about it because he had already broken through walls. The fact that the sand held together and made him halt his attack quickly disproved his theory. The sand wall began to crumble as Kiba retreated a few paces, revealing a boy's figure beneath the sand. Gaara was seen staring at Kiba as the sand entirely receded into a gourd, causing Kiba to tremble in terror. His eyes screamed for his blood because they were so filled with hatred for him. Gaara appeared composed on the outside, but he was furious inside. He wasn't sure why, but he wasn't particularly interested in seeing if Naruto would make it through Kiba's attack. Gaara didn't think he had a connection with the boy with the blonde hair, but he did. He and Naruto almost seemed to have a brotherly bond. Gaara asked nonchalantly, "Naruto Uzumaki, are you alright?" Though it didn't heal as quickly as he had hoped, Naruto could feel Kyuubi healing him. Gaara's intervention before it was too late pleased Naruto. He glanced at Kiba, who appeared on the verge of passing out from the sense of Gaara's murderous intent. Naruto said strangely cheerfully, "Yeah, I'll live. Thank you Gaara, you really saved my butt." Then he became serious and focused on Akiba, who was afraid. "Leave now Kiba, before Gaara decides to kill you." Kiba picked Akamaru up and hurried home, tail between his legs, without waiting for Naruto to finish. With a sigh, Naruto touched Gaara's shoulder with his tired hand. Naruto flashed a smile behind his mask and said, "I really do appreciate you saving me Gaara. You seem to be changing, if only a little." Gaara gave him a look and gave him a head nod. "Say, how about you and me head to Ichiraku to get some ramen, my treat?" said Naruto. Gaara shook his head after giving it some thought. Naruto refused to accept Gaara's response. "I'm sorry, Naruto, but I just can't." Gaara was beginning to grow impatient with Naruto. "Nonsense, besides you have nothing better to do. Admit it. All you have the option of doing is either watching TV, training, or sleeping. All of which is not as good as getting ramen." Gaara responded, "I said no." Despite this, Naruto persisted. By this point, Gaara realized that saying no would be futile, and I said yes. "Come on, I don't want to seem like I don't have any friends by going alone in Hinata. Chan is busy. Trust me, you'll love the stuff after you try it." The only things he could think of doing to avoid going were lying or killing him, neither of which he wanted to do. "Unfortunately Naruto, I have already made plans with my sister and brother. I just can't drop everything just so to accompany you to eat," Gaara said as a pretext. After pausing to consider the situation, Naruto turned around and carried on dragging Gaara around until he had an epiphany. "Okay then, we'll just invite them as well, the more the merrier," Naruto replied. Although Gaara was shocked by Naruto's stubbornness, he realized that it was pointless at this point because he couldn't influence Naruto's decision. Temari climbed out of bed and opened the door languidly. To her surprise, the blonde mask wearing Gaara from the preliminary stages was standing outside her door, complaining. "Hey, you Temari?" Temari saw the blonde eye smile at her and gave a stupid nod. "Good cause I've been looking all over for you." When Temari heard this, she blushed slightly. She wasn't prepared for a cute blonde, especially one from Konoha, to show up. "For what?" she inquired dutifully. "I was able to convince Gaara to get ramen with me but told me he had plans with you and your brother. So I came here to ask both of you if you'd like to join us," Naruto clarified. Temari gave him a strange look before turning back to Naruto and then to Gaara. Temari could not think of anything to say. Kankuro shouted from inside the room, "Count me out." Temari saw a needy expression in Gaara's eyes and was about to deny as well. He gave her a look that indicated he wanted her to leave so they wouldn't be alone with the blonde child. She nodded her head and let out a defeated sigh. Though Naruto didn't notice, she said glumly, "Sure, just let me get my shoes and we'll go." Exuberant as ever, Naruto exclaimed. "Great," as passive as ever, Gaara echoed, "Great." Gaara and Temari didn't want to walk as quickly as Naruto was, so he walked in front of them. Temari thought it was absurd that one person could get so excited about food. "We're here!" exclaimed Naruto joyfully. When Gaara and Temari saw that the building Naruto was standing in front of wasn't as impressive as he made it seem, they both started to perspire. Then Temari saw the blonde in the mask staring at a building's roof next to the ramen bar. Then he leapt to the roof, and Temari and Gaara heard grunts and shouts. Temari closed her eyes and sighed. "Why in the world did I consent to attend?" she reflected to herself. A boy with brown hair fell directly in front of her before she could react. He was trying to block out the pain from his fall by gazing boredly up at the sky. Shikamaru rolled to the side to keep Naruto from falling on him and said, "Troublesome." As Shikamaru and Naruto cleaned themselves up, Naruto grinned at them. Naruto, still in a hyperactive mood, said, "I gave you two options and you had to choose the hard one." Shikamaru placed his hands in his pockets and shook his head. As he walked into the ramen bar, Shikamaru said, "Whatever, let's just get this over with. I got some clouds to watch." Naruto noticed that Temari and Gaara were staring at him strangely. As he entered the ramen bar, he added, "I did say the more the merrier." Gaara, who was following Naruto and Shikamaru, remarked, "This is going to be a long day." Temari remained motionless, pondering the identity of the man Naruto had pushed off the roof. Shaking it off, she entered the building to find Naruto fidgeting in his seat, Gaara looking bored, and Shikamaru sleeping on the counter. Temari moved stealthily over to Shikamaru's seat. She would normally have sat next to Gaara, but he was occupying the final seat to the right, in front of Naruto and Shikamaru. Naruto slammed his hand down in front of Shikamaru's head and exclaimed, "Shikamaru, wake up!" With a grunt, he lifted his head off the table and gazed into space. Shikamaru didn't react when Naruto waved his hand in front of him. Well, not initially. Naruto grinned and waited for Ayame to get his order while she got Gaara's when Shikamaru said, "Troublesome, I'm awake, okay, so you can stop doing that." Shikamaru noticed Temari staring at him from his left. She raised her eyebrows in response to his. In the meantime, Naruto had instructed Ayame. At last, Temari said, "What?" Shikamaru gave a headshake. He inquired, "What are you looking at?" Grinning, she said, "I'm not sure, what are you?" Shikamaru let out a sigh. Temari became enraged when he said, "I'm a shinobi, what, you've never seen one before? That's pretty sad." With a louder voice than before, she said, "I've seen some before, what, you think I'm stupid?" Shikamaru answered, "How can I think when you're yelling at me? I'm not sure, by the looks of it, I doubt you've ever thought before now." As bored as ever, Shikamaru said, "You need to calm down, you're making a scene." Temari glanced up to see Naruto gorging himself on his ramen at an unnatural rate, while Gaara was surprisingly eating at Naruto's speed. Naruto's eyes widened in surprise when he noticed that Gaara had finished before him. Gaara grabbed his ramen from across the counter and began eating it as viciously as ever before he could react. Gaara glared at Naruto, forcing him to remain silent and mope about losing his ramen. "Hey!" His eyes filled with tears, "My ramen." Shikamaru simply snorted when Temari remarked, "Now I remember, I'm fighting you in the finals, aren't I? This is really great, I get to kick your butt in about 3 weeks. Believe what you want to, but I'm not losing to a girl, it'd be too troublesome." "What are you saying? That boys are better than girls." Temari slapped Shikamaru behind his head and got to his feet, saying, "I said no such thing, but now that you mention it, girls are more troublesome. They always have something to say and always want to have the last say. What a drag." Shikamaru held his head while squinting his right eye and closing his left as he gazed at Temari. "What was that for? I don't appreciate what you just said about women. How about we find out just how troublesome a woman really is?" Temari replied. Shikamaru gave him another slap when he said, "Just by doing this I already know." Temari simply scoffed, turned around, and walked back to the hotel after saying, "Hey." Shikamaru put his head on the counter and rubbed the back of it. When Shikamaru was slapped behind his head by Naruto, his head shot up, saying, "She might be troublesome, but at least she's not as boring as the other girls in Konoha." He questioned angrily, "What the hell, first her and now you?" As Ayame brought him another bowl of ramen, Naruto remarked simply, "Hinata. Time is not boring." However, Gaara again stole it. After letting out a sigh, Shikamaru invited Ayame to join him for lunch before heading out to observe the clouds. Sakura was searching Konoha for someone else. Her beloved Sasuke, of course. She had been asking everyone if they had seen him, but she had not found any leads as of yet. With a sigh, she hoped to locate Sasuke quickly. She believed that he no longer wanted to see her because she had been seeing him less and less lately. She disregarded those ideas, believing that nothing could separate her and Sasuke since they were meant to be together. She unintentionally entered the forest in the training area that Team 7 typically used. When Sakura heard a grunt, she looked up to see Sasuke leap back as a hail of kunai raced toward him. Sasuke-kun. Sakura thought contentedly. "He looks so hot, inner." Sakura remarked. When Sakura saw Haku running after Sasuke with Senbon and kunai in hand, she decided not to enter the clearing. Sakura was upset because she was the only one who was supposed to spend time with Sasuke. Sasuke nodded his head and left his fighting stance when Haku said, "Okay, how about we take a break?" Then he grabbed the towel Haku threw at him and removed his shirt. When Sakura felt a drop of blood trickle down her nose, she quickly raised her hand to stop it. Sakura was going crazy from the sweat on his musculoskeletal chest and back. Sakura knew she needed to get Sasuke to spend some time alone with her, even if it was just for a short while, but she wasn't sure how she was going to accomplish this. Sakura got an idea and started working to make it a reality. She emerged from her hiding place and moved cautiously in the direction of Sasuke and Haku. Sakura caught Sasuke's eye, but he didn't acknowledge her. "Haku, who was actually the best kunoichi he had ever encountered from their age group, made him feel inferior to his fangirls. He put Sakura at the bottom, next to Ino. He was aware that his thoughts were cruel and icy, but they were his thoughts, and he was free to think about anything he wanted. Sakura said timidly, Haku, Shino's looking for you. Haku nodded despite giving her a suspicious look. As she left Sakura and Sasuke, Haku teased, let's train again tomorrow, Sasuke. Maybe by then you'll be able to avoid all my throws. Sakura glanced down at Sasuke as he drank another bottle of water and tossed it aside after he was done. Looking at Sakura, he wondered what she wanted now and hoped she wasn't acting the way he believed her to be. In an attempt to get her to buzz off, Sasuke half-asked her in a cold tone, why are you still here? Shouldn't you be training with your team or something? Just because you didn't make it to the finals doesn't mean you can slack off, you know. Sakura said tremblingly, I was just thinking that if you two, I can help you train. She was determined to at least inquire as to why she suddenly had doubts about it. Sasuke considered denying, but changed his mind to demonstrate Sakura's true weakness. Sasuke casually suggested, okay then, how about a small spar? But he was secretly grinning. After giving it some thought, Sakura nodded, knowing she would later regret it. Meanwhile, Haku located Shino in the deeper section of the forest. She didn't know how she found him, but she wasn't whining. She approached him from behind and was going to tap his shoulder when she noticed that he was focused on a branch lying on the floor. Still trying to figure out what Shino was looking at, Haku said, excuse me, but what are you looking at? After a brief glance at Haku, Shino resumed his observation of the branch. If you must know, I am looking for a rare species of insects that live near this area. With genuine bewilderment, Shino turned back to her and asked, so is that why you asked for me, to help you look for the rare bugs? I asked nothing of you, but Sakura came up to me a couple of minutes ago saying that you were looking for me. Haku was made to consider and become enraged by Shino's statement. It seems that Haruno-san has deceived you, most likely to spend time with the Uchiha. Without naming anyone, Haku questioned, that little sneak. What is her problem? I think she is just trying to prove to the Uchiha that she would make an exceptional partner. Personally, I think she is wasting her time in gaining his affections as opposed to gaining the skills and knowledge needed for future events and challenges. Haku gave Shino an odd look. So you believe that following your heart is ridiculous when compared to training? He replied. Shino stared at her calculatingly. Haku might yank his head off his shoulder with just one incorrect word. Please don't misinterpret my words. I simply mean that while she hopelessly goes after the Uchiha, she is wasting valuable time to get stronger. If the Uchiha had ever shown her an ounce of affection, maybe it would be different, but that isn't the case. He has his own ambition he needs to fulfill, and finding a life partner isn't part of his ambition, at least as far as I am concerned. Haku nodded her head in agreement with what he was speaking, of course. With genuine interest, Haku inquired, so what about you? Do you not want a life partner? Do you think it'll only slow down your own ambitions? I have no problem in gaining a life partner. The problem is I have not met an ideal female, not one that I'd consider to be interesting enough to be a potential partner, replied Shino. Haku grinned and put her hands on her hips. The insects in Shino's body began to buzz. I'm sorry to hear that, Shino-kun, but I'm sure you'll find someone eventually. He forced his bugs to stop and shook off the sensation. Shino returned to his search after saying, thank you. Then Haku tapped him on the shoulder. I got nothing left to do now, so I was wondering if you'd mind me helping you find the rare insect? Haku responded. After giving it some thought, Shino nodded. Occasionally, he didn't mind having some company. Great, now what does it look like? Haku nodded as Shino finished describing the bug's appearance. Shino advised, try looking for it about 5 meters north from here. After giving another nod, Haku headed to the location Shino had recommended. Shino observed with curiosity as Haku walked, her hips swaying. Shino prevented himself from thinking such things before it was too late. Shino smiled as he told himself, Haku, you are an interesting female. Neji grunted as he used a jutsu he had recently learned from one of his family's scrolls to parry off another round of kunai and shurikens thrown by his teammate Tenten. Neji yelled, again, but Tenten shook her head. To his chagrin, Tenten told him, we need to take a break, if we don't it will only hurt us in the long run. After giving Tenten a nod, Neji approached her as she was sipping from her canteen. Then she took his and threw it to him. He drank from it, letting all the water out as he opened it. Tenten laughed and said, Neji-kun, if you don't take it easy, you might drown. Neji glared at her while setting down his canteen. Don't give me that look, I was only kidding. Seriously Neji, sometimes you need to relax. Neji didn't even let her have a say in the matter as he moved to his previous location. I'm sorry, Tenten, but I need to get stronger quickly. Now come on, the break was long enough, let's get back to work. Tenten would admit to herself that she was on the verge of passing out from fatigue. She was beginning to grow tired of Neji's attitude after what felt like an endless training session. She really liked Neji, even before he developed his utterly conceited personality, though she would never admit it. However, Neji had been starting to irritate her lately, and she was about to lash out at him. However, she didn't because she didn't want to sever her relationship with the Hyuga prodigy. Neji's shout, "Tenten, come on, don't just stand there like an idiot," jarred Tenten out of her reverie and wounded her sentiments. Idiot? What do you mean by that, Neji?" Neji said, "It's nothing." But Tenten cut him off. Tenten knew she was overreacting, but she was exhausted and a little irrational at the time, so she didn't really care. "No, Neji, it's not nothing, it's a something, alright. You think I'm an idiot, don't you?" "No, of course not. Though you do seem to get easily distracted sometimes when we train together," Neji replied. Tenten would normally ignore Neji's words and move on, but something told her to keep fighting. "How dare you say that to me? I have done nothing but help you become stronger, become better than the day before, and here you tell me I am easily distracted. Do you ever hear yourself when you speak, Neji, or do you just say whatever first comes to mind?" Tenten screamed. That was the final straw. "Maybe you should sit down, Tenten, you're getting irrational and I don't need more problems." Tenten went to the edge of the clearing to retrieve her belongings. "I'm a problem to you, Neji? I'm a burden to you? Is that all I am to you? I try to help you but all I'm really doing is hold you back. You know what, fine," Tenten said. She marched back in front of Neji and met his eyes directly after obtaining them. Tenten shed tears and reached up to slap Neji, but he stopped her. "I won't burden you anymore, Neji. Hope you get stronger, just like you want." Tenten was unable to look at him any longer. "Tenten, please calm down. I'm not at fault here. You know what your problem is, Neji? You blame everyone for the mistakes and problems you cause, and the worst part is, you're too proud to see that it's your fault." Tenten, stop. "No, Neji, I won't stop. You know it's true. I'm warning you." "What, you get mad at me for being right?" Tenten. She was unable to finish and was startled when she felt a sting in her left cheek. "Admit it, I am." Neji glanced at Tenten's right hand and then at his slightly flushed left cheek a moment after realizing what he had done. Tenten simply stood and ran home, tears streaming down her face. "Tenten, I didn't mean to," Tenten said. Neji was shocked and disappointed in himself as he watched her go. He couldn't believe what he had just done. It wasn't his fault, and he had no control over what he did. However, he was aware of who was at fault. Neji said humbly as he went to find him, "Naruto." Swinging on the swing he was on, Naruto let out a sigh. He was extremely bored at 9 o'clock in the evening. He had nothing to do for the 3 hours before he and Hinata and Itachi left. When she wasn't with him, Hinata was, well, doing whatever she did. He wished he could teleport to her side at this moment because he felt lonely when she wasn't there. Abruptly, a palm driven by chakra made its way to Naruto's chest. After years of training, instincts and impulses took over, and he rolled back off the swing to avoid the attack. When he looked up after flipping back a few times, Hinata was grinning at him. He questioned, what was that for?" She slyly remarked, "I was bored." When Naruto heard it, he pondered its meaning. As Naruto approached Hinata, he remarked, "Really now? So am I. What should we do about this?" Hinata assumed a modified thinking pose and put one arm around his neck. She started tracing her bottom lip with her index finger in her other hand. As Hinata's finger circled her luscious lips once more, Naruto licked his lips. What he wanted to do was clear to him now. "I'm not sure. Do you have anything in mind?" she inquired. Hinata grinned before fanning herself as Naruto gave a slow nod. As she removed her jacket, she said, "It's a bit hot, don't you think?" Naruto's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets upon seeing what she was wearing underneath. Her breasts appeared somewhat larger than Naruto remembered because she was wearing a tiny lavender spaghetti shirt. Not that he even glanced there. When Hinata noticed some drool leaking from Naruto's mouth corner, she burst out laughing. She looked at him and turned away from him. She swayed slightly and put her hands on her hips. The question Hinata posed was seductive. "Do you like what you see?" When she realized Naruto would not be moving for a while, she put her hand beneath his chin and forced him to nod. Naruto became enraged when Hinata whispered, "You're so good to me, Naruto-kun." Naruto trailed behind her as she took 2 steps forward. She stepped back a few paces, turned to face him, and waved her index finger back and forth to signal him to follow. Following her until she was no more than 2 centimeters away, Naruto obeyed. Then she stood on her tiptoes, bringing her face closer to his, and put both arms around his neck. Hinata could see that she had Naruto tethered to her finger as her gentle lavender eyes gazed into azure ones. However, Naruto noticed lust in Hinata's eyes, which he was certain had not been there before. She carefully removed his mask with her delicate, small hands while whispering his name with emphasis, "Please na.ru.to.kun." Naruto thought he was going to blow up or collapse, which was inevitable. He let his desires rule his body and surrendered the fight against his hormones. He put both of his arms around her waist and gave her a gentle kiss. Then he sensed Hinata's tongue pleading for his attention, so he gave it to her and let her taste him before giving it back. With both hands on his chest, Hinata released his hold on his neck and allowed them to drop to the bottom of his shirt. Hinata touched his abs with her hands under his shirt before Naruto realized what she was planning. When she felt him tense under her touch, she grinned and then burst out laughing. She was going to take advantage of Naruto's weakness, which she had discovered. In order to avoid being outdone, Naruto placed his hands beneath Hinata's shirt and began to do to him what she had done to him, feeling her smooth stomach. When she became tense and even shivered, he grinned. He didn't anticipate that Hinata would put one of her hands over his and raise it until it was above her breast. Despite his dark red flush, Naruto could still feel the silky material of Hinata's bra. When he heard her groan beneath his touch, his smile grew. As he broke the kiss and began kissing her neck, his left hand soon joined the other and attacked both breasts. Naruto didn't let up, enjoying Hinata's gasp. Hinata wrapped her arms around his head and moaned once more as his kisses continued to descend until he reached her collarbone. Naruto looked up to see a bewildered Hinata when he felt a sudden tap on his shoulder. Hinata thought it strange to see Naruto sitting by himself on a swing, gazing off into space and drooling from the corner of his mouth. Before realizing what had happened, Naruto glanced to his left, right, above, below, and behind. With a growl, he seized his hair. It was just a daydream. The influence of the foolish arrow, Sennin, he pondered. She said, "Naruto-kun, are you okay?" Naruto gave a head nod. Hinata grinned and took a seat on the swing beside him, saying, "Yeah, Hinata. I'm okay. I was just having another daydream, that's all." Naruto winced and pondered whether he ought to tell her. What about? Naruto took her hand and gave it a quick kiss. "Oh, you know, the usual. Speaking of which," she said. Hinata blushed at the compliment. "You look cute with angel wings." In addition, he couldn't help but smile broadly. After releasing Hinata's hand, Naruto turned to face the night sky and asked, "So, what brings you here?" A light wind blew past him, and he let out a satisfied sigh. She said casually, "I came looking for you because I was bored." She returned the smile when Naruto's eye met hers. Then, until he was fairly high on the swing, Naruto repeatedly swung back and then forward. Hinata was just as high as Naruto and followed in his footsteps. As they attempted to avoid outdoing each other, they both let out loud laughs. Naruto finally leapt from his swing and landed squarely on his feet. Playfully, Hinata said, "And I thought only cats landed on their feet, now foxes too?" Naruto responded by protruding his tongue at her. Naruto chuckled when she responded by pronouncing her own tongue at him. Naruto turned his back on her and crossed his arms over his chest, saying, "Yeah, well, I know you can't do it." Hinata accepted the difficulty. When she was ready to jump off, she questioned, "Really?" Naruto grinned as he turned to face her. Naruto stepped in front of Hinata just as she was about to fall to the ground after jumping off the swing. It was too late for her to move. She waited for the impact while closing her eyes. In order to avoid Hinata's path and to catch her bridal style, Naruto shifted off his left foot and spun around. When Hinata finally opened her eyes, she noticed Naruto grinning at her. Hinata glared at him after registering his words, "Told y'all you couldn't do it." Hinata's glare grew more intense before she leapt off him. "Don't give me that face, you know it's true, that's why you're in my arms instead of standing on the floor." When Hinata stood up, she turned her back on Naruto, put her hands on her hips, and sneered at him. With a sigh and a smile, Naruto approached Hinata. She rejected his hand when he put it on her shoulder. Hinata simply continued to look away without responding to the question, "Oh, it's going to like that, is it?" With a nod, Naruto put his chin on her shoulder, closed his eyes, and gave her a firm embrace. "It'll be hard to not talk to me when I'm this close, you know." Hinata said from the other side of the park, "I know." Naruto turned to see Hinata, who was not wearing her jacket, waving at him. She was wearing a dark lavender shirt, but it wasn't as skimpy as the one he saw in his dream. When Naruto turned to face the object of his embrace, he saw a log dressed in Hinata's jacket. Letting go of the log, he turned to Hinata. Naruto said, "I'll get you for that one." Hinata simply grinned brightly. As she and Naruto dashed into the forest, Hinata remarked, "You can try." While Naruto had an advantage because he knew this forest like the back of his hand, Hinata did have the advantage of having the all-seeing Byakugan. In search of Hinata, Naruto climbed to the tallest tree in his immediate vicinity and then jumped off it. She was standing motionless 10 meters ahead of him. He grinned in a way that only a predator who has located his prey would. He caught hold of a branch as he fell, swung off it, landed on the branch in front of it, and then leapt to the ground. He approached Hinata in silence and put his arms around her waist. Naruto said, "Got ya." But Hinata was not responding. He noticed that she was frowning as he looked at her. When Naruto turned to face her, he saw Tenten sobbing across from them. Naruto put a soft hand on her shoulder as he began to approach her. He recognized the fear and sadness in her eyes as she flinched and looked up. Tenten rubbed her eyes and wiped away her tears, asking, "Tenten, are you okay?" Despite her smile, Naruto didn't believe it. "Yeah, I'm okay." Behind Naruto, Hinata uttered the words, "You're lying." Tenten gasped, unaware that Hinata was also present. Her eyes reminded her of Neji's, and she averted her gaze when they met Hinata's. Tenten said, hatefully, "So what? What do you care? What does any Hyuga care?" Hinata recoiled in response. Naruto questioned, "What are you talking about?" Tenten looked directly at Naruto and said, "If you know what's good for you, you might want to leave Hinata before she breaks your heart." When she noticed Naruto about to speak, she stopped him. Naruto was stunned when he heard the statement, "All Hyugas will eventually turn on you and break your heart. If one does it, why not all?" Hinata asked, "Is this about Neji?" Naruto stood between her and Hinata while Tenten gave her a scowl. Tenten stood up suddenly and eyed Naruto, saying, "Don't glare at Hinata Chan like that or at all. She hasn't done anything to you, only came here to help you." With tears in her eyes and a broken voice, she said, "Now she wants to help, but who knows about later. How many times has she hit you, Naruto? How many times has she hurt you?" Naruto resisted her attempts to intimidate him. His eyes narrowed. Lowly, Naruto uttered, "Never." "Wait, Neji hit you?" Hinata inquired, her face and voice displaying shock. Tenten glanced at her, then averted his gaze. Unwilling to accept what she had heard, Hinata shook her head. Hinata was aware that Neji became aloof following the death of his father, but she didn't want to think that Neji had descended to such a low level. "Yes, he did. He hit me when we were arguing," Naruto said, trembling with rage as he looked down, his eyes obscured by shadows. "That scum!" Naruto yelled. "Naruto-kun." Naruto turned to face Hinata, who noticed that his pupils had changed to slits and that his eyes had turned red. Naruto snarled and then began to leave the clearing, saying, "I'm going after him, Hinata Chan, and don't you try to stop me." Naruto glanced at a tree in front of him and saw Jiraiya leaning against it with his arms crossed. "Sorry kid, but we don't have time to deal with this." "What are you talking about?" "I mean that we gotta go, as in right now." "You? No, Datu is waiting for us now. He has to leave early so he could keep up with his target." Jiraiya replied vaguely. Naruto shook his head, but Hinata and he both understood what he was talking about. "Since when are you going?" Naruto grunted but nodded nonetheless. "Well, it's not like you can go without me. You'd be breaking a major rule. Without me, you would have no authority to go and would be severely punished." As Hinata approached Tenten, he glanced at her. Hinata approached Naruto as Tenten nodded and began to leave for home, saying, "I know you probably don't trust me right now, but you need to go home right now. It's late and your parents are probably worried about you." When she was to Naruto's left, she came to a stop. Both Hinata and Naruto nodded when Tenten said, "Thank you for worrying about me, and I'm sorry I got mad at you, Hinata." Jiraiya didn't wait for their response before vanishing in a whirlpool of leaves. "Okay, now that that's over with, how about you two get your things and meet me at the front gates?" "Come on, Hinata. Haim, I already spent too much time apart from you and I don't need a reminder of how that feels like. Besides, I have a few things to explain to you about traveling with Ero Sennin," Naruto said to Hinata. Hinata reprimanded him, saying, "You shouldn't call him that, Naruto-kun. It's very disrespectful. He's a Sannin for Kami's sake." Naruto grinned and lowered his mask. As they walked to Hinata's house, Naruto put an arm around her shoulder and kissed her lips, saying, "Maybe, but I know you'll change your tune after this trip. You see, Ero Sennin is a complicated man." The following day, in an empty training spot, Neji slammed his palm into the wooden dummy. When he was informed that he had left with Hinata and a significant other on an S-ranked mission, he had been looking for the masked blonde headache. Neji used his misdirected aggression to strike the wooden dummy again, this time with needless force, destroying it completely. As he attempted to relax, he panted. He was shocked that he was allowing the blonde fool to affect him in this way. The ease with which Naruto could annoy him, and not just him, but Hinata as well, bothered him. She needed to be as carefree and joyful as possible when she met Naruto. Instead of taking things for granted like Hinata did, he worked hard for the many things he had and achieved. Neji noticed a figure observing him from above a tree to his left as he proceeded to destroy the new dummy. Neji's words were loud enough for the person observing him to hear. "I know you're there, come out of hiding now before I attack." With a crooked smile, the person entered the clearing after taking the hint. Despite trying to hide it behind the smile, Neji could see that the stranger with the silver hair harbored some animosity towards something. Takeo rubbed the back of his head and remarked, "I see I've been caught, not as sly as I thought I was." After giving Takeo a suspicious look, Neji resumed his training. Neji calmly said, "State your business. If you have nothing to say that is of any importance, then leave now." He then slammed another palm against the dummy. Takeo smiled like a fox and said, "Okay, I see you're very busy, so I'll make this quick. I have a proposition for you." Neji turned to face Takeo and stopped striking the dummy. "What sort of proposition?" Neji raised an eyebrow in curiosity and said, "The sort that could help avenge your fallen pride against that annoyance that goes by the name of Naruto." He said, "I'm listening." Takeo grinned. "All that is required of you is to attack Naruto with the intent to kill at my command. It seems to me that you are only doing this to avoid your fight with Uzumaki. Are you afraid of him?" Neji laughed. "Huh, that's a good one. I do not fear him, but he is in the way of my plans, and sadly, I can only be in so many places at once," Takeo replied with a smile. Neji was about to return to his training when Takeo laughed and said, "I still see no reason to partake in this deal." Neji gave him a cold look. "That Hyuga girl, Hinata, seems to annoy you, does she not?" Neji asked. "What of it? Well, if Naruto is occupied dealing with you, it'll leave her undefended against any opposing threats. I will simply make her go away, never to be seen again in your life. Again, all you have to do is fight Naruto for me, and this could all be done at a very small price to pay, wouldn't you agree?" Neji took a moment to look at the ground. The offer was very alluring, and it was also very convincing that he could accomplish two goals at once. When he raised his head again, Takeo was reaching out to him. Neji glanced at the hand and then reluctantly shook it, asking, "Is it agreed?" "Agreed." Neji felt as though he had just struck a bargain with the devil as he saw Takeo's smirk transform into a menacing smile. Tenten was in disbelief at what she was seeing in the distance. "What happened to you, Neji?" Sitting on the grass in a vacant training area, Shikamaru did nothing but stare up at the clouds. He let out a sigh of relief and relished the solitude that came with observing the clouds. He thought it was strange that the village was quieter than usual, but he assumed it was because Naruto had left to train. Something in the distance, moving into the distance, instantly caught his attention. He looked up and saw a blonde staring at him. Shikamaru let his head drop to the floor and moaned. "Why does Trouble seem to follow me everywhere?" said Trouble grinned as he approached Shikamaru. It was time for some retribution because she hadn't forgotten what he had told her the day before. To Shikamaru's distaste, she asked too sweetly, "Well, if it isn't Lazy.kun, how's it going?" He tried to ignore her by closing his eyes, but she had other ideas. Tamari took hold of the fan on her back and hung it 7 inches or so above Shikamaru's stomach. Tamari released it, content with the height, and saw Shikamaru's face change to one of pain. Tamari laughed as she watched the Nara roll around the ground, trying to get over the pain in his midsection, after all the wind had been knocked out of him. After catching his breath, Shikamaru exclaimed, "What the hell's your problem?" Tamari put her hands on her hips, scoffed, and turned away. Tamari said icily, "Payback's a bitch, isn't it?" Shikamaru quickly realized what was going on, and he let out a sigh. He didn't finish because a strong wind was approaching. Troublesome. Leaping back, he noticed Tamari's fan was only 1/3 of the way open. "Say that word one more time and I will make sure this will be the last time you'll be able to say it," Tamari said. Being the intelligent but slothful shinobi that everyone viewed him as, Shikamaru would have kept quiet, taken a seat again, and left it alone. However, something about this girl struck a chord with him, and he made the decision to take a different action. Unfortunately, he opened his mouth and uttered his favorite word's first syllable. "True," he said, and Tamari's eyes grew wide. "Don't. Bless him." Shikamaru ducked behind the closest tree and seized his head as Tamari lifted her fan and swung it vigorously, sending a powerful gust of wind in his direction. "What the hell is wrong with me?" Tamari found him and prepared another swing, allowing no more thought. "It's not that easy for you to escape," Shikamaru swallowed, wondering what he had gotten himself into, as she screamed and swung her fan again. She didn't know why she attacked it just irritated her when he used that word on her. Temari's outburst and attack on Shikamaru left the training ground in ruins, and she looked around, failing to see her main target. Shikamaru emerged from behind a downed tree, surveyed the damage caused by the insane Sunakunoichi, and chuckled when he noticed that she was observing him and the damage. He ducked beneath a kunai that was thrown precisely. "Are you done? Are you still angry, or you?" With a sigh, Temari released the last of her aggression. "Yeah." Temari approached him slowly and hovered over him with an inquisitive look as Shikamaru straightened up, turned away from her, and fell face up to the ground, placing his hands behind his head and staring up at the sky. "After everything we've been through, you would really abandon me?" Shikamaru shrugged his shoulders when she asked. "At least not right now. I'm positive you wouldn't attack me. I don't see why I shouldn't trust you because you've already let go of your aggression." Temari was taken aback by Shikamaru's logic, but he closed his eyes and snuggled deeper into the ground, saying, "After all, Naruto seems to trust you and your brother, so I have no reason not to." As she sat down a few feet away from Shikamaru and gazed up at the sky, Temari shrugged and said, "This boy never ceases to confuse me." Shikamaru opened his left eye, then closed it again and sighed. "I assume you won't be going, huh?" "Nope." Temari scowled at him and said, "Troublesome. Did the recent events teach you anything?" Shikamaru grinned and laughed as Temari spoke, attempting to control her growing rage. Temari looked at him incredulously and then noticed that his breathing seemed to relax and that he was suddenly very quiet. She assumed that he was asleep and decided to leave him alone for the time being. "Yeah, that I should watch what I saw when I'm near you and that old habits die hard." But Shikamaru was the worst of the three. Not only had he been able to confuse her, but he also seemed to know what move she would make before she even considered it. Temari kept staring at Shikamaru, something that bothered her. She didn't know why, but this boy was a mystery to her. Aside from him, Gaara, and Naruto, she'd been able to read every guy. Shikamaru was different, someone who actually challenged her, both mentally and physically, and she knew she was in for a fight of her life. With a sigh, Temari put her hands behind her head and reclined, grinning at a final thought before falling asleep herself. His cuteness doesn't hurt. A lone girl, her short, light brown hair shielding her eyes from everyone who passed her, walked through the empty streets of her home village, clutching the books in her hand as another chilly breeze blew past her. Her black eyes were lifeless, filled only with loneliness and sadness, and she looked up every now and then to make sure she was going in the right direction. Because she was old enough, the village council permitted her to live in her own apartment rather than an orphanage, but today was the day she had come to despise, mourn, and hate because it was the day her parents were killed so many years ago, right in front of her. She was 13, but only because the new academy had just begun 2 years prior, and she had initially rejected the idea of becoming a ninja, but she decided she might as well since her best friend Sari was also enrolled. She had met a stoic boy with red hair at the time, and despite his cold and heartless eyes, she couldn't help but feel a connection with him, whether it was a serious one or not. She remembered what she had said quite well, but one of her newer friends interrupted her when she tried to speak to the boy one day. Her friend cautioned her, "Don't go over there." "Why not? He looks alone and sad. He is the owner of the one-tailed demon Shukaku, which you most likely aren't aware of." Her friend told her, "You can still go, but I just thought I should tell you," which caused her to widen her eyes and keep staring at him. "If you go over to him, he'll probably kill you on the spot." With a lockless chuckle, the girl recalled the first time she had spoken to the red-haired boy. Most of her friends were narrow-minded and stubborn. The brown-haired girl was staring anxiously at the ground when the red-haired boy looked up from his lunch. "What do you desire?" In his typical monotone, Gaara uttered those words. "I just wanted to know if you wanted some company," the girl asked meekly, raising Gaara's eyebrow. Taking it as a negative, the girl turned around and said, "Oh, okay, maybe some other time." Her heart was racing, sad that she wasn't eating with Gaara, but happy that she had at least asked. Gaara watched her go in genuine bewilderment, then dismissed it as nothing and went on with his lunch. She threw her schoolbooks on the couch, took off her black boots that went above the knee, her tan cloak, and her teal long-sleeved shirt, and then she walked over to the picture of her parents and smiled a sad smile as some tears escaped from their imprisonment. A louder, mirthless laugh came out of the girl's lips as she entered her empty apartment, a year ago, before he graduated and was put in a team with his siblings. Just to be safe, she decided to take one last year in the academy. Wearing only her underwear, she collapsed onto her bed and allowed herself to be engulfed by sleep, but before she could do so, she wondered how Gaara was doing and whether he was okay. She closed her eyes slowly and felt her body grow heavy, but she didn't fight as her final conscious thoughts vanished and she entered her dreams rather than the real world. "Where is Naruto?" Kakashi. The sound of an irate woman made Kakashi turn around abruptly. Sadly for him at least, it was Kushina, who was stoic. Looking despite her voice being brimming with impatience and anger, but he knew that could change in a matter of seconds. He gave his head a sheepish rub and grinned. Well, he and Hinata left the village, and Jiraiya. He hoped she wouldn't hear the last part, but her anger showed its ugly head, so it was not meant to be. What? Everyone in the village cowered when she yelled, recalling what had happened to the fourth after hearing the same yell. It wasn't a pretty sight. Kushina was not having any of that, so she took Kakashi by the collar and pressed his face against hers. Kushina, please calm down. Slow down. Relax. You want me to calm down? My son and his girlfriend left the village with the biggest pervert ever. Do you know what might occur if they spend a lot of time together while being influenced by that pervert? She was unable to see it, but Kakashi blushed slightly as he considered the potential impact Jiraiya might have on the two lovers. I understand your point, but at this point, there isn't much we can do. The Hokage himself gave Jiraiya permission to take the two and train them. Kakashi clarified. He was very vague about it, but that's the gist of it. Kushina frowned but released Kakashi after realizing that attacking him directly would be futile, despite the temptation. I have heard that you are not instructing my son. What the devil is that about? Kushina spoke in a composed but irate tone. Kushina glared at Kakashi and said, like I told your son, I have to train Sasuke so that Gaara Kid doesn't destroy him like he almost destroyed Lee. How is my son doing against his opponent? He easily defeated Hinata, and my son's intervention before things worsened was the only reason he didn't kill her. Kushina seized Kakashi once more and brought him down to eye level. I hope you got your priorities properly straightened out, because if my son dies due to your reflectance then you will join him soon enough. My son could be in her place, and who knows if anyone will make it in time, let alone at all considering who he carries inside him. Do you understand? Kakashi gave a loud gulp and gave a nervous nod. Now, show me where my son lives. I have a little surprise for him when he comes back. After leaving Kushina at Naruto's house, Kakashi went to the only place he knew Sasuke would be their team's training spot near the memorial stone. It didn't take long to find the young Uchiha running and dodging Senbon and Kunai. Kakashi was intrigued by the spar and sat back on a tree to observe how well his student's evasion skill was. However, he didn't say much after that, leading her to Naruto's house. As a Chunin, Kakashi had no responsibility for Haku now that she was off the team, but he had to wonder if he had been neglecting her too. He was impressed that not a single Senbon struck him. Haku appeared to be tired, and Sasuke did too, but he didn't appear to be as exhausted as Haku. Kakashi decided he had had enough and entered the training area to make his presence known. Yo! Kakashi waved to Sasuke and Haku, who halted their fight and turned to face him. Sasuke smirked and Haku laughed as they both said, "Hey!" Kakashi raised an eyebrow at their antics but later chose to doubt it. Sasuke, hurry up, we have to leave. Sasuke nodded his head and made his way to his house, saying, remember to meet me at the front gate. I gave you at least 3 days to rest, but now we need to get serious. Sasuke waved at him without turning around, and Kakashi watched him leave before turning to face Haku, who was staring at him. So Hitaki-san, she said, briefly pressing her foot to the ground before turning to face him. Kakashi is good Haku. Kakashi-san, have you seen Naruto or Hinata? She asked, nodding. To train, they and Jiraiya left the village last night. Why are you asking? No reason, said Haku, grinning and shaking her head. I'm going to be leaving, Kakashi-san. See you later. Haku left for the deeper area of the forest they were in, and Kakashi wandered off in an undefined direction, not really caring where he was going. He thought out loud, today has been an odd day to say the least. As she made her way home to rest, Sakura held her back. Although yesterday's fight with Sasuke had been brutal, she was ultimately relieved that she had at least proven to him that she wasn't as weak as he believed. Guess you're not as weak as I thought. She had asked her sensei to teach her about genjutsu and how to use it today because she didn't have the physical strength to be good at taijutsu and didn't have the necessary chakra reserves to pull off a high-ranked jutsu, so she settled for genjutsu, which was fortunately a master of that. Her mind had been like a broken record all day, repeating his words to her repeatedly, giving her a feeling of inner joy and self-accomplishment. Kurenai grinned as she watched her student slowly make her way home, and she thought Sakura was beginning to take the whole ninja thing seriously. She knew she needed a lot more practice to even be regarded as a novice in genjutsu, but she was making progress and now just needed more motivation and encouragement. Kurenai was wondering what was causing the normally easygoing ninja to think so deeply, so she followed him and, when she caught up to him, tapped his shoulder to get him to stop thinking when she caught a glimpse of Kakashi walking across the street in deep thought. What? Oh, what's up, Kurenai? I didn't see you. Kurenai arched an eyebrow in response to Kakashi's dejected attempt at being informal. Kakashi's only visible eye widened before he relaxed, saying, "You know very well that doesn't work on me." "Right, I guess since it works on Guy and almost all the others I thought it'd work on you." "Sorry, no luck like that. What is it that is bothering you?" she asked, and Kakashi averted his gaze as he considered telling her. Then, with a defeated sigh, he gave an explanation. "You see, I promised Naruto a few days ago that I would train Sasuke to prevent the Gaara kid from killing him. When he heard this, he became irate with me and accused me of neglecting him, claiming that he didn't require the replacement I had purchased for him. When he inquired as to whether I had gotten one for Hinata, it became even worse. He simply called me out and walked away after that. I dismissed it because I believed it to be nothing more than misdirected rage. However, I met Kushina today. She freaked out when I told her that Naruto had left with Jiraiya after she asked if I had seen him." "You mean the Sannin Jiraiya, right?" Kurenai asked, and Kakashi nodded. "What would make her angry about that?" Kurenai nodded in agreement, saying, "Let's just say that her history with him is not a good one. In any case, she asked me why I wasn't training her son, and I explained Sasuke to her. She responded by saying that I would be the next to die if he did, and that the Kumo nin he was going to face could kill him too. The fact that she is correct, rather than her threat, is what has me thinking right now. Hinata would have died if it weren't for Naruto, but I was only thinking about Sasuke. Naruto will be busy dealing with that Takeo kid, and I can't help him. To make matters worse, he no longer even trusts me." Kakashi glanced down at Kurenai and noticed that she was thinking. "I was just wondering if I had handled the situation the wrong way. I understand your issue. I know you did what you did because you cared about your student, even though I can't support it. Fortunately for you, Naruto has been adopted by someone else, who is getting him ready for his battle with Takeo. Regaining Naruto's trust will require a lot of work on your part. He will not be persuaded by any amount of power or jutsu. Though I'm sure she will support Naruto because they do have a stronger bond than you do with her, Hinata is likely upset about this and won't hold it against you." Kurenai took a moment to reconsider. "So, what would you advise me to do?" Kakashi inquired, and Kurenai resumed speaking after a brief pause. Kurenai waved at him as she continued to walk, saying, "I really can't tell you what to do, but I'd be careful with what I do from now on if I were you." Kakashi sighed as he watched Kurenai walk past him, saying, "It's too late to change much, but whenever you get the chance, you have to face the issue head-on, whether you want to or not." As he made his way to the village's front gates, Kakashi grinned beneath his mask and reflected on the Genjutsu mistress who had just provided him with some assistance. "I hate it when that woman's right." On top of a mountain, 4 cloaked ninjas halted and stood in front of Kumogakure. One of the ninjas released a lot of killing intent, but when the shortest of the 4 put a consoling hand on his shoulder, the intent to kill vanished. "Are you certain that returning here is okay, Naruto-kun?" Hinata inquired anxiously, and Naruto grinned despite his sigh. "Itachi. Sensei, what are we going to do for the remainder of the month?" Naruto looked at Itachi and said, "Yeah, it'll just take some getting used to." After closing his eyes, Itachi opened them once more to gaze at Hinata. "Hinata is going to practice her ninjutsu. Even though the Hyuga clan's methods are very effective and lethal, depending solely on them is a bad idea. Once we determine her affinity, I will teach her elemental jutsus." Hinata nodded and bowed, saying, "This is to make sure that she has something to fall on in case her Byakugan fails her." Itachi turned to face Naruto, and despite the briefness of her grin, Naruto couldn't help but notice it. Itachi and everyone else who knew Naruto well knew what was going to happen next. "You, Naruto, will be working on your speed and strength." "What? But I'm already powerful and quick," Naruto whimpered. "It's only because you're pumping chakra into your arms and legs that it might be true. I want you to have strength and speed without overusing your chakra. We are all aware that you possess an unparalleled quantity of chakra, but that does not justify wasting it. By the end of this month, I want you to be able to keep up with me. If not, I won't teach you anything more until you can," Itachi said. "All right, I understand. However, what about jutsus? Can't I find out more?" Jiraiya rubbed Naruto's knuckle over his head and placed him in a headlock. "Did you, of course, overlook the Rasengan?" Naruto looked at Jiraiya incredulously after breaking free of his grip. "Why? Were you serious?" Jiraiya's expression changed to one of mock hurt. "You believed I was kidding. Naruto, you have insulted me." With a tone of mock disappointment, Jiraiya told him, "I promised to teach you this jutsu, and I'm keeping my word." Naruto turned his head away and crossed his arms, saying, "You don't have to patronize me." "Yes, forget about it. I promised to train you, and I will do just that." Jiraiya held up 3 fingers in front of Naruto as he said, "You better be ready for it because it took the 4th Hokage 3 years to create the Rasengan." Naruto's eyes widened, and Hinata was equally shocked, wondering how difficult the Rasengan actually was. Naruto's expression of incredulity vanished, to be replaced by confidence and faith. Naruto pumped his chest and slammed his fist down on it, saying, "I bet I'll be able to pull it off before we head back to Konoha." Itachi sighed and began to enter Kumo, while Jiraiya ruffled his hair and laughed. Jiraiya then trailed behind Itachi, leaving Hinata and Naruto alone. "Sure kid, I'll believe it when I see it." "Do you truly believe you can complete it in such a short period of time, Naruto-kun?" To make sure they weren't watching, Naruto glanced to where Itachi and Jiraiya had gone. Once he was certain they weren't, he slouched forward, his head lowered. Hinata laughed at him and took his hand, saying, "I'm not sure, Hinata-chan. I have no doubt that you will." She whispered, "You're Naruto-kun. You accomplished the impossible," as she followed Jiraiya and Itachi while carrying Naruto. "Maybe, I sure hope so." Hinata smiled and said, "I know so." Naruto nodded and grinned back, giving Hinata a back hug and a cheek kiss. While blushing, Hinata gave him a hug in return. "You always know what to say, Hinata-time." After a week, after midnight, moans reverberated throughout the neighborhood, echoing through the hotel's hallways, but many people had grown accustomed to them and were unaware of them. In the room where the moans were coming from, a young couple was engaged in a passionate kiss, with the man caressing his lover's long blue hair and the woman running her fingers through his blonde spikes. The girl moved some of her incredibly smooth blue hair away from her gorgeous face, and the boy gave her a silly smile, but she still loved him. The girl couldn't believe she was there right now. Coming from a prestigious clan, they would never have let her be with a street rat, as they called him. She never looked away as they parted for a moment. The boy said, "Hina-chan, I love you so much." The girl's exotic lavender eyes filled with tears, and the boy raised his hand to wipe them away. The girl smiled as he touched her warmly. She turned away, avoiding his touch, and said, "I love you just as much, Naru-kun." The boy gave her a slightly offended look. "What is it?" The girl gazed at him sorrowfully as he asked in a quiet voice. If my clan discovers us, they will undoubtedly want you dead, and I'll be sent off to wed whoever comes along." She told him, "I just don't want you to be killed because of me." And the boy wiped away her tears once more before embracing her and laying down on the bed with her. She felt his warmth seeping through the clothes she was still wearing, and it gave her comfort. "I'm going to be fine, my Haim. You are as aware as I am that it will take everything, including death, to separate us." The young woman felt better after he said, "I know you love me as I love you, so please don't think so much about the trivial things and just relax." He rubbed her side with his arm, and as she closed her eyes and leaned into the kiss, licking his bottom lip for entrance, he opened his mouth and their tongues battled for control. She looked up into his azure eyes and was about to say something, but his kiss stopped her. He looked at her nude body in wonder, as he always did, and he reached up and began to massage her breast, suckling gently on her other nipple while his other hand went down her pants, rubbing her in the most intimate way possible. The girl's hands reached for the bottom of his shirt and began to pull it off, and the boy didn't resist as she took it completely off him after breaking the kiss. Arrow. Sennin. After discovering Jiraiya's research pad, Naruto screamed, trembling in rage and searching the forest for his perverted sensei. Hinata glanced up at Naruto, set down her second jutsu scroll, and approached him, putting her head on his back and hugging him from behind. "Naruto-kun, calm down," Hinata told him. Jiraiya Sama went into town for his research. Despite being aware of his research, she made an effort to show him respect, though it became more difficult to overlook his perverted foundations each day she was with him. "Read this, Hinata-chan." Naruto gave the notepad to Hinata, who gave it to him while he paced wildly behind her, using both hands to hold the pad. After a few seconds of pacing, Naruto's anger returned, so instead of going into town and revealing himself, he made a long, intricate string of hand signs, and in a few seconds, he summoned a huge amount of chakra to his hand. Water began to spin around his hands, giving the impression that a whirlpool of fire and water was floating in front of him, and he yelled the words he had uttered so many times before. Banewei Molten Whirlpool Jutsu. The jutsu leapt from his hands and headed directly for the trees in front of him, obliterating them completely in its path. Naruto felt Kyuubi's chakra envelop him, telling him to take a deep breath, and he began to relax a little. Then he heard a eep behind him, and he turned to see Hinata blushing wildly, her hands over her mouth, and her eyes wide. The pad had been dropped on the ground as if it were on fire. He noticed that she had a little blood streaming from her nose, and she looked up at him, but he shook his head. It appears that you lost your temper. A voice behind the two said, again. Hinata turned to see Itachi standing across from them, who sighed as he glanced at the fallen pad. I see you have found Jiraiya. Sans notepad, Itachi said. You mean you were aware of it? Naruto made the accusation. Yes, he ignored my warning to destroy it unless he wanted to deal with you. I told him to be careful with it. An angry tick mark appeared on Naruto's forehead. He felt something and threw his kunai into the bushes behind him. It rustled for a while before it stopped, and Jiraiya emerged to clean the fresh wound Naruto had caused on his cheek. What did that brat do? When Jiraiya saw Naruto wave his research pad in his hand, his eyes widened. Jiraiya asked, laughing sheepishly and attempting to explain. Heh, you see, about that He started, but before he could say anything more, he noticed a cheeky grin on Naruto's lips. No, he said, as his hand was consumed by green fire, engulfing Jiraiya's pad in foxfire as well. No. Itachi walked up to Jiraiya, who yelled in pain and fell to his knees, shedding anime tears as he did so. Naruto held out his hand and let the wind blow the ashes off it, then dusted his hands off and resumed his training. Hinata returned to her spot and continued reading the scroll with the next jutsu she was supposed to learn. Before approaching Naruto to assist with his training, he merely said, I did warn you. Jiraiya lamented his most recent inspiration while simultaneously taking the lesson to heart. Hide my inspiration in a better place. After 2 weeks and a half, when Naruto realized that there was only 1 day left before the Chunin exam finals began, he was filled with anticipation and excitement. There were 5 minutes left before he would arrive in Konoha, and Naruto was literally bouncing everywhere, his strength and speed greatly enhanced by his training, so, well, we'll see. Hinata grinned as she watched her boyfriend move around, too excited to stay still for very long, unless it was next to her. With the help of her Byakugan, Hinata caught Naruto's arm and held it tightly, making him stay motionless. She felt his hard muscles beneath her grasp, and she let out a dreamy sigh. Naruto laughed at this, forcing Hinata to release it so that he could fully embrace her, kissing her cheek and enjoying the sound of her laughter. Jiraiya was recording this on his new research pad, making sure Naruto never saw him holding it, concealing it behind a massive scroll that he was reading. I am eager to return home. How about you, Hinata? Hinata closed her eyes and tried to savor the quiet before anything ruined it. She nodded, not really wanting to ruin the moment they were sharing. She leaned back on his muscular chest as he held on from behind, making sure they were walking in the right direction. His grip tightened, but she ignored it, knowing that he was just thinking. Naruto stared down at her face, unable to comprehend how fortunate he was to have someone as great and loving as Hinata by his side. He wasn't sure what he had done to deserve her, but he would do whatever it took to ensure that she would never be harmed. When Naruto saw the front gates of Konoha, he smiled and picked up Hinata, who gave a little eep before she could ask him anything. Jiraiya coughed up some dirt and covered his eyes as Naruto vanished in a cloud of dust kicked up from his sprint. See ya back home arrow. Senin. Jiraiya coughed, crazy brat. A few seconds later, Naruto was in front of Konoha's gates, holding a wide-eyed Hinata. She shook off the strange sensation and looked up to see a grinning Naruto, who sighed, knowing what he would do next, and a moment later, they were in front of Ichiraku's. Hinata grinned and said, of course. Naruto put her down gently and took her hand as he entered Ichiraku's, obviously planning to eat until he fell. Heishi was standing outside Hinata's house when Naruto dropped her off, and after a brief conversation, he asked for his permission to go out with Hinata. Hiyoshi's words were still replaying in Naruto's mind as he walked home, patting his stomach and letting out a happy sigh. I'll tell you this, but the Hyuga elders will eventually want her to wed a very important man. I just thought you'd like to know. Naruto blushed at the idea of marrying Hinata, wondering if Heishi was telling him that he must improve his reputation and rank if he hopes to wed her. As he approached his house and opened it to discover all of his belongings gone, Naruto thought to himself, there's more than enough time to think about that, but still. He panicked and looked everywhere, but all he found was dust and empty space, and just as he was about to flee, he noticed a grinning Kushina. Mom? Why are you here? As he left his house, he inquired. Before giving him a quick hug, she sarcastically said, oh, I heard you were in town and thought I'd pay you a visit. Naruto didn't react quickly enough and was struck in the head. He rubbed the new bump he had been given and whimpered. What am I doing here, in your opinion? It's been just under a month since I last saw you. Kushina sighed, trying to recall why she had come to find Naruto, while Naruto winced under her tone and continued to rub his head. Do you know what happened to all of my belongings since you're here, Mom? Suddenly, it came to her mind, and she recalled the precise reason she was searching for him. Naruto's eyes widened as he said, "Oh yeah, well with some help, I moved all your stuff moved to the Uzumaki compound." What? Still stunned, he inquired. "Yes. Why not use the compound properly since I purchased it all those years ago?" she reasoned. Kushina looked at Naruto's face to see him excited, but he was far from it. "Naruto, what's wrong? What's the matter?" He paced for a moment before snapping his head back to face her, a dangerous look in his eyes. "What's wrong? You took everything I owned out of my house without my consent," he shouted, and Kushina gasped in shock but also became enraged. "Who do you suppose you are to be shouting at me in that manner? I believe I'm a boy who hasn't had a parent to support him. Then you suddenly think you can act like my mother when you get home, as though you've known me my entire life." He didn't mean to say it aloud, but his eyes widened when he did. Kushina was equally shocked, and before she could question him about it, his body flitted off in the distance. When she finally regained consciousness, she began searching for her son and demanding an explanation. Kushina first considered going to Ichiraku's, but when he wasn't there, she went to the Hyuga compound, which was the next best option. After navigating past the guards, she approached the door and knocked, and was relieved to see Hinata answer. Kushina was the last person Hinata had anticipated seeing when she opened the door. In an attempt to avoid looking foolish in front of Naruto's mother, Hinata bowed and said, "Good afternoon, Uzumaki-san." Kushina waved it away. "Get rid of all that formal nonsense, Hinata-chan. Mom is doing well, I'm just kidding about the mom part, but really, you don't need to be so formal, just Kushina." Hinata blushed, and Kushina laughed. After giving a nod, Hinata moved aside to make room for Kushina. "Oh no, Hinata-chan, I won't be here for long. Have you seen my troublemaking son? That's all I'm looking for." Hinata gave a headshake. "I'm afraid I can't say that I have. I was dropped off an hour ago by him. Would you like me to assist you in finding him?" Kushina shook her head at Hinata's suggestion. "It's all right. Just get some rest so you can watch my son kick some ass tomorrow." Before jumping up and scaling the estate, Kushina uttered those words. After searching Konoha for her son but finding him nowhere, Kushina paused to rest and gazed up at the now night sky, where numerous stars sparkled. She loved the night sky. It was so quiet and serene that she occasionally visited her and Minato's favorite location. "That's it," she said this out loud as she made her way to her favorite spot, where she saw a dejected Naruto sitting on the fourth Hokage's head with his knees brought to his chest and appearing to be lost in thought. Kushina chose to take advantage of his momentary inattention and sneak up behind him, but Naruto spoke before she could move. "I see you've been looking for me, Mom." Kushina sighed and froze. "So you noticed." After a while and a lot of curses, Kushina decided to sit next to Naruto and gaze up at the sky. She turned to see that he was looking down at the village with his eyes half open, so she stayed silent and waited for her son to start it. After a while and a lot of curses, Naruto finally got up from his spot to lie down and gaze at the stars. Kushina felt almost asleep, and the only reason she wasn't unconscious was because of Naruto's movements. "Mom. I. Naruto began. "I apologize, I shouldn't have screamed at you. I suppose I simply didn't forgive you entirely. You weren't there for me, and I know that's not your fault, but simply put, letting go is difficult. You came out of nowhere and pretended to be by my side from the start, even though I had been attacked for years without anyone to console me or stop it from happening again." Naruto sighed. "I guess it just finally hit me." "That isn't an excuse, though," Naruto told her. "No matter what you did, you were still the one who gave me life, and I at least owe you a chance to make it up." He sat up and placed a hand on Kushina's shoulder after noticing that she was crying and hearing some sniffling. "I apologize, Naruto. You're right, I've only recently entered your life, but I act like I've reared you myself. I apologize." Naruto gave her a quick hug and a pat on the back, relieved that she wasn't crying uncontrollably, but not because it was any better. "Don't worry, Mom. Although it will take a little longer, everything will work out in the end. I swear." He then got up, bringing his mother with him before releasing her when he believed she would be able to stand alone, and headed for the stairs leading down the Hokage monument. "Now, how about we go home and rest up for tomorrow?" he said. "After all, I got someone's ass to kick," he said, turning around and grinning as he gestured with his thumb. Kushina grinned and began to pursue Naruto. "Say, what is the size of the compound?" Naruto gazed up at the Uzumaki compound, which was just as large as the Hyuga compound, if not larger. Kushina approached the house as though it were ordinary, unlocked the door, and entered, only to exit again. "Why are you holding back?" As she entered the house and waited for Naruto to enter, Kushina cocked her eyebrow and said, "Come on, it's late, and I don't want you using this as an excuse for not going to the exams tomorrow. Naruto covered his eyes when he entered. Well, now, what are you doing? Naruto stopped walking, but he did not open his eyes when she asked. I'll never go to sleep if I look around, he informed her. Kushina laughed and pushed her son toward his room, opening it for him and shoving him in, causing him to fall face down in his handy bed. When he opened his eyes, he saw that his bed was a king-sized bed, and the first thing he noticed was that it was much softer than his old one. His room was even larger than his old house, and he then noticed a huge picture across the room. The image of the fourth Hokage and Kushina gazing affectionately at each other while a blonde infant, still in the hospital, slept in Kushina's arms caused Naruto's eyes to widen. Kushina then sat down next to Naruto on his bed, tears welling up in her eyes. With his own tears encircling his eyes, Naruto sighed and removed his shoes before attempting to fall asleep under the covers. I love this picture. It's the only picture that has all three of us together, she began, her voice breaking only slightly. Before you went to sleep, he said, "Good night, Mom." Kushina gave him a smile and a forehead kiss. Good night, Naruto. Even though Naruto was going to face Takeo in an hour and finally exact revenge, he was still troubled by something that didn't seem right. Not only did it seem like something significant was about to happen, but he also had the feeling that Hinata would suffer a worse fate. Before he could finish thinking, a chakra-powered palm was aimed at his head. Naruto only slightly cocked his head, grabbed the hand's arm, and pulled it back before raising his knee and driving it into one Neji Hyuga's stomach. Naruto was taken aback by his timing, but not enough to fight him by surprise. As Neji doubled over in agony, Naruto vanished and reappeared behind him, only to kick his feet from under him. When Neji hit the ground, Naruto withdrew a kunai and held it to his neck. Neji's eyes were wide open as he finally realized what had happened. He had attacked a fellow comrade and claimed that a comrade could kill him in self-defense, but he was unsure of how he ended up on the ground, and he waited for the kunai to pierce his neck, but it never did. Neji noticed that Naruto was grinning, but what in the world could be making him happy? Neji closed his left eye in pain as Naruto put his kunai away and lifted him by the neck, holding him in the air and, if anything, applying more pressure to his neck with each second that went by. Nice try, Neji, but I was expecting this. How were you aware? Still a little exhausted from Naruto's abrupt movements, Neji asked feebly. I have references, but that isn't important. Naruto lowered Neji to eye level and said, now tell me, why did you accept Takeo's arrangement? It's foolish, and you'll only end up disappointed. Neji momentarily lost his voice as Naruto spoke so passionately, but he quickly recovered and grinned sarcastically. Naruto laughed sarcastically and spat at Neji's statement, I did it because it was destined. You are aware that's bullshit. Hinata-chan could have been protected from that sick Teme if you had refused him, however, you decided to support him and attempted to assist him in removing Hinata-chan. You were supposed to ensure that Lady Hinata was safe, right? Tell me, Neji. Neji winced, but she didn't immediately respond to Naruto's hateful and malicious statement. Yes. So, what on earth are you doing? Naruto shouted more loudly. I acted in what I believed to be just. Neji took a step back after Naruto released him, but that was about all he did. I worked my entire life to earn what I have, but Hinata got everything in one piece. It's simply unfair. Neji broke down. It was all he could do not to cry at that moment. You must acknowledge that life is unfair, Neji. I think happy endings don't just happen, and no one ever said it was. You must be prepared to put up a fight if you want a happy ending, Naruto informed him. Neji looked up and gave a small laugh. What do you know? Your freedom has never been restricted. You have never known a life of hatred and loneliness. You have no idea what I'm dealing with. Through his rage, Neji said, and Naruto grinned, unsure of where to begin. Naruto looked directly into Neji's eyes and said, but I do know, I know how you feel. If anything, I know it more than you do. My freedom was sealed away even before I was born because of an incident that happened so many years ago. I am despised by the entire village as a result. I probably would have passed away long ago if I had allowed fate to guide my life, but I chose not to. I spit in the face of fate, defying it. Since I knew that nothing was final, I welcomed life with open arms and laughed in the face of peril. Neji was at a loss for words, so he just said the first thing that came to mind. I'm sorry that your father died in place of Heishi-sama, but that is no reason to hold a grudge against the main family. Naruto glanced at the ground and grinned, recalling the term that practically everyone used to refer to him. Why should I listen to you? What makes you think that I can defy fate? Neji considered it, questioning whether he could actually pull it off, because unlike me, you're not pathetic. Neji covered his eyes and Naruto closed them as a sudden gust of wind, leaves, and sand materialized. "What brings you here, Gaara?" Gaara asked, glaring stoically at the two leaf ninjas. "There is something you should know, Naruto Uzumaki." "Man, that's intense. I wonder what he will say. As if you're unaware already. In any case, I chose to include a little omake because this is chapter 20, have fun." Omake. Not a story. Merely for amusement. Naruto collapsed to one knee, panting. With his left eye closed, he observed Orochimaru approaching him. The idea that he had succeeded in assuming Sasuke's body and becoming the final Sharingan holder outside of Kakashi still made him feel nauseous. As he took control of Naruto's former teammate's body, Orochimaru laughed. Adding insult to injury, Orochimaru hissed, "What's wrong, Naruto-kun? Angry that you were never as talented as my Sasuke?" Naruto grinned and spat his blood to the side while clutching his left arm in agony. Orochimaru's smile vanished and was replaced with a frown. "Yeah, right. You might have been able to take out Konoha, but luckily, we saw this coming, so we were able to evacuate everyone." Orochimaru approached Naruto, but stepped on a fresh banana peel and fell off the cliff. "TCH, you might have succeeded in saving everyone, Hokage, but today's the day I will finally be able to rid the world of you." As Orochimaru fell off the steep hill and landed on the blade of a random sword that just so happened to be pointing upward, Naruto watched in disbelief. His heart was pierced by the sword, and he passed away without saying another word. Naruto was so shocked by what he had just witnessed that he started to perspire. Then he felt small, gentle hands encircle his waist. He noticed a mop of indigo hair behind him. From behind, Hinata exclaimed, "Oh Naruto-kun. I knew you'd be able to save all of us from that monster." Naruto turned around and gave his wife a hug in return, grinning. "Thanks, Hinata-chan. It means a lot to know you have so much confidence in me," he said with affection. Then he saw her place a finger to her lips and felt her slip out of his hold. Hinata remarked slyly, "You know, Naruto-kun, you should be rewarded for all your hard work." Naruto's mind went blank and his pants tightened. Before long, his instincts took over and he gave Hinata another hug. After giving her a passionate kiss, he teleported himself and Hinata to a remote location using the Hiraishin to, receive a reward. Naruto tapped his chin thoughtfully for a moment before turning back to his unexpected friend and ally. "I see, this is a problema," he said. Naruto said, "What do you suggest we do?" Gaara shook his head, hoping Naruto would come up with something. Naruto turned to face Neji, who was still a little taken aback by what Gaara had told them. Neji nodded his head and said, "You are a prodigy, aren't you? You are older than Gaara and me." Naruto punched him in the face after grabbing him by the collar. "Then start acting like one and help us come up with a plan. We have less than 3 hours until the snake Teme decides to wipe us out." Naruto screamed while shaking Neji. Neji appeared to awaken and slapped Naruto's hands away from him. Neji assumed a thinking pose, and Naruto was relieved to be acting logical for once. "Fine, calm down. Getting irrational about this is not going to help us out in the least." The three heard fireworks in the distance, indicating that the Chunin exams had begun. It appeared that Naruto had even less time than he had anticipated to come up with a plan, so he cursed, "Damn." However, Neji began to develop a plan and did not allow the pressure to affect him. He had an epiphany. "Okay. This is what's going to happen. They need Gaara to destroy Konoha, but they don't know he's not going to do it, so it gives us the element of surprise. We need to head to the Chunin exams and alert the third Hokage of the invasion. He'll know what to do from there." Gaara and Naruto both nodded. Then, until Gaara halted and clutched his head in agony, the three ran to the location where the Chunin exmas were being held. Naruto asked, "What's wrong, Gaara?" which caused Neji to halt and turn around. Gaara responded with a grunt. He informed them, "I'm fine, just a small headache." "Go, hurry." As Naruto appeared to be considering it, Neji kept running. Gaara shouted, "Don't worry, just go," and Naruto nodded his head in agreement. Gaara attempted to stand, but he was unable to do so due to the pounding in his head. He was suddenly pushed in the opposite direction of the Chunin exams by something around his torso. Gaara's back causes the tree to break and fall. Fortunately, the impact was lessened by Gaara's sand, and he saw his father approaching him when he looked up. The fourth Kazekage remarked, "I see you have decided to disobey my orders, son." He stood with his head still hurting, and Gaara gave him a furious look. Gaara used his free hand to launch his sand at his father, saying, "I did it because I'm tired of listening to someone who wanted me dead since the beginning, father." The Kazekage gave Gaara a knee to the stomach and grinned as he vanished and reappeared in front of him. Once the attack was blocked, Gaara's sand began to cover it with sand. The Cage kicked his foot out of the sand with a sneer. The Cage said, "It's a shame that you did not cooperate, Gaara. I would have made you a hero." But Gaara dismissed it with a sneer. "When Gaara died at my hands today, I will make sure that my rule is one of benevolence rather than fear. I would have been feared instead of respected. I know that's how you rule, but when you die by my hands, I will make sure that my rule will be one of benevolence instead of fear." Suddenly, killer intent filled the air, and Gaara was having trouble breathing, sinking to one knee, and clutching his neck. As the Cage approached Gaara, his smile darkened. He kicked Gaara in the stomach, sending him sprawling, as soon as he was within reach. Gaara dissolved and turned into sand when he stopped. When the Cage turned around, he saw Gaara with his arms crossed and sand flying toward him. "I have the one-tailed demon in me. It'll take more than that to scare me. I do not fear your killing intent." For an instant, the Cage managed to stop the sand by raising his hand, and then he vanished. In order to keep his head from being hit by the Cage's roundhouse kick, Gaara sent his sand to block it. The sand moved swiftly, covering the Cage's foot with sand before he could vanish. Gaara's open hand was closed. "Sand coffin." The Cage yelled in agony as the sand crushed his foot. Leaning back, he clutched his leg in agony. The Cage said, "I'm tired of playing this game," as his leg appeared out of nowhere. Before his sand could react, he vanished and slammed his fingers into Gaara's stomach. Gaara felt his bond with Shukaku deepen and his own control slipping away, causing him to double over and drop to his knees. As he watched sand cover his son's left arm, the Cage grinned. "Whether you want to or not, you will attack this village." The Cage's face was partially sliced by the sand that shot up from the ground. When he dropped his hand, the skin was peeling off the face he was holding in agony, revealing pale skin and a snake-like eye underneath. Before Shukaku took over, Gaara said one final thing while growling. As Gaara's body was covered in sand, all logical thoughts vanished. "Orochimaru, you bastard. I knew you weren't my father." As Hinata and the other civilians sat down, they watched Shikamaru hide in a tree to give himself time to devise a strategy against Temari, his adversary. Cross and Nozomi, the first two Kumo ninjas, faced off in the first match. After 2 hours of vicious fighting, it looked as though neither would prevail, and it ended in a draw. When Hinata's sister, who was seated next to her, put her hand on her shoulder, she snapped out of her reverie. Despite being seated across from Hanabi, Heishi was more focused on the battle. Hanabi remarked, "Hinata, you seem worried." After staring at her for a while, Hinata turned back to the fight. Hinata smiled and said, It is nothing, I am just wondering, is all." Hanabi detested her sister's lies and knew they were false. Hanabi said, "It's about that Uzumaki boy." Knowing that lying now would be useless, Hinata winced but nodded. "He is still not here and I have a feeling that something bad will happen." Keeping his eyes on the battle below, Heishi said, "If something does occur, I trust that you will not get in the way." Hinata's confidence began to wane. Her voice was meek as she said, "Why? Yes, father." Then, out of the corner of her eye, she noticed someone standing beside the Hokage. As she glanced around, she noticed Naruto and Neji conversing with the Hokage. The absence of the Cage was another thing she noticed. She watched as the Hokage called forth two Anbu, who nodded before vanishing. The Hokage then turned to face Naruto and Neji, who both gave another nod before vanishing. When Hinata felt someone put their arms around her neck and give her a quick peck on the cheek, she began to wonder what he was up to. Naruto smiled and said, "Hey." Hinata grinned as well and clasped his right hand in her left. She replied, "Hey." Looking at Hanabi, Naruto cocked his head. He said, "Hey Hanabi-chan, how's it going?" The way he greeted her, as though he had known her all her life, caught Hanabi off guard. She replied, Fine, I guess." Naruto's expression darkened as he turned to face Heishi. Naruto surprised Hanabi by saying, "Good afternoon Heishi. Sama, I assume you are enjoying the Chunin exams?" Hinata smiled in response. Heishi was also taken aback, but he kept it to himself. He gave Naruto his customary stoic look and nodded. Before he left, he kissed Hinata's cheek and whispered something in her ear. "That's good. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have some business to take care of." Although Hinata was a little annoyed that the mask was in her way, she knew that after hearing the news, she shouldn't give it any thought. What's taking Gaara so long? Damn it. When Hayate announced the upcoming match, Naruto's thoughts were cut short. Kakuro told him, drawing laughter from the crowd, but he dismissed it. "I forfeit." Despite his displeasure with the easily earned victory, Shino remained silent. Finally getting his retribution, Naruto grinned and said, "Okay, since he forfeited, we will go on to the next match. Naruto Uzumaki and Takeo Ryusaki. Get down here." Everyone was curious as to why he was completely covered by an orange cloak when he leapt to the ground. Immortal was written in kanji on the back of the cloak, and Fox was written in kanji on the upper left shoulder. Unsheathing his swords, Takeo smirked and leapt to the ground. With an angry and shaky voice, Takeo questioned, "You ready to lose, Naruto-kun?" While the collar of his orange cloak concealed the lower portion of his face, Naruto remained silent and cracked his neck. Hanabi was on the edge of her seat as she watched and waited up in the stands. He didn't want to show it, but Heishi also wanted to see what he could do. With a smile, Hinata contemplated whether he would kill Takeo as soon as possible or merely cause him pain before taking his life. She was wishing for the latter in a very non-Hinata way. Hanabi said as she leaned to her sister's ear, "So I guess we're going to see what your boyfriend can do, Hinata." She muttered, "You better hope he impresses father." Despite knowing that her father was still impressed with him after he rescued her from Kumo's second attempt to kidnap her, Hinata nodded her head. He was now going to demonstrate his suitability as her fiancé copyright. She wished Naruto luck and blushed at the thought. Hayate leapt back, saying, "Okay, if both contestants are ready, you may start." Naruto immediately demonstrated his speed by leaping up and down in the stadium. The stadium was filled with Naruto afterimages that gave the impression that he was in multiple locations at once. With a grin, Takeo put his swords back in their sheaths. As Naruto continued to move around, he began to make hand signals. Ninja art. Hidden mist jutsu. A fog enveloped the stadium, but Naruto continued to move, running around it in a sort of whirlwind to chase away the fog. Takeo threw fireballs at Naruto, but he continued to move. Naruto put his hand close to his mouth and made his own hand signals. Naruto spat out water, canceling out the fireball that was aimed at him and filling the air with steam. Water style. Raging waves. After glancing around, Takeo unshed one sword and deflected Naruto's kunai and shuriken. Takeo was kicked back for not responding quickly enough, and Naruto grabbed one of his swords. After recovering from the blow, he assumed a stance akin to Naruto's and held out his sword. Takeo screamed, "Stop playing tricks on me and remove that damned mask." But Naruto remained motionless. He tightened his hold on his sword and lunged in Naruto's direction. Takeo's moves were all blocked by Naruto, who also managed to hit him a few times. With a sneer, Takeo pressed a portion of Kyuubi's chakra against the blade of his sword. With a powerful swing, he let Kyuubi's compressed chakra head fly directly at Naruto. Then Naruto said, "Demon art. Slicing chakra invocation." Without flinching, he simply raised his hand and waited for the blow to strike. The stadium was rocked to its foundation when Naruto's hand made contact with the explosion. Heishi arched his brows, Hinata grinned, and Hanabi gasped. The stadium was silent as everyone waited for the dust to settle. Sheathing his sword, Takeo laughed. Takeo saw a blur in the dust cloud only halfway through sheathing his sword. His eyes grew wide as it cleared. As it cleared the dust, Naruto's long blonde hair fluttered in the wind. His black mask, which concealed the lower portion of his face, remained unchanged. He had a silver-plated armor over his chest and was dressed in a tight-fitting black muscle shirt with no sleeves. The gray bandages that extended from his fingers to his elbow covered his forearms. He also wore black ninja shoes and a black hakama. His appearance astounded everyone in the room, and some of the girls even flushed. He appeared intimidating and even like a professional assassin, according to everyone. Hinata grinned with pride, and Heishi grinned back. Sakura questioned Ino, who was sitting next to her, and, "No way that's Naruto. Is it?" Not knowing how to respond, Ino simply said nothing. Shikamaru grinned as Choji cheerfully ate his chips. Show off. Tamari was struggling to control her blush, and Kankuro was aware that Naruto would present yet another challenge once the invasion began. As a proud grandfather would, the third Hokage grinned. The Kazekage, who had just returned, concealed his frown. Naruto shook his head, began to make hand gestures, and put his hand to his mouth before saying, "HN, if you think new clothes will help you defeat me, then you are sadly mistaken." Naruto shouted, "Fire style. Fireball jutsu," as a massive fireball sped in Takeo's direction. Takeo grinned and continued to make hand gestures. He then created a larger fireball, which engulfed Naruto's fireball and grew even larger. Once more, despite the fireball's intense heat coming his way, Naruto didn't flinch. Takeo saw his fireball beginning to contract and grimaced. It quickly dissipated, and Takeo noticed Naruto holding out his hand with a green fire burning in it. After that, Naruto made a frantic run for Takeo and stabbed Takeo in the heart with his fox fire hand. Despite Takeo's best efforts to avoid it, a second Naruto appeared over the first, missed, and sliced Takeo's chest. Holding his chest and preventing the blood from tripping, Takeo fell hard. With a sly smile on his face, Naruto approached Takeo cautiously. Takeo was unable to move due to the excruciating pain from the cut on his chest. Finally, I will kill you, Takeo. You have outstayed your welcome here, and I will make sure your leave will be as painful as possible. The entire village began to tremble as Naruto raised his sword high in the air and prepared to bring it down. What? Taking advantage of the confusion, Takeo quickly used Kyuubi's chakra to heal himself after kicking Naruto back. After recovering, Naruto glared at Takeo until he noticed another expulsion up where the cages were. Takeo vanished and then reappeared where Hinata was, saying, "It's been fun, Naruto, but it looks like it's time to get serious. And you're coming with me." Takeo quickly knocked Hinata unconscious, and he vanished before anyone could stop him. A moment later, Naruto emerged in Takeo's place, frantically looking for Hinata. Naruto asked, "Where is she?" before becoming drowsy. Then he saw that many of the civilians had torn off their clothing to show that they were auto ninjas. "It's a genjutsu, Kit," Kyuubi told him, and Naruto heard. With a mental nod, he began to call forth Kyuubi's chakra, allowing it to permeate the space and release the genjutsu. A lot of people awoke once more, and the Chunins and Jonin who weren't already engaged in combat jumped in to help protect their house. Naruto acted quickly after spotting a few auto ninjas frightening bystanders. Naruto cut down the auto nins just before they could stab the poor mother and her two kids. Naruto wiped the blood from his sword after they all fell with force. The civilian saw the smile on Naruto's face. As her perception of the demon child rapidly changed, the mother nodded and escorted her two kids to safety, saying, "Don't worry, as a Konoha shinobi, I will do all I can to ensure everyone is safe. Now please go hide before you are involved in shinobi business again." After observing their departure, Naruto hurried to the stadium's summit. He saw complete chaos all around him. A gigantic sand demon was tearing through the village, destroying everything that got in its way. Looking to his left, Naruto saw the third Hokage engaged in combat with Orochimaru, surrounded by a massive purple barrier. With a frown, Naruto wanted to assist the Hokage but knew he could manage it on his own. Then he turned toward the area where Hinata's chakra signature was felt. He held his mask and grinned without humor. Naruto tore off his mask and did not attempt to control his chakra, which was flailing wildly, saying, "You bastard. I guess you really want to die." Everyone in the stadium halted their activities when they sensed a massive chakra wave emanating from the structure's roof. It was enormous and could likely compete with Kyuubi's. The only distinction was that the chakra was pure. After deciding he needed some support, Naruto leapt from the roof and landed in the center of the stadium. Without wasting any time, he slammed his hand onto the concrete, made some hand signals, and bit his thumb. Summoning Jutsu. A massive tiger stood in the center of the smoke that filled the room before it dispersed. With arm guards on all four legs and a gold battle helmet, the tiger was just as large as Gamabunta, if not larger. It let out a loud roar as it surveyed its surroundings. And the giant tiger roared, "Who summoned me?" Then Naruto came into view and bowed. "I have Tarajushi. Sama. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I am in need of your assistance. I would be greatly honored if you would battle for me." Naruto replied. Tarajushi grinned as he glanced down at Naruto. "Ah yes. The famous Naruto Uzumaki, my children speak fondly of you, as if you were their own sibling. What is it you need my assistance in?" replied Tarajushi. With a frown, Naruto indicated Shukaku's location. "I see they let his container sleep, fools. I see, I will aid you Uzumaki but only this one time. The next time, I would like to be notified ahead of time, is that understood?" Naruto smiled and created a shadow clone. People below were afraid of the enormous tiger because they were unsure if it was an ally or not. Many auto nins paused their attacks to gaze in wonder at the tiger. Since Kakashi didn't want to waste his chakra on Lightning Blade, this left them open and allowed him to use his Chidori to defeat more auto nins. Saddened that he had done nothing to assist his student, he gazed up at Naruto. His village was being overrun, and he had just returned. Fortunately, Sasuke and a few other genin were safe and assisting in escorting the civilians out of the stadium. Suddenly, Naruto was on top of the tiger as it leapt over the stadium walls and ran after Shukaku. Sasuke caught a glimpse of another Naruto running in the other direction out of the corner of his eye. Sasuke was curious about his destination and would soon find out. Before a tiger gave him a violent headbutt and forced him out of the village, Shukaku was contentedly demolishing numerous buildings and some of the residents. Upon his recovery, Shukaku discovered that the tiger was actually Terajushi. Shukaku screamed, "You pest! What the hell are you doing here?" Terajushi roared as he charged up a fireball. "I was called to defend this home and I will do just that. If you don't fight with everything you got, then this will surely be your last fight." Taking a deep breath, Shukaku punched his stomach. Wind style. Air bullet. Terajushi leapt high into the air and let loose the fireball as the attack came straight at him. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. Shukaku threw up some sand, which turned into glass as he blocked the fireball. Shukaku witnessed Terajushi dash towards him and smash through the glass. Terajushi quickly cut off Shukaku's left arm by thrusting its claw forward and rearing it back before it could react. As its arm dropped, Shukaku screamed in agony. Then it laughed as sand began to build up and create a new arm in his left. Terajushi said, "Hey kid, do you know any jutsus that might help speed this up?" Naruto began to make hand gestures, holding out both palms and even putting some of Kyuubi's chakra into them. Elemental style. Baneway Molten Whirlpool Jutsu. Naruto closed his palms as the water and fire began to spin in front of him, and the whirlpool of water and fire raced in the direction of Shukaku's recently acquired left arm. Terajushi chose to direct another fireball at Shukaku's right arm. As a result of Naruto's attack, Shukaku's left arm was torn off and either soaked in some sand or burned until it turned to glass. His right arm was just made of glass by Terajushi's attack. Shukaku let out a painful yelp and began to run around wildly once more. Naruto nodded and braced himself for what was about to happen. "Listen kid, we need to wake Shukaku's container so the damned beast can go down. Now, I'm going to rush him and hold on to him long enough for you to climb on and beat some sense into the container." Takeo came to a halt and stared in disbelief as a huge tiger emerged into the stadium. Knowing that Naruto would save the village before he could save Hinata, he grinned. She was startled awake and forced to see the tiger by him. Hinata leapt out of Takeo's arms and assumed a defensive position, saying, "You see that Sunshine, your little boyfriend would rather save the village than you, what a shame." Even though she was still a little weak from being knocked out, Hinata boldly declared, "He will save me and he will kill you. I'm pretty sure that he can't be in two places in one." "Don't count on it." Then, without any prior notice, Takeo was thrown backwards when a fist struck his chin. Naruto, who was panting, appeared between Hinata and Takeo. "Naruto-kun!" exclaimed Hinata joyfully. Naruto gave her a smile. Naruto pulled out his sword and stopped Takeo's arc, saying, "I told you once and I'll keep telling you. I will always protect you, even with my life." Then, as Naruto exuded a great deal of intent to kill, Takeo faltered and his attack weakened. Naruto pushed Takeo back and caused his back to strike a tree, saying, "You will not win, Takeo. I will stop you myself." With his Kyuubi chakra taking too long to heal him, Takeo moaned as he slid down the tree. Suddenly he burst out laughing. Takeo made a strange hand gesture and said, "You might be able to kill me now, but I know someone who will stop you." Naruto swung down to cut it short because he was sick of listening to him talk. He never expected the person who stopped his sword from hitting its target to stand up for Takeo. Hinata used her kunai to block Naruto's sword as she stood in front of Takeo, asking, Hinata. Chan, what are you doing?" Tears were streaming down Hinata's eyes, which were lifeless and appeared to be out of it. Naruto would have run after Takeo as he ran toward the village gates, but Hinata blocked his path. "I'd love to stay and see how this ends, but I have to retreat and recover. Some other time, Naruto-kun," Takeo said. Even though her hands were trembling, she was prepared to throw the kunai at Naruto in the event that he pursued Takeo. Though he knew it was futile, Naruto could see Hinata attempting to counter Takeo's influence. Naruto was being killed from the inside out after Takeo gave her an injection that forced her to listen to him. Before sprinting towards Naruto with her kunai poised to stab him in the heart, Hinata muttered, I'm sorry. And Naruto. K.kun. Naruto was aware that he couldn't harm Hinata in any way. Naruto heard Sasuke say, "Move Naruto," and saw him use one of his to block Hinata's kunai. Naruto glanced at him and then at Hinata, saying, "What are you waiting for? Go after him. I'll keep Hinata busy and make sure she doesn't get hurt." After giving a nod, he pursued Takeo. As he pushed Hinata away, Sasuke grunted, "Thanks Sasuke." Naruto ran after Takeo as quickly as he could. He would see to it that all of his expenses were covered. A tornado of water and fire hardly missed Naruto as he leapt into the air. Naruto turned to see Takeo grinning. "I'm tired of you trying to stop me." "No more," Takeo said, tearing off his shirt and making some hand gestures. This is it, Naruto. Takeo slammed his hand on his stomach and a seal materialized, saying, I will kill you with the very chakra that runs inside your veins. He collapsed to his knees in agony as it spread throughout his body. As red chakra began to envelop Takeo, he burst out laughing. The demon cloak quickly encased him as 3 chakra tails formed behind him and 2 chakra fox ears appeared on his head. This is it, I can feel Kyuubi's chakra going through me, healing me and making me stronger, he exclaimed. Takeo dropped to his knees and began to burn the branch he was standing on. With an ear-piercing roar, Takeo exclaimed, This is it, Naruto. This is where we both battle for the last time and we discover who is the superior monster. Kyuubi's chakra engulfed Naruto as well, and he soon resembled Takeo with his 3 chakra tails and all. I will come out victorious, but I will never be the better monster. Sarutobi made some hand signals and leapt out of the way of approaching snakes. Fire style. Dragon Flame Bomb. Orochimaru made a few quick hand gestures before a yellow coffin bearing the kanji for first appeared out of the ground. Give it up, old man. I will win this and I will watch as this pitiful village burns to the ground. And what better way to do this than using Konoha's so-called protector? When the 3rd Hokage understood what Orochimaru was discussing, his eyes grew wide. He made hand signals and pulled out a couple of shuriken. As the second coffin with the kanji for second rose from the ground, Orochimaru responded to Sarutobi's jutsu with his own by making yet another series of hand signals. Sarutobi revealed his jutsu and threw his shuriken. Orochimaru grinned and exclaimed, Ninja art. Shuriken Shadow Clone Jutsu. Earth style. Mud Wall Jutsu. Orochimaru then spat out mud, which solidified to shield the rapidly rising 3rd yellow coffin, designated 4th. The 3rd coffin was pushed back under the earth as the wall of dirt blocked the shadow shuriken. Sarutobi was shocked that he had failed to prevent the 3rd coffin. He was uncertain now whether he could defeat Orochimaru. When the 3 coffins creaked open, the once dead Hokages emerged. Their bodies were covered in cuts and scars, and they appeared extremely pale. Sarutobi was astounded by what he saw. It seemed almost like a genjutsu. The 1st Hokage said, Sarutobi, you've grown old. The 2nd went on, where are we by the way? Which caused the 3 Hokages to turn and examine their surroundings. Minato spoke before anyone could respond. So old man, how's my son? Minato asked with a smile that didn't seem to fit him, according to Sarutobi. Behind his smile, he was berating himself for giving his only child a demon. Sarutobi averted his gaze in embarrassment, unsure of how to break the news of his son to his predecessor. Minato heard the hesitancy in his voice but was not given the opportunity to inquire about it. He's been okay. A voice hissed behind Minato, drawing his attention. That is quite a sight. How can you lie to the best Hokage this hellhole has created right to his face? Minato glared at the snakes on him, shifting his head ever so slightly to the left. His voice was low as he asked, what do you mean? Sarutobi stiffened and Orochimaru laughed. Despite their curiosity, the other 2 Hokages maintained their passive demeanors. Orochimaru grinned at Minato's shocked face and Sarutobi's irate one. Many of the villagers have shunned him, despised him, wanted him dead ever since he was born. They still do. They have ignored your last wish of seeing him as the hero you see him as and did the opposite. They see him as the Kyuubi incarnate. Sarutobi screamed. How would you know that? You left before any of this happened. Ignoring Sarutobi's outburst, Orochimaru stabbed a kunai with a seal attached to the back of the first 2 Hokages' heads and watched it be swallowed up. Enough talk, it's time for the fighting to begin. All of the 2 Hokages' wounds were immediately healed, and their skin began to take on some color again. They glanced at their hands, then down at their bodies. The 2nd Hokage asked no one in particular, what has happened? The 1st Hokage responded, it appears that Orochimaru is influencing us. Meanwhile, Minato was still in disbelief over his son's news. Silently, he uttered, they rejected him. Minato's reflexes took over and he leapt away from the Hokages, both old and present, as Orochimaru approached from behind and prepared to implant the special kunai into his head. Stay back, he exploded. Orochimaru regarded the 2 Hokages with a sneer. Orochimaru gave the 2nd Hokage the order, you, hold him down long enough for me to implant this in him. He told the 1st Hokage, you deal with the old man. Both vanished and then resurfaced in front of their intended victim. Get away from me, Minato yelled, letting go of his desire to kill. After a brief moment of hesitation, the 2nd Hokage launched his attack. While running, the 1st Hokage made some hand signals, pushed wooden stakes out of the ground, and attempted to stab Sarutobi. Sarutobi threw some kunai and leapt out of the way. To block the kunai, the first Hokage caused a branch to emerge. Then he hit Sarutobi with the branch. He extinguished the fire and made some hand signals. Fire style. Dragon Flame Bomb. As the fire approached the first Hokage, it scorched the wood around it. Jumping out of its way, the first Hokage made additional hand signals. At the conclusion of the hand signs, he released a tremendous amount of chakra that he had focused. Wood style. Secret technique. Birth of dense woodland jutsu. Tiny roots began to emerge gradually from the forest floor. As more dispersed, it abruptly shook upward, encircling Sarutobi and thickening at the same time. Thus, while Sarutobi stayed inside, a massive tree with numerous branches and leaves stood tall and solid. As he watched his teacher become ensnared in the jutsu, Orochimaru grinned. The final team outside Konoha's walls was eliminated when Kushina, far off, cut the final sound nin in half. She was aware that the team she had just destroyed would have called forth whatever it was they were attempting to call forth if Naruto hadn't alerted her to the approaching disaster with a shadow clone. Kushina! She exclaimed as she turned to face Jiraiya and a group of Anbu. Jiraiya went on gravely, the enemy shinobi near the west gates have been killed. Kushina grinned inwardly, relieved that he was serious when it was called for. Good, I took care of this group and I think that was all of it, he replied. Kushina glanced toward the area where Shukaku and a giant tiger were engaged in combat as another chakra spike filled the air. We should probably go help out the Ri. She had not experienced a chakra spike in over a decade when she finished. In an instant, she leapt toward the Chunin exams stadium and said, No, it can't be him. He sighed and yelled, Kushina. When she failed to hear him, the ground shook abruptly, and a huge snake that was smaller than the tiger or Shukaku emerged from 500 feet away. Jiraiya turned to the Anbu team and questioned, who was supposed to secure that area. After they had surveyed each other, the bear masked leader came forward. The Anbu captain replied, You Jiraiya. Sama, you were supposed to secure that area. Jiraiya bit his thumb and perspired. Right, he said, making some hand signals before slamming his hand to the floor. Summoning jutsu. Kushina arrived just outside the menacing purple barrier onto a roof that had been destroyed a few minutes later. The enormous tree inside the barrier confused her. She had barely time to consider the tree before she noticed a flash of yellow. She caught a glimpse of a blonde person avoiding a water dragon and hurling a kunai in the other direction out of the corner of her eye. When she recognized the blonde man, her eyes grew wide. Quietly, she said, Minato-kun? Kushina spotted a massive tidal wave head for Minato as he slipped beneath the water he was standing on. She shouted, Minato-kun, loudly. Minato turned to face her and was taken aback to see her. The tidal wave struck his body and swept over him before he could move. Abruptly, a yellow flash flashed as near to Kushina as it could without coming into contact with the barrier. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances, one shedding tears, the other beaming with joy. She cautioned him, Minato-kun, it is you. Stand back. When he did, she sliced open a section of the barrier, just enough to allow her to jump through, and pumped her chakra into her Zanbato. Just before the barrier could mend itself, she leapt into Minato's arms. While her half-melted Zanbato lay forgotten beside them, Minato rubbed her back and whispered comforting words into her ear as Kushina sobbed into his chest. He was happy to have her back in his arms and assured her, It's okay, I'm here now. Kushina's whole body was filled with the warmth that only Minato could provide. She missed his warmth and the sense of connection that only he could provide. Between sobs, she said, I missed you. Her voice was muffled by Minato's chest. In the hopes that it would help, Minato kept massaging her back. She felt shivers down her spine as he whispered in her ears, I know, so have I, my love. She sobbed some more, saying, Please don't leave me alone again. After he calmed down a bit, he pulled her back and reassured her, I won't. I promise. His azure eyes met her colored eyes as they gazed down. He grinned and laughed as she flushed from the intensity of his gaze. I can't believe after all these years I can still make you do that. He replied. When Kushina saw that his face was approaching hers, she pouted and started to respond. Standing on her toes, she made the decision to approach him halfway. Minato grimaced and grunted in agony as he dropped to his knees when they were just inches away. As she looked around his person to see what was wrong, Kushina became extremely concerned. Soon, a seal wielding kunai was seen digging deeper into Minato's skull. Although it didn't reach all the way into his skull, it got deep enough for Minato's wounds to mend, his skin to regain its color, and his eyes to turn lifeless. With a painful grunt, he reached into his kunai pouch. He cautioned, Kushina. Chan. Get back. Minato tried to bury the kunai in Kushina's abdomen, but she jumped back and avoided it. Before he heard Orochimaru laugh, she was perplexed. Through her tears, she gave him a fierce look. Her voice was a growl, "You bastard." Orochimaru merely let out a loud laugh and leapt back when a long staff struck the ground he was standing on. Minato attempted to cut her with his three-pronged kunai, but Kushina flipped back. She wiped away her tears and picked up her half-melted Zanbato, holding it in front of her with both hands on the grip. Kushina and Minato exchanged glances. Neither wanted to fight the other, but there wasn't much of an alternative. Minato took the initiative and vanished in a flash of yellow. Unconsciously, Kushina closed her eyes and grinned. She was familiar enough with Minato to understand his actions. She lifted her forearm perpendicular to the floor and spun on her heels. She managed to hold his leg in place and stop a roundhouse kick. Minato flew away from her after she turned around and kicked him in the middle. A kunai scratched her shoulder, preventing her from resting. The second Hokage was coming toward her when she turned around. The second Hokage exclaimed, "Water style, water bullet," and then inhaled deeply. She muttered, "Damn," before jumping over the water bullet that was going to strike her and throwing a kunai at the second Hokage. When the second Hokage parried it, it exploded out of nowhere, sending him flying backwards. Then Kushina used the occasion to see what was left of her. She still had roughly 5 explosive tags, 2 shuriken, and 4 kunai. She grinned as she rapidly formulated a plan in her head. She gathered her necessities and got ready to fight. Kushina was doing as well as Sarutobi. He managed to escape the tree that the first Hokage had summoned, and he started working on his summon, King Emma, right away. The monkey had changed into a massive staff that was separated into smaller staffs to form a cage that kept Sarutobi safe. Sarutobi launched an offensive, forcing the staff to extend and crash into the first Hokage's face. Now, as the first Hokage charged at him, Sarutobi made a few hand gestures. Earth style. Great Mud River Jutsu. The first Hokage was momentarily unsteady as the ground beneath him abruptly turned into a river of mud. Sarutobi took advantage of the circumstance by making additional hand signals, culminating in the dragon sign. Earth style. Earth Dragon Bomb Jutsu. The first Hokage was hit by concentrated mud fired from a dragon-like head that emerged from the mud. But Sarutobi wasn't finished yet. Sarutobi spit fire from his mouth, illuminating the concentrated mud balls the mud dragon fired, all of which were aimed at the first Hokage. Fire style. Fire Dragon Bomb Jutsu, he said. When the smoke cleared, Sarutobi could see a small, perfectly intact wooden shelter where the first Hokage had been before a massive explosion rocked the building they were on to its foundation. When the temporary shelter hit the ground again, the first Hokage was unharmed. Sarutobi snatched up his staff and charged at the first Hokage, swinging it as forcefully as he could. This was anticipated by the first Hokage, who raised his hands to block it. The first Hokage shook his head as the blow struck. The first Hokage said gravely, "Is that all? You're going to need to do more than that to stop me." As a pair of arms emerged from the staff and grasped the first Hokage's arms, Sarutobi grinned. Without saying another word, Sarutobi swung the staff that was still holding the first Hokage, causing him to fly in the direction of the purple barrier. "I know." The first Hokage grinned before the purple barrier obliterated him. Sarutobi let his guard down and sighed, seeing that the enemy had been defeated. His life would soon be forever altered by this choice. After slipping back over a water bullet from the second Hokage, Kushina kicked Minato's chin and ducked under his kunai, sending him flying. She took a shuriken and 2 kunai and tossed one of each. Avoiding the 2 weapons, the second Hokage leapt into the air. Anticipating this, Kushina aimed her final kunai directly at the second Hokage's heart. It hit the second Hokage in the heart because he was too slow to block it. Disappointed, he shook his head. Kushina made a random hand gesture, but he told her, "I will not die this way. I don't think you'll be enough to stop me." The second Hokage heard something coming from his chest as she said, "Oh, I'm more than enough." 3 explosive tags were wrapped inside the kunai's grip when he looked down. He closed his eyes and grinned. The second Hokage's final words before the explosive tags detonated and blew him away, reducing him to dust, were, "I see. Well done." A sound nin's body emerged from the smoke cloud and hit the ground with a gruesome thud. Kushina was relieved that she had defeated the second Hokage before he could do anything that would cause problems. As she blocked one of Minato's kunai and picked up her melted Zanbato, she didn't forget about him. She gave him a shove and gestured with her hands. She shouted, "Wind style, air bullet," and then spit out a concentrated stream of wind directly at Minato. With his arms folded, Minato faced the blast. After the dust cloud dissipated, His shirt was torn off, but that was the only incident. Kushina raised her Zanbato and slammed it onto Minato, who blocked it with a three-pronged kunai while muttering obscenities. Neither of them gave an inch as they fought for supremacy. As Kushina attempted to defeat Minato, perspiration trickled down her face. Minato, however, appeared to be waiting for her to initiate contact rather than making an effort. Minato shocked her by saying, "Kushina-chan, kill me." This gave him the chance to push her back and cause her to trip over a tile. After falling, she glanced up from behind and saw Minato approaching her slowly. Minato told her, passively, but his unshed tears revealed his sadness. "Kill me now. I can try to stop myself, but eventually I will attack against my will again. So please, just kill me." Kushina jolted out of her daze and shook her head angrily. She screamed obstinately, "No, I won't do it. I refuse to lose you again." With a sigh, Minato's arm uncontrollably raised to complete the task. Kushina swept his feet out from under him, performed a handspring, and leapt away from him before he could kill him. After using a lot of chakra and engaging in a lot of physical activity, she felt a little worn out and panted. She was at her wit's end and didn't know how to disable Minato without killing him, which was another issue. Recalling her previous Anbu training, Kushina infused her left hand's middle and index fingers with chakra and bided her time until Minato approached. She leapt over Minato's blow, grabbed his shoulders, and used both feet to kick him in the stomach. His back struck the enormous tree that the first Hokage had called forth as he flew across the roof. With the expectation that this would finally come to an end, Kushina ran at him until Minato vanished in a cloud of smoke. Until he kicked her on her back, she was mostly shocked and didn't realize he was behind her. She turned around after taking 2 steps forward. Minato's heart was only a few centimeters away from being stabbed when Kushina grabbed her wrist. He withdrew and charged once more. Despite being pushed back, Kushina held firm. She was startled when her back struck the tree behind her, which allowed Minato to stab Kushina with his kunai. Kushina saw the kunai pierce her stomach, spat out blood, and looked down. She turned to face Minato again, who was crying, his expression unflappable. Lowly, he said, "I'm sorry." Kushina placed her left hand on the base of his head while her head rested on his shoulder. Before Minato's body tensed and he collapsed to the ground, motionless and wearing a shocked expression, she said, "So am I." Too shocked to speak, he questioned, "How?" Kushina smiled as she lowered herself to her knees and applied pressure to her open stomach wound. "I think that's it for me. I don't have a lot of chakra left in me and I think this is a fatal wound, though I could be wrong. Just in case." Kushina let her tears fall and gave Minato one last tender glance before closing her eyes, her smile never faltering. "I used the paralysis jutsu they teach you when you're in the Anbu Black Ops." With her face down on the ground and a tiny pool of her blood forming beneath her, she concluded, "Goodbye my love." Minato was unable to do anything but watch as his one and only love collapsed and remained unconscious, perhaps dead. Minato felt his will increase tenfold and his anger rise. Although he was still affected by the paralysis jutsu, he was aware that he would complete the task the elderly man had begun as soon as he was free of it. Murdering Orochimaru. He had to exercise patience because he could feel some movement in the tips of his fingers and toes, but it wasn't enough. Sarutobi, look out! Sarutobi felt a sharp pain in his chest while he had his back turned, but he didn't react quickly enough. He saw the Kisangani sword's blade pierce him as he looked down. He turned to see King Emma preventing the sword's guard from fully encroaching on him. He soon felt his life evaporating and coughed up some blood. As Orochimaru approached his former instructor, he collapsed to his knees and coughed up more blood. Orochimaru, now standing over Sarutobi, grabbed him by the neck and brought him up to eye level, saying, "Face it, old man, this fight is over." Too preoccupied to notice Sarutobi's brief hand signals, Orochimaru uttered, "There isn't a single thing you can do now. I will watch this pitiful village burn to the ground and cherish the faces of all the villagers and shinobi of this hellhole." Sarutobi held Orochimaru tightly by the shoulders and uttered the feeble words, "I can. Still do this." Orochimaru was about to remark on Sarutobi's stubbornness after laughing at it when he noticed something behind Sarutobi. His voice was incredulous as he said, "The Shinigami." Soon after, he became enraged and attempted to slit Sarutobi with the sword, but King Emma stopped him, preventing it from doing so. Orochimaru shouted, "Stubborn old man. Just drop and die already." Sarutobi found it difficult to keep Orochimaru's soul in his grasp. He managed to remove his arms, but it was difficult to remove the rest. With difficulty, Sarutobi reassured him, "I will not give up. I will ensure the safety of this village even at the cost of my own life." Orochimaru mocked him and attempted to sever him with the sword once more, but King Emma held on to him. Sarutobi knew that Orochimaru's vitality would soon vanish because he was still struggling to keep him in place. He removed Orochimaru's arms and completed the jutsu with a final pull. Letting him go, he stumbled back and forth while attempting to maintain his balance. Orochimaru threw his arms up and jumped back. He sensed them becoming numb as they quickly turned purple. They were an unhealthy purple, and they lay limply at his sides. He let out a cry of agony and collapsed to his knees. Through his agony, he cried, "You miserable old man! What have you done to my arms?" Tired from his battle but amused by Orochimaru's response, Sarutobi grinned. "I have taken from you that of which is important to you. Without your arms, you cannot learn new jutsu, which will ultimately end your dreams of knowing every jutsu known to man." Orochimaru stared at Sarutobi. Orochimaru threatened, "Damn you old man. I swear if you make it through your wounds, I'll guarantee that your death will be slow and painful." But Sarutobi laughed. "Even if I were to survive this wound, because I used the Reaper death seal, I was going to die anyways." Sarutobi could only hear, "You senile old fool," before his hearing deteriorated and his eyelids grew heavy. The professor and third Hokage of Konohagakure no Sato, Hiruzen Sarutobi, said those final words before he fell back and hit the ground. "When the tree leaves dance, one shall find flames. The fire's shadow will illuminate the village, and once again, tree leaves shall bud anew." The fact that he was smiling and had a calm expression on his face indicated that he had ultimately prevailed in the battle. Before poofing back to his world, King Emma silently paid his respects to his now dead summoner. Orochimaru detested his placid face. He said, "Stubborn old fool." He was about to walk away when he felt a sharp kick strike his face. When he came to a stop after skidding across the tiled roof, he saw Minato standing menacingly above him. Orochimaru muttered a curse to himself. "How are you going against my influence?" he inquired. With the intention of putting an end to everyone's suffering, Minato yelled, "I'm not sure, but I'm not letting this opportunity go to waste," and charged in Orochimaru's direction. Rather, a golden arrow was hurled at Minato, who leapt back. He noticed a dark-skinned, disfigured man with 6 arms and a bow to his left. Minato threw a kunai at the man while grunting. The man laughed and blocked it with his bow. With a wry smile, Minato vanished in an instant. Minato kicked his head with a roundhouse kick, surprising the 6-armed man and leaving him unable to react when he sensed a presence behind him. Right off the roof's edge, the man was launched into the distance. Minato searched for Orochimaru but was unable to locate him. At that moment, he realized that the menacing purple barrier had vanished along with Orochimaru. Anbu quickly made its way inside the roof and joined Kushina and the third Hokage. When Minato recalled Kushina's condition, he felt anguish rise in his chest and hurried to be by her side. He knelt down in front of his lover after pushing past a number of astonished Anbu. He gazed down at Kushina, his blue eyes smeared with unshed tears. An Anbu wearing a raven mask questioned uncertainly, "Fourth Hokage?" Minato stayed motionless and silent, refusing to respond to the question, "Are you really alive?" When Minato's eyes opened, he quickly recognized the person the Anbu was referring to. "I thought you died after sealing Kyuubi into the Demon Boy ears." The raccoon masked Anbu who said that took a punch to the gut and then a hard kick to the face after a fast spin. Leaping back, Minato gazed down at the other Anbu ninja. The other Anbu shook their heads in shock at his statement. "Anyone else want to call my son the Demon Boy? Okay, now what the hell are you doing standing around when the third and Kushina need medical attention? Have I been gone for so long that the Anbu standards have been lowered?" Minato complained and issued directives. After hearing a chorus of, "Yes sir," the ANBUs hurried to retrieve Sarutobi and Kushina. Minato was about to follow them after they had been lifted up and taken to the hospital when the earth shook with a tremendous explosion. Minato turned to see the source of the shaking and a Hokage monument-sized explosion in the distance. Minato had no idea who or what they were doing out there, but he was going to find out soon. Takeo and Naruto didn't move or even make a sound. The intensity of Kyuubi's chakra was causing some tearing in his clothing, but Naruto knew it could hold. The adrenaline that Kyuubi's chakra typically produces filled Naruto's body, making him want to charge into the battle. But his body stayed motionless because his mind wanted Takeo to initiate contact. Naruto was staring at Takeo with bloodlust, which made Takeo smile broadly. Takeo began, "You know Naruto-kun." Naruto sneered at Takeo, saying, "You and I aren't so different, one in the same. You and I are nothing alike. You are a snake who uses everyone for your own self-gain. I protect the people I love and do what I think is right. I fight for my friends and family while you fight for yourself. You will never be stronger than me, not as long as I have someone to fight for." Naruto stated to him. With a laugh, Takeo flashed his canines. But we do contain the Kyuubi and are nothing more than monsters. There is nothing anyone can do or say to change that. We will always be shunned because of what we hold. How about a truce? You join up with me and we leave Konoha. How's that sound? Replied Takeo. Naruto questioned, still ready for anything. Sounds vague. What is it exactly you have planned? What I got in mind is not important now, so what do you say? Still not believing Takeo, Naruto repeated, what do I get out of it? I will make sure that your precious people will be safe. Takeo replied. With his other senses alert, Naruto closed his eyes. Takeo waited for Naruto to speak while grinning. Naruto eventually opened his eyes and gave him a fierce look. With venom in his voice, he growled, I don't think so. Takeo gave a headshake. What a shame, He leapt back when Naruto swiped his claws. Takeo said, well, that was really rude. Naruto squatted and threw himself from the branch, shouting, I don't care, I'm not here to talk but to fight. The demon cloak that encircled him grew stronger as he closed his fist, and he let it extend to strike Takeo as he was still in midair. Takeo reached out and grasped the closest tree with his demon cloak arm. He quickly drew closer to it, but Naruto's lethal blow missed. Naruto sneered as he landed on the tree branch Takeo had just entered. Naruto moved his arm so that Takeo's hand followed his outstretched hand. Once at the tree, Takeo ducked under the fist once more and flipped off it. Takeo threw himself on top of Naruto and laughed. Naruto attempted to use his right claw to cut Takeo down after pushing himself off that branch. To stop Naruto's attack, Takeo grabbed his claw with his left. Then, pushing both hands away, he whirled around in midair, his tails following. The three tails struck Naruto in the head as a result of this action. It sent him hurtling toward the ground. The ground trembled as a result of the incredible impact, and Naruto created a crater that was roughly 7 feet in diameter and 7 feet deep. As Takeo touched down beside the crater Naruto had made, he burst out laughing. He peered down into the crater, but the dust cloud obscured everything. Takeo grunted and cocked his head. He said, sad. He made a few hand gestures before being struck in the face with a sharp blow. He skidded on the floor after flying back. He saw the demonic claw retreat into the dust cloud as he came to a halt. Takeo grinned as he spat out his loose tooth, and a moment later, a new one had grown in its place. He got up and moved in the direction of the crater. Before long, it changed to a jog, then a run, and finally a sprint. He sucked in a lot of air and leapt into the air, spinning. Takeo shouted, wind style, air bullet, and spat out a large amount of concentrated air in the middle of the dust cloud. Fire style. Fireball jutsu. A huge fireball emerged from the center, traveling toward Takeo as the dust settled. It collided with the air bullet, causing a massive explosion. Takeo shielded himself from the explosion by crossing his arms in front of his body. He appeared to have been knocked unconscious as he fell quickly to the ground. About 20 feet off the ground, he opened his eyes and flipped his body so that he would land upright. Takeo landed on the ground, cushioned by chakra, which caused more pieces of the earth to rise. He surveyed his surroundings and looked around. He leapt into the air, shook his head, and watched as Naruto emerged from the earth. With a sneer, he closed his fist and pursued Takeo. Takeo avoided the fist he threw. When Takeo noticed a gap, he put his tail around Naruto's neck and began to spin, dragging him along with him. What goes up must come down, as most people are aware. Soon after, Takeo and Naruto paused briefly in midair before descending, still spinning. Takeo released Naruto after being pleased with his speed, and he struck the ground with a strong impact. Takeo landed on Naruto, pushing him farther into the earth before he could catch his breath. Blood and the last of the air in Naruto's lungs were spat out. After admiring his expression, Takeo pressed his hand into Naruto's chest. Ah! Reverberated Naruto's voice through the thick forest. Takeo landed a few feet away from Naruto after flipping back. Naruto coughed up blood and clutched his chest in agony. He stumbled a little as he willed himself to stand, but he glared at Takeo after he did. Lowly, he said, bastard. The hole in Naruto's chest had disappeared as he felt Kyuubi heal him. Suddenly, Naruto was out of Takeo's line of sight. Before getting ready, Takeo blinked a few times. Despite his pain, Naruto was always a threat when hidden, regardless of his condition. Demonic art. Fire style. Hell's disc. Takeo turned just in time to see, approaching him, a disc composed of green fire. He jumped back, but not far enough to get away from it. He was unaffected by the attack, but when it struck the ground, rocks and fragments of the earth flew upward and struck Takeo. He was struck in the face and other areas by some. His skin could be penetrated by one. A plane was created as a result of the attack, which also destroyed the majority of the nearby trees. Takeo suppressed a painful growl. Takeo was directly in front of Naruto when he suddenly materialized and struck him in the face. Takeo lowered his knee to Naruto's stomach and ducked under. Naruto quickly recovered after spitting some of his spit out and connected Takeo's chin with an uppercut. After reversing 3 steps, Takeo lifted his left foot, spun on his right heel, and slammed his left ankle into Naruto's cheek. Takeo charged after Naruto while he was still on the ground after the spinning heel kick made contact. As he rolled into a single handstand and spun on it with his right leg outstretched, Naruto had other ideas. Takeo resorted to blocking the kick because he was moving too quickly to stop immediately. Naruto brought his left leg down and pushed himself off the ground. Takeo was unprepared for the third kick, but he blocked it as well. Naruto then kicked Takeo into the air after flipping back. He continued to flip forward until he was performing a handstand beneath Takeo. He pushed himself up off the ground and kicked Takeo in the chin several times, lifting him into the air. Naruto made the modified ram sign following the 17th kick. He then seized Takeo's ankles and yelled, "Shadow Clone Jutsu." As the 3 clones he had called forth seized Takeo's ankles and then each other's. Keeping one clone by the ankles, the final clone began to spin around, forcing Takeo and the other clones to follow. The real Naruto, at ease with their speed, released Takeo and sent him flying with unimaginable force to the ground. The air was heavy with dust, obscuring Naruto's vision. Takeo experienced a burning sensation in his chest and multiple fractures in his back. He dismissed the sensation and allowed Kyuubi's chakra to do its best job of healing his wounds. After climbing out of the crater where he had fallen, he searched for Naruto. He was already running in his direction, so it didn't take long to locate him. With lightning fast reflexes, Takeo launched some of his own claw swipes and avoided a number of others. For a while, it went on like that, with one person avoiding the other's blows, the other retaliating, and so on. The speed and ruthlessness of their movements would have given the impression that 2 blurs were colliding if someone had been watching the gruesome scene. While Takeo managed to punch Naruto in the face, Naruto managed to leave a scar directly beneath Takeo's left eye. Naruto vanished in a cloud of smoke after flying back. Takeo spun around to face Naruto after dodging an outstretched claw. Then Naruto ran directly toward Takeo. After taking a deep breath, Takeo screamed sharply when he thought Naruto was close enough. Stopping in his tracks, Naruto covered his ears and fell to his knees. After his attack, Takeo grinned, but it vanished as Naruto vanished in a cloud of smoke. At this, Takeo snarled and searched for a kunai, which he then used to find the last place he had felt Naruto. After leaping from his hiding spot, Naruto began to sprint around Takeo. Once more, it appeared as though Takeo was surrounded by several Narutos. Takeo inhaled deeply and closed his eyes. Then he clapped his hands together over his head, making hand signals too quickly for Naruto to see. He opened both hands as electricity began to flow through them. Both hands were joined by a thin layer of electricity, which was then abruptly compressed into an unstable ball of lightning. Lightning style. Lightning ball. Takeo exclaimed, lowering both hands and letting go of his juggling technique. The closest person barely avoided the jutsu's impact before tripping over it. Just as Takeo kicked hard into the ground, he whirled and leapt back, landing exactly where he was. It was obvious that Naruto and Takeo were exhausted from their battle because they were both breathing heavily. Takeo made the same hand gestures as before, laughing. Naruto's eyes widened and he held out his hand in front of him, spinning chakra in his palm as he said, "As you can see, you're not the only one who learned something new this past month." Lightning style. Lightning ball. Then the chakra became a massive disc. The lightning ball became a part of the spinning disc when it struck it. To put it mildly, Takeo was taken aback. With the spinning lightning disc still in his hand, Naruto raised his hand above his head. Up there, Naruto threw the lightning disc at Takeo while grinning and leaping into the air. He made 2 hand signals while he was quick to think. Wind style. Godly wind from the mountains jutsu. The lightning disc faltered as a sudden gust of wind rushed forward, then veered off course and struck a nearby tree. As the wind blew past, Naruto remained firm. Then they were just staring at each other, both of them panting. When Naruto saw that one of Takeo's 3 tails had vanished, he grinned. Takeo wasted no time in rushing Naruto with a claw reared back, saying, "Don't think that you won just yet. I still have enough power and chakra to ensure victory." Takeo swung his claw forward when he was close enough. Takeo thrust his knee into Naruto's face as he ducked beneath it. Naruto felt his nose snap, and he let out a painful yelp. Takeo wasn't going to let him off that easily, even though he stumbled back. He doubled over in agony as he punched him in the stomach. Then Takeo gave his chin an uppercut, causing him to stand up and stumble back once more. Before delivering a spinning heel kick to Naruto's face, Takeo leapt and whirled in midair. After being pushed back, Naruto landed a short distance away from Takeo. When Takeo noticed Naruto struggling to stand, he grinned and panted. Something moved in the bushes a few feet away from him, drawing his focus away from Naruto. With both of Naruto's swords in her mouth, Miyu emerged at the edge of the combat area. Despite the difficulty, Miyu persisted in bringing Naruto's swords to him. Still unaware of Takeo's presence, Miyu was abruptly carried away by a strong wind gust. She had let go of the sword's handle, sending it flying in Naruto's opposite direction. With a laugh, Takeo grabbed both swords. He gave them a look and continued to laugh. Miyu rushed to Takeo, leapt to her feet, and bit his neck because she was not going to allow him to use her master's swords against him. As Miyu sank her teeth further into Takeo's neck, Takeo gave a painful grunt. He dropped the sword onto his left hand, clenched it into a fist, and began striking Miyu in the head. Takeo continued to punch her after the initial blow because she refused to release her grip. For Naruto's benefit, Miyu yelled in agony with each blow but refused to release her grip. Takeo had had enough of Miyu and shocked him by turning his chakra into lightning. Miyu was blown away and instantly let go. Takeo's attack caused her to fall hard to the ground and twitch in agony. When Miyu released his hold, Takeo grabbed his neck and attempted to stop the blood from spilling out. Kyuubi glared at Miyu as his chakra closed off his wound once more. "A furious, worthless fox," he screamed. "Wind style. Air bullet," Takeo exclaimed, suckling in breath and blasting Miyu with concentrated air. It had an effect on her body and sent her reeling back. When Naruto saw Takeo shoot that air bullet at Miyu, he was more than shocked. Words cannot express how he felt. He managed to teleport to Miyu's location and grasped the tiny fox. When Miyu didn't answer him, he felt tears well up in his eyes. "Miyu? Nothing has changed." Naruto shook his head in shock and closed his eyes, saying, "Miyu, don't die. Please don't." He got up and used his forearm to wipe the tears from his eyes. He pivoted and confronted Takeo. His eyes opened, and he gestured accusingly at Takeo. Shouting, "You?" Naruto's voice sounded like it blended with Kyuubi's. "You did this?" Naruto stepped back, a little intimidated. Naruto went to his knees. Naruto charged at Takeo, punching him in the face before he could react. "You try to take over my life, hurt the one I love. Threatened my home and took my friend away from me. For that I will never forgive you and I will end you," Naruto said. Takeo was flung backward, dropping the swords in the process. Before the silver-haired ninja had even coughed up the blood from his earlier attack, Naruto was behind Takeo thanks to his newfound speed. He gave Takeo a booming roundhouse kick to the back, which sent Takeo flying across the field before an enormous tree snapped under the force and violently stopped him. Takeo was aware of the pain in every fiber of his body. With the assistance of the tree he had collided with, he slowly stood up and swore under his breath. He then turned to look behind him and snarled when he noticed that he had lost another tail, the only one left appearing lifeless and weak. He turned to face Naruto and swore once more. He was panting and appeared to be in pain, but unlike Takeo, he still had all three tails, and from the poisonous glare he had fixed his clone with, he appeared to be able to grow a fourth. He made hand signals and conjured up a large amount of Kyuubi's chakra, deciding to finish this in one go. Naruto could tell what he was doing, so he followed suit. "This is it, we will find out who is destined to live on while the other one dies," he said, his voice returning to normal. "I guess so." Both shinobi screamed simultaneously. Elemental style. Baneway Molten Whirlpool Jutsu. Fire and water whirled and began to accelerate both shinobi's hands. Whirlpools of water and fire rushed forward as both closed their open palms simultaneously. The Hokage monument-sized explosion was produced when the nearly identical whirlwinds collided. "Shit." Together, Naruto and Takeo pondered as the explosion engulfed them. Takeo was gasping for air and staring up at the sky when the explosion subsided. He was unable to sense Naruto's chakra and had very little left. When he realized he had won, he laughed. After struggling to his feet, he looked around. The amount of damage he and Naruto had caused made him smile. Then he heard footsteps behind him, and when he turned around, he was startled to see Naruto holding a spiraling ball of chakra. Takeo crossed his arms because he lacked the strength to avoid it, and Naruto pushed the spiraling chakra into his chest. "Rasengan!" shouted Naruto. Before Naruto's attack became too powerful to bear, Takeo resisted for a while. A loud crack reverberated across the twisted battlefield as he was flung backwards and struck a boulder. The boulder crumbled under the force of the impact, and Takeo fell with a thud, his body hurting more than he could bear. He lifted his hand to his head and closed his left eye. Naruto was approaching him, looking exhausted as well. Rolling onto his stomach, Takeo searched for something to use. One of Naruto's swords was lying about 5 feet away. Takeo got to his feet with some difficulty and turned to face Naruto. Naruto attempted to knock Takeo out with an uppercut, but he rolled out of the way. After leaping for the sword, he rolled once more and got to his feet. Takeo surprised Naruto by rushing for him with the sudden adrenaline. In his panic, Takeo exclaimed, "This is where you die." The shining metal scratched Naruto's side as he barely avoided the jab, acting solely on instinct and willpower. He broke Takeo's elbow by precisely timing the collision of his right knee and right elbow, ignoring the pain. Then, turning around, Naruto grasped the sword in his right hand and stabbed it back into Takeo's heart. Takeo coughed up a lot more blood than usual after being startled by the abrupt movement. Upon returning, Takeo noticed that the sensation beneath his neck was beginning to fade. In his final moments before passing away, he uttered the words, "Bastard." He raised his hands and made strange gestures that he had seen him make previously. Takeo grinned and said, "Now your little lover will pay for what you've done." Naruto became enraged when he realized what he meant. Grabbing the sword's hand, he lifted Takeo and kicked him off of it. He quickly pressed Kyuubi's chakra up against his blade. Demon Art. Slicing Chakra Invocation. Naruto cut Takeo in half while it was still on the blade, refusing to release the compressed chakra. The cut was much smoother and less painful with Kyuubi's chakra. Takeo was also completely destroyed by the cut. His laugh, which reverberated throughout the desolate forest, was all that was left of him. With a slight increase in strength, Naruto felt Kyuubi's chakra from Takeo's body return to him. Internally relieved to have them back, Naruto picked up his other sword and grunted in pain. Naruto whirled on his heels, remembering who had brought them, and spotted Miyu, motionless and lifeless, some 50 feet away. Ignoring the pain, Naruto pushed his legs to run in Miyu's direction. He stumbled slightly, but when he got to Miyu, he collapsed to his knees. When Miyu remained motionless, her chest not moving, Naruto felt his heart thump. Naruto gave Miyu the tightest hug he could manage without suffocating her. Unsure of what to say, Naruto just said, "Miyu." Unbeknownst to him, a tiny bit of red chakra moved from his hands to Miyu. Still unaware of Naruto, it circled her entire body before vanishing into thin air. Miyu's chest was moving, albeit very slowly, but Naruto could feel it. He looked down at Miyu as his eyes widened in surprise. She was breathing because her chest was moving. Naruto got to his feet with an inward cheer. Grinning, he dashed towards Konoha. In order to check on Miyu, he quickly fell on his back and collapsed. He could only hear the birds singing as he gazed up at the clear blue sky. Let Hinata be okay, please, before he passed out, he thought. Hinata struck Sasuke in the chest with an open palm, and Sasuke ducked. Sasuke was aware that he would have passed away long ago if it weren't for his Sharingan. Hinata appeared to be battling for keeps, and he had no intention of letting her prevail. He made some hand gestures and flipped away from Hinata's leg sweep. Clone Jutsu. 2 Sasuke rushed after Hinata, appearing beside the first one. Knowing that the first one was merely a delusion, Hinata sprinted past it, dodged the second Sasuke's roundhouse kick, and kicked him in the face. The Sasuke she struck retreated a few steps, and the Sasuke in the rear and the one Hinata sprinted past vanished. A little more than irritated from fighting Hinata, he grunted. The fact that they had been fighting for 23 minutes straight and she wasn't even exhausted was more concerning than the fact that he was losing to Hinata, at least not entirely. Sasuke's breathing became deeper as a drop of perspiration trickled down his cheek. Hinata, however, appears to have just left her house. This is incorrect. He had no time to think because Hinata was on him again, flinging open palm after open palm. She should be as tired as me. Sasuke was careful not to injure her too much as he threw some of his own and barely managed to avoid all of them. He was aware that if he caused Hinata too much harm, Naruto would kill him. He made some distance between Hinata and himself by spinning to the left and kicking her on the ribs. Panting, Sasuke collapsed to his knees. If he didn't take a break, he would pass out from fatigue. Sasuke became aware of Hinata's legs twitching abruptly. It demonstrated to him that although she was indeed exhausted, she was compelled to continue by an apparent involuntary force. Running toward Sasuke, Hinata threw back her fist. Sasuke went back to his fighting stance, exhausted but ready. Sasuke used his left arm to parry Hinata's punch as it was sent forward. Sasuke collapsed to his knees, massaging his left arm as he lost sensation in it, his eye widening in agony. What the devil? Sasuke caught a glimpse of electricity flowing through Hinata's two arms out of the corner of his eye. He realized abruptly that Hinata had managed to transform the chakra in his arms into electricity in some way, enclosing them in an electrical barrier. Astonished by Hinata's level of chakra control, he grinned a little. He was a little proud of his teammate, even though he detested the fact that she appeared to be a little more developed than he was. Without wasting any time, Hinata charged at Sasuke, ready to break up the fight. The paralyzing effect on his left arm began to spread to his torso, and Sasuke grunted as he stood. He leapt back from her fist and ducked under her kick. Hinata refused to let Sasuke rest even after he fell to his knees. He braced himself to block the blow because she was too close for him to avoid her attacks. Hinata's speed abruptly decreased, and she closed her eyes. As she collapsed forward, she uttered weakly, "I'm so glad." Sasuke watched as her breathing grew shallow as he caught her with his good arm. It became deeper and deeper until it appeared as though she had completely stopped breathing. Sasuke questioned, "Hinata?" but received no answer. Sasuke's head rang with a mental alarm. Her breathing has stopped. As he picked Hinata up and ran toward the hospital with what strength he had left, he thought. Sasuke was initially alarmed when he saw a yellow flash go by him halfway through the forest, but he prayed that it was still intact and continued on toward the hospital. 3 more minutes passed before he arrived at the hospital at full speed. He rushed up to the front desk after bursting through the doors. As medical professionals gathered around him, Sasuke cried out, "Help, my comrade collapsed and I think she's gone through cardiac arrest." Doctors and nurses hurried around right away, gathering supplies. Sasuke carefully placed Hinata on the gurney that one of the nurses had brought while they talked about her symptoms and put breathing masks on her. Sasuke sat close to a chair and released a breath he was unaware he was holding. It was a stressful life as a ninja. For the 3rd time in his life, Naruto awoke to the sound of a machine beeping repeatedly. As he clenched his fists and smashed the beeping machine until it stopped beeping, Naruto grunted. With a contented sigh, Naruto turned to his side and attempted to fall back asleep. A phony cough drew him in and roused him from his sleep. He immediately regretted jumping out of bed when his whole body fell to the ground. His arms were still sore from his battle with Takeo that he attempted to stand. Hands passed beneath Naruto's arm, lifted him, and laid him back on his bed. When he looked up, he noticed Sasuke grinning minusculely. With a weary tone, Sasuke questioned, "So you're awake now, huh?" He had fought hard, but Naruto could only speculate as to who he had fought against. Naruto occasionally grunted in agony as he said, "Yeah, I'm still a bit sore from my fight." There was a pause before Sasuke continued, "I can see that. So you won, huh?" Naruto smiled wearily as he nodded. Naruto leaned back on his pillow and put both hands behind his head, saying, "Yup, that bastard shouldn't bother us anymore. Not in this lifetime or the next." Sasuke grinned and shook his head, knowing that Naruto would not have changed. Naruto sat up straight as a sudden thought crossed his mind. Naruto hurriedly inquired, "By the way, what happened after I left?" Sasuke coughed in his hand and turned away. Then he closed his eyes and inhaled deeply. "I'm not going to lie to you, Naruto. After you left, Hinata tried to go after you to stop you, so I had to fight her to keep her off your trail. Now, before you ask, no, I didn't go all out, so relax, she's safe." Sasuke heard Naruto breathe a sigh of, "But here's what happened. Despite the fact that we had been fighting non-stop for nearly 30 minutes, she was not even tired. It was strange, and the only indication that she was tired was that her muscles appeared to be about to give out. She abruptly passed out and lost consciousness after the 30 minutes, and, without improving Naruto's mood, Sasuke paused and turned away once more. What about Sasuke? What followed? Near the edge of his bed, on the verge of falling off, Naruto asked. Naruto's heart stopped and his thoughts went blank as he said, her breathing deepened until it stopped completely. "I was able to get her here before she was able to die and the doctors were." "Where is she?" Naruto questioned softly. "Naruto, you got to understand." Sasuke noticed his hair grow more spiky and the whisker lines on his face thicken, which made him reconsider giving the blonde the information he was looking for. Naruto repeated, his voice heavy with worry and annoyance, "There's nothing to understand, just tell me where she is. If you relax, I'll show you where she's sleeping." Naruto took some time to calm down, but eventually he did. "This is a hospital, and if you blow up now, it'll only hurt you and the others here," Sasuke said. "Okay, now show me where she is." A pile of old paperwork, signed and ready to be filed, caught Minato's attention as he walked around the room, taking in the smell and sight of ink and freshly printed paper, just as it had more than 12 years ago. He sat down in his chair, closed his eyes, and allowed memories to fill his head, but his moment of peace was cut short when someone unexpectedly entered the room. Minato didn't have to open his eyes to recognize the person. So I'm guessing you came back because you missed the thrill of the job. Jiraiya laughed and moved behind the desk to sit on the window behind Minato, who opened his eye and glanced back without turning his head. Not in so many words, Minato shot back. You know the old man died? Jiraiya nodded his head and sighed. I'm guessing you didn't just come here to say hello. Jiraiya gave another nod. Minato closed his eyes once more and let out a sigh as Jiraiya remarked, he died a noble death. Don't we all? He said, leaning back and raising his feet above the desk. So, Jiraiya. Sensei, what specifically do you want? Minato groaned in astonishment. Nothing much, just wanted to know if you were going to become the Hokage again. Nope. Was the straightforward response. I get it. Minato shook his head, saying, I wouldn't want to be the cage of a village that rejected my son. Jiraiya was taken aback by the statement. Now, that's not why I'm not going to be the Hokage again. What? So why not? Jiraiya asked, waking from his daze. Well, my glory days are already over. It wouldn't be wise to come out in the open, aside from the whole village. Shunning. Something. Not yet, anyway. However, a cage is needed in this village. Jiraiya told Minato, we need you, but he dismissed it. I'm sorry, but I'm not going to do it. Everyone will become confused, and there will be a split between those who believe I am a fake and those who believe I am alive. Minato told Jiraiya, in any case, it wouldn't be good for Konoha. Before he could say anything, Minato said, if you need a cage, why not find your other teammate, Tsunade? Jiraiya was surprised by the abrupt suggestion. Why her? After opening his eyes, Minato got up, approached Jiraiya, and put a hand on his shoulder. Minato suppressed his laughter and said, well, obviously Orochimaru won't accept the title now and you. Well, no, Tsunade is the better option. We would still need her even if you could persuade me to take on the role of Hokage once more. Minato left his former instructor to gaze at the great stone faces, also known as the Hokage Monument. Why? Minato let out a sigh. Jiraiya had a lot of questions today. Before I go, this is the final question I respond to. Due to the ongoing conflict, 2 people are presently in a coma. 2 of which are crucial, and the doctors here lack the necessary experience to do the job. Only someone with Tsunade's level of experience could potentially aid in their recovery. Aside from that, we'll require every bit of assistance we can get. The other hidden villages may consider attacking us when we are most vulnerable. I think I'll go see one of the 2 people in a coma, if you don't mind. Minato vanished in a flash of yellow, leaving Jiraiya by herself once more. After saying, you better know what you're doing, kid, Jiraiya vanished in an abrupt gust of wind and leaves. Sasuke looked at Naruto anxiously, wondering how he would respond to this. Naruto was unable to move, not even to breathe, and he stayed at the door of Hinata's room, his eyes fixed on her body. On one side of the room were about 5 machines that were attached to her, all of which helped her breathe or relax. On the other side were 2 machines, one of which was the heart monitor and the other was something Naruto had never seen before. After standing at the door for 10 minutes, Naruto finally moved towards Hinata's bed, sat down in the closest chair, and shifted it so that he was as close to Hinata as possible. Sasuke then moved to his side and put a reassuring hand on his shoulder, causing his shoulders and entire body to begin to move. When he looked closer, he noticed tears streaming down his cheek. Finally, Naruto let his head drop onto the bed and grasped Hinata's hand. Before leaving, Sasuke took one last look at Naruto, who was now sitting up and staring at Hinata. Naruto, he said, taking his hand off Naruto's shoulder and shaking his head, deciding to tell Naruto about his mother and the 3rd Hokage at a later time. He then walked out the door, closed it, and stood there, ensuring his friend had some alone time with his girlfriend. Naruto was unsure of what to think when he returned to the room. Now, Naruto, you must understand that every doctor did their best to cure Hinata before you enter the room. She's okay for the time being, Naruto said after Sasuke opened the door and revealed Hinata hooked up to a number of machines, but the doctors weren't sure how long it would take her to get better. She may never wake up again, according to some people. When Sasuke said, there was a chance that the love of his life would never wake again, Naruto's heart ached. More tears welled up in his eyes, and he clenched his fist and slammed it into the nearby nightstand, being careful not to break it. Naruto took off his mask, which Sasuke had given him, and sucked in some air to either stop or at least lessen his crying. Hinata. Hime. He said softly. A little, yip, echoed through the room, and Naruto looked to the window, where he saw Miu attempting to climb. He got up right away to rescue her before she fell off. "You crazy fox. We're in the 4th floor of the hospital and you pull this stunt?" Miyu continued to stare at something without responding, and Naruto could see that she was staring at Hinata's motionless body. "Did you come to check on Hinata's well-being?" As strange as it sounded to him, Naruto was a little jealous of Miyu's ability to get into bed with Hinata. He sighed as he grabbed Hinata's hand again and gave it a tiny squeeze. Miyu still didn't move or look away. If anything, her stare intensified. Naruto sighed and sat back down in the chair as he watched Miyu crawl to Hinata. Her left paw was bandaged, and she walked with a limp, but she still managed to reach Hinata, cuddling her neck and lying down, whining as if he knew exactly what was wrong. "Hinata. Hime?" Then, as her calm expression abruptly changed to one of pain, Hinata's body began to twitch, her heartbeat quickened, and the monitor's beeping increased in volume. She moaned in agony as her twitching got worse, and Miyu leapt off her and watched in terror. Naruto fled the room and screamed. "I urgently need a nurse here." Sasuke was the first to react and dash into the room. 5 nurses quickly arrived and began examining Hinata after noticing her body twitching. 3 nurses restrained her so she wouldn't hurt herself, while the 4th nurse gave her some pills. The 5th nurse approached Naruto with a frown on her face. "How did you treat her?" she said, obviously out of control. Naruto stumbled, unsure of what he had done, hoping he hadn't hurt Hinata. The nurse raised her hand to slap Naruto, but was stopped by a voice that carried authority. When Naruto, Sasuke, and the nurse turned to face the doorway, they saw a stoic Heishi standing there. "Touch the boy and you'll be the one needing medical attention." But this boy did nothing. "He is not to blame for my daughter's predicament." The nurse scowled a little before leaving the room, but Heishi said, "What it is, I don't know, but it is obviously not this boy's fault. Now leave." His tone left no room for debate. As Hinata's spasms subsided one by one, a nurse said, "You are right, Hyuga Sama. Hinata's body just went into shock and her body just acted on its own for some reason. Miss, could you please explain her condition to me?" The nurse initially wanted to say no, but she knew Heishi would likely ask anyhow, so she gave in to Naruto's desperate question. "She seems to have received an injection of an unidentified serum at some point. Usually, the serum would merely poison the patient, gradually killing them after a week. This instance involved the application of chakra. In short, the injector could control her or paralyze her with the right hand signals. According to what we've been told, Hinata Sama was compelled to fight. She persisted against her will even after she would have normally worn out. Soon after, she was freed from the injector's control and passed out from physical strain and chakra exhaustion. After collapsing, the serum released a toxin into her brain and her heart, which put her into cardiogenic shock. Uchiha-san was perplexed when he believed Hinata Sama had entered cardiogenic shock, which is based on an inadequate circulation of blood due to primary failure of the heart's ventricles to function effectively, whereas cardiac arrest is the abrupt interruption of normal circulation of the blood due to failure of the heart to contract effectively. The serum stopped the tissue's perfusion, which resulted in low oxygen and nutrient levels and stopped her heart. Fortunately for her, Uchiha Sama managed to get her here before we could do anything to assist her. There is another effect of the serum. For lack of a better term, it is now infused with her brain, and we are unable to remove it without causing harm. This serum has never been heard of, and only Tsunade of the Sannin has the expertise to be able to successfully remove the serum. Naruto could hardly follow the nurse's words, but he understood the point completely, and both Sasuke and Heishi nodded their heads. "How long will she be gone, then?" As she and the other nurses left the room, the nurse said solemnly, "All she needs now is rest and maybe, just maybe she'll awake in a couple of months, maybe more." Naruto peered at Hinata as Miyu climbed up and settled back on her chest. When he saw that Hinata was still but breathing, he calmed down a little and sat down next to her again, while Heishi approached her as well. Sasuke was present but remained silent. "Is she likely to wake up?" Naruto inquired. Confounding Naruto, Heishi remarked, "I am unsure but she will need to soon." "What's the reason?" did he ask. Naruto stared at Heishi in disbelief and said, "Because if she does not wake up soon, the Hyuga elders will make her younger sister the Hyuga heir." "That is absurd." Heishi gave him a frown. "Watch what you say, boy." Naruto growled in rage but bit his tongue, understanding that it wouldn't do to argue with him, especially at this moment. "Now, if you'll pardon me, I have some business to attend to back in the Hyuga clan." Heishi responded, "While I do respect you, I also expect you to respect the clan I run." Heishi didn't wait for Naruto or anyone else to respond because he knew that someone would, but Naruto nodded his head in any case. "When you get the chance, please update me on my daughter's state." Sasuke stood and gave Naruto a shoulder pat before heading out again, saying, "I'll go too. Someone needs to let Kakashi-sensei know how everyone is." Naruto didn't reply, his thoughts too preoccupied with Hinata to consider anything else. Hinata. Heim. While passing the 7th room, Minato noticed something yellow and turned his head to see a child with spiky blonde hair sitting near a hospital bed with a sleeping Hyuga girl in it. He was surprised to see that the blonde child was his son. Minato was in a genjutsu and didn't need everyone to stare at him and ask him unnecessary questions. Minato was also shocked to see him moving around. Given the state in which he found his son, he shouldn't have been able to stand, much less walk to another room. He was about to enter when Naruto began talking. "Please don't die, Hinata. Heim." His son was full of surprises. Minato was unaware that he already had a girlfriend. "Don't leave me," Naruto said, clearing his throat to prevent more tears from streaming down his face. "I need you here more than anyone else. You're the only one who can make my day brighter, more bearable." Naruto suddenly laughed and cleared his throat again. Minato sighed and left, not wanting to ruin his son's moment, saddened by the cruel way fate had treated him, as if he would have to prepare himself for a difficult life. Naruto finished as he laid his head down beside Hinata, his tears no longer streaming down his cheeks but drying up instead. Minato opened the door to his lover Kushina's room. Luckily for him, she was not going to die, but given the amount of blood she had lost and the severity of her chakra exhaustion, Kushina wasn't going to wake up anytime soon either. What he needed now was Tsunade to check up on both Kushina and Hinata. It would be hard, but Minato knew that if anyone could find Tsunade, it would be Jiraiya. As he sat down beside Kushina, he gazed out the window and up at the sky, wondering how long it would take Jiraiya to find her. He took Kushina's hand and squeezed it gently. Both father and son were sitting close to the one they loved, thinking the same thing at the same time. Hopefully before it's too late. "Please, get up quickly. Kushina and Hinata have been in a coma for 3 days now, and those 3 days have been difficult." Except for occasional trips to the bathroom or to see his mother, Naruto never left Hinata's side. His mother was also in the hospital, according to what Sasuke had told him. Naruto initially panicked and rushed to his mother's room, but he felt worse when he discovered her in her own coma. His mother was now in a coma in addition to his girlfriend. Naruto thought it strange that a yellow flash would vanish almost instantly whenever he walked into his mother's room. Jiraiya responded that he was most likely seeing things when he asked him what that was about. With a sigh, Naruto rested his head on his forearm, which was resting on the side of the bed where Hinata was at the moment. He was scheduled to attend the funeral of the third in roughly 2 days. Naruto felt empty and depressed after learning of the old man's passing. He felt as though everyone in his immediate vicinity was being harmed or killed. He cursed his bad luck and questioned whether the suffering he was experiencing was worth all of these ties. Naruto turned to see Gaara enter after hearing the door behind him click open. Gaara approached Hinata's bed and took the empty chair beside Naruto. Naruto suddenly understood why he had created so many bonds. He most likely would have looked like Gaara before he opened up if it weren't for them. Grinning, Naruto took Hinata's hand and held it as tightly and softly as he could. As emotionless as ever, Gaara remarked, "I've been told that friends visit other friends when they are in the hospital." This made Naruto chuckle. Naruto raised his hand to say, "Yeah, sorry about that, I was just a bit worried about," but Gaara cut him off. Gaara looked at Hinata and put his hand down, saying, "It is all right. I was told that you never left this room unless completely necessary. I don't quite understand the reason behind it, but I do understand that this girl is very important to you." Gaara responded. With a nod, Naruto touched Gaara's shoulder. Gaara nodded his head and Naruto put his hand back by his side, saying, "Thanks for understanding." There was a brief pause before Naruto cleared his throat. "So, how was your fight?" he inquired. "I lost. After a few moments of fighting, it was obvious that neither Shukaku or your giant summon was going to get the upper hand anytime soon. So your clone jumped off the head of the giant tiger and went inside Shukaku's head to bury me out. After a struggle between the sand, the clone was able to take my head out of the sand. He tried to wake me but was unable to completely wake me, so he instead punched me a couple of times until I did. I woke up with a headache, but other than that, Shukaku receded back into me and the war between Oto and Konoha was over by then." Gaara held his head in slight pain to emphasize his argument. "Suna will have some debts to return, but because it was clear that it was Orochimaru and not the actual 4th Hokage who set up the alliance with Oto, we will not be going to war with each other." Gaara concluded her statement. Naruto shook his head and grinned. Knowing what he meant, Gaara nodded his head and said, "Crazy world we live in, huh Gaara? So what happened to your brother and sister?" My sister fought that one lazy nin again, but he won the fight this time. My brother fought the one who can control bugs. The bug nin was barely able to beat him, but luckily no permanent damage was done to either. Gaara stated to Naruto. Naruto sighed and leaned back in his chair, saying, "Thank goodness." Soon after, there was another discussion, and the two continued talking until Jiraiya appeared through the window. "Yo kid, I know this is a bad time, but you and me need to leave Konoha for a while to find my old teammate," Jiraiya replied. "No," Naruto answered the Sannin without losing the rhythm of his conversation with Gaara. Unfortunately for him, no was not an acceptable response from Jiraiya. Jiraiya grabbed Naruto's collar and proceeded to drag him out of the room through the window, but Naruto had other plans. "Too bad kid, you're coming anyways." Before he could do anything, he kicked Jiraiya out of the room and slid out of his jacket. In the manner that most people wipe their hands after handling dust, Naruto slapped his hands together. He took a seat again, but he was unable to carry on the conversation because Jiraiya had come back and was seated on the windowsill. After giving it some thought, Naruto shook his head and said, "Come on kid, I need you to come with me." Jiraiya sighed, not wanting to go so low, but he had to do what he had to do. "I already told you no, now leave me alone." Naruto threw Jiraiya to the left wall, his right hand poised to attack, and his left forearm on his neck. "Then your girlfriend and mother will die," he said. Naruto growled and questioned, "Are you threatening them?" Jiraiya told him, utterly unfazed by Naruto's unexpected attack, though he was astounded by his speed. "No, but if you don't help me find the person we're looking for, then she will not help you get your girlfriend and mother back. She is the only one who has the skills to heal both of them, and if you don't come, then they might never wake up again." Setting Jiraiya aside, Naruto turned to face Hinata. He didn't want to part from her, but he might not see her again if he didn't leave. It was a difficult decision to make, but he knew what to do. Naruto said solemnly, "When are we leaving?" As Jiraiya prepared to depart, Naruto continued his conversation, saying, "In 2 days, right after the third's funeral. I, at least, want to say one last goodbye to my old sensei. Pack your things for a month." "A month?" he inquired, his expression disbelieving. As he vanished in a whirl of leaves and wind, Jiraiya remarked, "Yes, I'm not sure how long it'll take until we find my old teammate, so we can't be too careful. It might take a week or maybe even a month to 2. All that matters is that she is found and brought back to Konoha." Jiraiya emerged from the closest roof outside. Behind him, a voice asked, "How'd he take it?" Jiraiya turned around and confronted Kakashi, saying, "Better than I thought, aside from almost attacking me." "So you think it'll actually take a month or so before you find Tsunade Sama?" Kakashi inquired. Jiraiya gave him a temple massage. Kakashi and Jiraiya turned to the left and saw Minato leaning against the railing wall with his arms crossed and a smug expression on his face. Knowing her, it might be even more. One of Kakashi's eyes opened in shock. "Sensei?" Minato asked, grinning while closing his eyes. "How's it going, Kakashi?" Kakashi rubbed one eye and opened it again, wondering if his sensei had left, but he was wrong. Kakashi said sadly, "It really is you, Minato." "Sensei." Minato waved his hand in the air, asking, "But how?" "That story if for another time. For now, we need to keep this to ourselves. No one else must know I'm alive." Again. "The only ones who know are some Enbu which have already sworn to secrecy, you, Jiraiya, and Kushina Chan. Let's keep it that way for now." Kakashi raised his eyebrows. "Right." Jiraiya proposed, "Let's continue this discussion somewhere else." After nodding their heads, Minato and Kakashi vanished in a cloud of leaves. Naruto returned to the room, his expression solemn as he gazed at Hinata. Although he really didn't want to, he would have to leave her side in order to save her. Naruto returned to the chair by Hinata and sighed. Gaara remarked, "You've been sighing a lot today." As he said, Naruto's gaze never left Hinata. "Yup, I suppose so." Gaara spent some time observing Hinata as well. Gaara, whose curiosity overcame him, said, "Naruto, tell me exactly why this girl means so much to you." "With Hinata, I feel better, more like myself than with any other girl I've ever hung out with. She makes my day brighter and my life more bearable. She is very important to me because she has always been there for me when I needed her. It's difficult to put into words how I feel about love. Hinata is my salvation, in my opinion. After my year-long trip when I was 5, she assisted me in re-establishing my familiarity with the village. By demonstrating that she genuinely listens to me, cares about me, and believes in him, she has been and continues to be my respite from my fangirls." Naruto, who was crying a little as he spoke, said, "That is why she means so much to me. She is my light amid the darkness of most of the villagers' hatred." since she was the first to love and accept me for who I am, not for how I look or because she despises me for being a human sacrifice. This is what he wanted, the same thing Naruto felt for Hinata and vice versa. The question was who exactly he was going to experience this with, and if anyone at all, when Gaara heard the emotion behind Naruto's voice and couldn't help but nod the entire time. Then he remembered why he had entered the room. With his arm raised to catch a dusty, somewhat ancient box that Gaara threw at him, Naruto turned to face Gaara and said, "Naruto, you left this the last time you were here." Gaara nodded his head at Naruto before leaving the room, and Naruto nodded back before remembering what the box was when he looked down at it. "I'm going now," Gaara said. He opened it, and he took out 2 items. A dog tag with the words, "New plus HH" engraved on it, which Naruto knew would probably not be the most expensive or most beautiful thing Hinata would receive given her clan, but it was the thought that mattered, Naruto told himself, and a small silver, lavender moon locket with a crescent-shaped diamond in the middle of the front and a small lock on the side. After removing the locket and carefully putting it around Hinata's neck, Naruto kissed her forehead tenderly, savoring the lavender scent that emanated from her, and then he sat down again to reflect on his tasks for the next few days. His eyes began to get heavy, and soon he was beginning to lose consciousness and fell asleep. As the priest spoke about the third, Jiraiya and Naruto watched from a nearby rooftop. Jiraiya had told Naruto to go down with the others, but he refused, stating that it was better this way. It was a somber day in Konoha, as every able ninja and citizen attended the funeral of the third Hokage. The sky was also crying at the loss Konoha had endured. Looking to the closest chair to the third's coffin, Naruto noticed a tearful-eyed boy named Konohamaru, who had seen him around and occasionally stopped by to talk to him. Naruto felt a drop of rain trickle down his face, all the way down to his shirt. He had stopped crying days ago, seeing no point in crying anymore. It was a waste of time and didn't help the situation at all. After an hour, people began leaving roses near his coffin, so Naruto got up and leapt down to pick one for himself. When it was his turn, he let the other roses fall from his hands and put them back in his pockets. Naruto closed his eyes and turned to leave, saying, "See ya later, old man, maybe even someday soon." Naruto paused and turned to face Konohamaru, saying, "Naruto.ni.san. What did you mean by that?" Konohamaru questioned his hero. "Konohamaru, the ninja industry is incredibly erratic. The next time I leave this village, perhaps even my own house, I might not make it." Naruto glanced at the third's coffin once more and said, "At least the old man died the way he wanted to, in battle as he protected this village. I'm not saying that I won't go down without a fight, just that I accept the fact that one day I might be in the same position the old man was in and risk my own life. Knowing that I contributed to the safety of this village, which is my home, is how I want to go. And as ninjas, that's about as much as we can hope for." Naruto turned and began to leave. "Are you not at least terrified of passing away?" Then Konohamaru shouted. "Death doesn't scare me. I'm just not ready for it to happen yet. I have a few pests and problems to deal with first." Before Naruto could be stopped once more, he vanished from view, leaving everyone thinking about what he had said. The entire team Guy and Naruki 9, as well as the other Jonins and Chunins, considered what he had said and meant, and everyone had a new perspective on Naruto as some better than others, though. As he approached the village's northern gates, Naruto said, "Come on Jiraiya. Sensei, we need to go now." Jiraiya was a little taken aback by the level of respect Naruto showed when he called his name, but he shrugged it off and followed him in the hopes that Naruto would soon return to normal. "So what exactly are we going to do?" When Jiraiya caught up, Naruto inquired. "We are going to go around the fire country, going to places where Tsunade would usually be at," Jiraiya stated to him. "You mean weeks to months?" Naruto inquired. "Yes, perhaps more." As they formally began their search for Tsunade of the Sannin, Naruto nodded his head in agreement as they departed the village, perhaps less. As he made his way to his hotel room, Naruto complained that Jiraiya had left him for a bimbo just a day after they had left Konoha, which really annoyed him. Had it not been for the fact that the woman was attractive and Jiraiya had a genuine chance with her, Naruto would have knocked the old purveyor out and taken him to a different town. Shaking his head, Naruto opened his room door, shut it, tossed the keys aside, and sprang for his bed, lying face up, staring at the ceiling and fumbling with the dog tag around his neck as his mind shifted from his rage at Jiraiya to his concern for the condition of his mother and Hinata. Very soon, a knock on the door prompted Naruto to get up and say, "I think this is a new record for you. Ya perv. I swear to get this Tsunade lady back and have her heal both of you." Jiraiya would normally spaz out by now, so Naruto was perplexed when he yelled through the door and received no response. Naruto opened the door and was startled to see two ninjas in black cloaks with red clouds on them. "So, this is the brat that we should expect," the giant blue guy said. "He looks weak to me." He looked up and down at Naruto, who was wearing a black hakama suit, black ninja shoes, two sheathed swords on his back, and a black muscle shirt with orange stripes on the side. His mask was the same, and his face was unreadable. Itachi turned to face Naruto and remarked, "That may be, but regardless, we are still required to get him. Now, Naruto, don't make this difficult. Just keep quiet and allow us to take you easily," Itachi said, his tone as emotionless as ever. No, Kisame raised his sword and chuckled as Naruto slammed the door and fled to the opposite side of the room, where it was sliced in two and then exploded. "If you want to escape us, you'll need to perform better than that." As he charged at Naruto, Kisame shouted, "Hey Itachi, how about I cut his legs off?" It didn't take long to realize what was about to happen, so Naruto leapt back and avoided Kisame's subsequent swipe. Naruto pulled out one of his swords, which was strapped to his back, and blocked Kisame's attack, but was taken aback when his strength began to wane. "You have a nice sword there that can consume any chakra it comes into contact with. I have to admit, I'm impressed." Naruto vanished, and Kisame smiled at him as he stopped his forward slash. "Kid, you're not as stupid as you appear." Naruto drew his other sword and reached back. "Well, I've been informed." Kisame snarled and kicked Naruto in the stomach, causing him to gasp in agony as air left his lungs and sent him reeling back. He crashed through the window and fell off the hotel's second floor, spinning around and landing on his feet before he could fall on his back. He looked up and swiftly raised both swords to block Kisame's vertical arc, but Naruto held his ground as his strength began to wane and the ground beneath him cracked under the force. "Not bad, kid." Kisame raised his sword and then swung it again in a spin, this time aiming for Naruto's legs. Naruto saw this and leapt. After avoiding the swipe, Naruto kicked Kisame in the face several times before backflipping off. Kisame stumbled back as Naruto landed a few feet away. Naruto then charged and threw his sword a few feet away from Kisame, who grinned as he leapt onto the handle of the sword. Kisame sneered and leapt up, reared his sword back, and swung down, while Naruto leapt back and began to spin rapidly, beginning to resemble a top with his swords out. However, Kisame laughed as Naruto's sword, which was still on the ground, flew up and returned to his hand after he slapped both blades together before assuming his battle stance. "It's not like you can touch me from there," Kisame said in a patronizing manner. Naruto released his swords and grasped the thin wire that was fastened to them, grinning unseen. His reach tripled in length and was far enough to cut Kisame's left arm. Kisame sneered and jumped back, and Naruto stopped spinning and returned both swords to his hands. Before anyone could move again, there was an explosion and a cry of pain coming from the second floor. Sasuke. When Naruto jumped from the roof and into the hallway, he saw Itachi crushing Sasuke's wrist, lifting him up to knee him in the stomach, letting go, turning around, and sending a hard roundhouse kick to his stomach. Sasuke flew through the air and struck his back against the wall, and Itachi was on him in an instant, choking him and staring him in the eye before Sasuke yelled out again and passed out. Sasuke. Avoiding Kisame's horizontal slash, Naruto leapt back and began to call on Kyuubi's chakra, growling in frustration because he knew he couldn't defeat him in a fight and Sasuke needed him. Although Naruto knew Itachi wouldn't kill Sasuke, he was unaware of how much pain Sasuke was in. Too sluggish. Kisame swung his sword near Naruto so most of his chakra was absorbed. Naruto felt the chakra he summoned fade away and soon he couldn't call on more of Kyuubi's chakra. "It's over." With a clang of metal and a cloud of smoke filling the hallway, Kisame swung down, and Naruto closed his eyes, expecting to be killed. When Naruto opened his eyes, he saw a battle toad using his metallic arm guard to block Kisame's attack. Kisame withdrew his sword and leapt to Itachi's side. A voice reverberated through the quiet hallways, "I guess you guys don't know me at all. Jiraiya, the toad sage, is not swayed by any woman's charm. Like blossoms in a storm, rare beauties fall for me. I'm not the type to fall for a woman's tricks." Jiraiya emerged behind Naruto, who and Itachi both started to perspire. "The women bow down in awe of your awesomeness once you've attained my status." Everyone was stunned. Nobody made a sound, at least not immediately, as Jiraiya emerged behind Naruto, carrying the previously unconscious girl. "Are you serious? You turn into mud whenever a pretty girl even gives you a wink, you pervert," Naruto said, half asking, half shouting. Jiraiya's perspiration fell and struck him over the head as Naruto went on. "Stop talking, didn't I save you?" Jiraiya shouted. "If you didn't leave me, you most likely wouldn't have to," Naruto responded with a shout. "Yeah well," muttered Jiraiya, Just keep quiet and observe. Jiraiya knelt down, slammed both hands on the ground, and made some hand gestures. Ninja art. Toad mouth trap. Suddenly, the ceiling, floor, and walls turned pink and mushy, resembling the inside of a throat. Welcome to rock lodging, the esophagus of a large, fire-breathing toad from Myabokuzen. No one has ever managed to escape out of this alive. The walls began to swell up, sucking in Sasuke and Kisami's sword before Kisame managed to retrieve it before it vanished. As they began to run toward the opposite hall, Itachi said, "Kisame, we're leaving." "Oh no, you don't." Jiraiya's hands pulsed, and the wall began to swell up more quickly, leaving little space for Itachi or Kisame. Jiraiya laughed, and then the building in the toad's throat shook. Jiraiya got up, and both she and Naruto ran in the direction that Itachi and Kisame had run. To Jiraiya's surprise, there was a huge hole filled with black flames, and Naruto approached the flames. "So this is Itachi Sensei's Amaterasu." "Yes, so keep your hands off of it." As he wrote into a scroll and allowed it to absorb the black flames, Jiraiya issued a warning. "There, now, how about we get some rest?" Jiraiya smiled. Where am I?" Behind Jiraiya and Naruto, a soft, kind voice said, and Naruto sighed, aware of what was about to happen. "See you later, youngster." Guy entered through the hole and kicked Jiraiya in the head as she was finishing her sentence. Entry in dynamic. Naruto sighed as he entered the 23rd bar in the previous 3 weeks. Jiraiya had been teaching him the toad mouth trap and many other techniques since their battle with Akatsuki, and after Guy kicked Jiraiya in the face, he grabbed Sasuke and returned to Konoha, increasing the number of people Tsunade had to heal. Though he didn't complain, he thought it was strange that Terajushi had allowed him to keep his contract while signing the Toad contract. However, Naruto's main goal was to find Tsunade because he was beginning to get frustrated with how elusive one woman could be. He looked around the bar and saw a group of drunks laughing and acting foolishly, which made him sick to be there given his past, but he kept his mouth shut because this was for Hinata and his mother. He was suddenly drawn to a blonde with enormous breasts, a diamond-like feature on her forehead, a green jacket, and brown eyes, all of which were sort of the qualities Jiraiya had instructed him to seek out. Her hair was blonde, just like yours, and she had an exotic-looking diamond on her forehead. She's wearing a green jacket and has brown eyes. But that's not the reason you'll want to look down, I assure you, child. You will never see a larger set of breasts than she does. I'm not a kitty. After hitting him, not really interested in hearing more from him, Naruto got up and went to Tsunade, who was sitting next to a short, black-haired woman wearing a black kimono and a gray obi. Naruto sat in front of Tsunade, grinning as she gave him a strange look. "Kid, what do you want?" Tsunade asked, a little drunk but sober enough to realize what's happening and remember it the next day. Soon enough, she spotted Naruto's Konoha headband. "And what does Konoha want?" "I'm not sure, but they just want you to return." "Oh, I see. And why?" Tsunade inquired. Naruto replied, "I just said I'm not sure." "So, what made you come look for me?" Naruto said nonchalantly, "I never said I was looking for you." "You're not?" the woman beside Tsunade inquired. "I also never said that." "Alright, let me start over. Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki." "Who are you?" With a phony friendly tone, Naruto said and extended his hand. "I am Shizune and..." Tsunade interrupted Shizune by firmly grabbing Naruto's hand. "My name is Tsunade." She spoke loudly as her hold on Naruto's hand grew tighter, but Naruto refused to back down and continued to hold on to her hand nearly as tightly. "Good to meet you." As loudly as he said, Tsunade soon overpowered Naruto, and Naruto fell back to his seat. Tsunade smirked and released his hand, which Naruto then returned and held in his arms. "Oh, I think you broke my hand, Ba-chan." Tsunade's forehead developed an angry tick mark. Shizune took cover and prayed for the stupid, masked boy, and she also held her pig, Taunton, in her arms so it wouldn't be in danger. "What? Did you make a call?" "Me?" Tsunade stood up and shouted. "Ba-chan." Tsunade didn't care, though, as she was seeing red, or to be more precise, black with orange stripes. Naruto yelled back as he stood up as well, but as soon as he did, a punch struck his cheek, sending him flying back through the bar and breaking the wall, landing right outside in the middle of the street. After standing and massaging his cheek, Naruto assumed the lotus pose. A foot slammed down on his chest, causing him to lose his breath. "Damn, Ba-chan has a mean right hook." "Arg." Tsunade's axe kick buried Naruto 3 feet underground. "Want to repeat that?" Tsunade asked sweetly. Naruto remained unresponsive. His eyes were closed and some blood was leaking from his mouth. Sunday suddenly realized what she had done, overcoming her dunkness for a short while. "Crap," she said. "What the devil?" Tsunade looked up to see Jiraiya screaming and frantic on the sidewalk. "Oh, it's you. This dead weight must be yours, right?" Tsunade asked, not getting an answer from Jiraiya. Tsunade shrugged her shoulders and took a step out of the crater. When she tried to get her other foot out, something was stopping her. She looked down at Naruto and saw his left hand holding on to her right foot. "What?" When a second Naruto emerged from the earth and was ready to strike her chin with his fist, she leaned back. Tsunade then rose again and punched the second Naruto in the stomach, causing him to poof out of existence while the first Naruto leapt out of the crater, panting heavily. While wiping blood from the corner of his mouth, Naruto remarked, "I have to admit, Chan, you're one hell of a powerhouse for someone your age. However, the younger generation will always be stronger than the previous one." Tsunade saw that Naruto had two swords strapped to his back as he dropped into his battle stance, saying, "It's one of the never-ending cycles in life. Why don't you use your swords to attack?" Tsunade inquired. "Just rough you up a little, because I don't want to kill you. Furthermore, killing you won't help me become Hokage," he said with a sick smile, and Tsunade shook her head and grinned, wondering what that was about but dismissing the threat without giving it much thought. "You know what, brat, how about we have a little altercation? And I'll only use this finger right here." Tsunade showed him by raising her right index finger. Naruto vanished in an instant and was behind Tsunade. Tsunade turned just in time to see him turn and duck under the roundhouse kick he threw, which caused her to jump back and smile because she didn't think he would be so quick. Naruto flipped back and, after gaining some distance, ran at Tsunade and punched her in the head. She ducked it again and flicked her hand up, snapping off his headband as he flew into the air. With his headband much farther away, Naruto landed 17 feet from Tsunade. He snarled and got to his feet, his hair in his eyes, and he held out his right hand to her, his left hand grabbing his right wrist and beginning to focus chakra into it. To put it mildly, Tsunade was taken aback when she saw an orb of chakra appear on Naruto's right arm, but it was short-lived as she saw him racing toward her. She slammed her finger against the ground, causing an earthquake that caused Naruto to stumble and scatter his Rasengan. Naruto leapt into the air with a spin and delivered a roundhouse kick to Tsunade's head, causing her to scoff as she ducked under his kick. Naruto acted quickly, driving both of his swords to the ground and using them to push himself away from Tsunade when she attempted to flick his forehead once more. After landing behind Tsunade, Naruto delivers a chakra-powered punch to her back, which she blocks with her index finger. Before Tsunade can react, Naruto vanishes from view and sweeps her feet from under her, causing her to stagger back but not fall because she has perfect balance. Naruto uses this opportunity to create a second Rasengan, which would be difficult for Tsunade to dodge with just one finger at point-blank range, exactly what Naruto was hoping for. Tsunade sneers as she snatches Naruto's right wrist and flings him toward Jiraiya, who jumps out of the way in panic, leaving Naruto to hit the ground with his Rasengan, which left a crater that was about 4 feet deep and 5 feet in diameter. Not anticipating Naruto's cunning, Tsunade doubles over and swears. As Naruto lies in the crater, he begins to laugh until it becomes loud. I succeeded." Tsunade sneered again, not wanting to lose to Naruto, and a thought came to her as she smirked. "I made a Sannin use more than one finger." Naruto lifts his feet and then leaps off the ground with his hands before landing on his legs. "How about we place a wager, kid?" Shizune went pale when Tsunade asked. "What?" Shizune shouted. "What occurs if I succeed?" Spitting blood, Naruto questioned. Tsunade showed him the necklace around her neck and said, "If you win, then I'll give you this necklace. And I'll go back to Konoha. No ifs or buts about it." "What occurs if I lose?" "After you lose, you give up on your dream of becoming Hokage and spend the rest of your life working for me. Though you might want to hurry, time's running out." Naruto stiffened and left his stance after giving it some thought. She was right, time was running out, and he had to get her to Konoha as quickly as possible. Naruto's resolve hardened at the mention of these words, and he held out his fist directly at Tsunade. "What's the wager?" "Wait." Tsunade considered for a moment before snapping her fingers in response to Naruto's question. Tsunade's eyes widened in surprise, but she shrugged it off. "Okay, but you didn't agree to the bet, so this doesn't count." Naruto bit his thumb and conjured up 2 battle tigers and 2 battle toads. "I'll give you a week to impress me." Before he dispersed the summons, Naruto muttered a curse and reached out to shake Tsunade's hand, saying, "Try something new if you're agreeing to this bet." "All right, good luck to the best man." After saying this, Naruto left to train in the woods. "Where is he heading?" Shizune inquired. As he observed Naruto's retreating form, Jiraiya remarked, "He's off to train. You've done it now, Tsunade." "Hime." Tsunade sneered as she turned to face the hotel where she was staying and watched Naruto leave, saying, "This kid won't stop training until he drops." Before Jiraiya's hand caught her elbow, Tsunade took 2 steps and said, "We'll see in a week. Our conversation is far from over. I think we'll need some drinks, so let's get some first." Tsunade grabbed her arm and kept walking. As Shizune bowed to Jiraiya and followed her, holding Tauntaun securely, she remarked, "There's nothing to talk about." Naruto sat down and looked up at the night sky, remarking that he hasn't had much time to look at them lately, and he sighed as he surveyed his surroundings, panting and laughing as he saw the entire field empty and destroyed. After a while, he got up and went to the closest bar, knowing that he would find Tsunade and Jiraiya there. He had worked hard over the past 6 days, and he was confident that what he had down would not only impress Tsunade but also earn her respect. Naruto entered the bar, glanced around, and saw a blonde and a white-haired couple drinking. He approached the pair from behind but stopped when he heard them converse, or rather, quarrel. "I just said, Tsunade, that Konoha needs you back," Jiraiya said. "We would be without a Hokage if you don't agree to come back." Naruto's eyes widened in surprise. "I don't really have that issue." Tsunade shot back, "That place is nothing but trouble, and I don't feel like going back." "How did your wager on Naruto turn out? You're going to respect that." Tsunade waved her hand in front of Jiraiya's face as he asked in a worried tone. Tsunade snatched up an entire bottle of sake and drank it all, saying, Yeah, I'll only go back if he wins, if not, well that's too bad." "So, will you support Orochimaru?" Tsunade choked on her sake as Jiraiya asked abruptly. What? How did you?" "He told me he was just visiting an old friend when I ran into him earlier." Taking another sip of his sake, Jiraiya concluded, "I assume he was referring to you and that he wants you to heal his hands." "Well, I still haven't made up my mind." However, Jiraiya made a very alluring offer, and Tsunade was taken aback when he slammed his hands on the table. "He couldn't give you anything that would force you to mend his arms. If you do, he will assault Konoha once more. Are you aware that he attacked Konoha just a month or so ago?" Tsunade gave a shoulder shrug. "All right, so everything went smoothly." The bar was filled with murderous intent, frightening both shinobi and non-shinobi alike, except for Jiraiya and Tsunade, who searched for its source. No, everything didn't turn out fine. The 2 Sanins turned to face Naruto, who had his head down. He raised it and gave Tsunade a direct look of anger as he said, "My mom's in a coma, my gear friend's in a coma, less than a third of Konoha's shinobi population was killed and..." Naruto turned his head away, suppressing his pain from the memory. Tsunade, who didn't know Kushina well enough to know that she was a nice girl, was shocked to learn that she was still alive. She had heard that Kushina had been killed by the Kyuubi, but her son was informing her that she was still alive, but she chose not to show her surprise. Tsunade was shocked, to put it mildly, by Jiraiya's emotionless statement, "Orochimaru killed the 3rd Hokage." Even in her already inebriated state, every word and every emotion in the room was perfectly registering in her mind as she examined the sake in her cup before taking a sip. The old fool had it coming. Jiraiya snapped his eyes open and flashed to Naruto's back to stop him. Naruto discovered that he wanted to hurt Tsunade severely, to make her pay for the words that slipped from her inebriated mouth, as he felt pain reach his heart as he heard her cold words. Something clicked in his mind, and his eyes turned red, his claws and fangs grew, and his whisker marks thickened beneath his mask. "You pervert, let me go." As more of Kyuubi's chakra surged through his body, Naruto screamed, "This old bat insulted the Hokage. The Hokage. She must pay for it, and that is unacceptable." Naruto kept growling and attempting to break free from Jiraiya's grip. Jiraiya's only thought was, if only Hinata was here. "I apologize, brat. Did I offend you?" While slowly approaching her, Naruto growled and said, "Why do you care so much that I badmouthed the Hokage?" "I didn't mean to." Tsunade apologized, her voice brimming with sarcasm. Tsunade inquired. "Because to me the elderly man resembled a grandfather. Like a parent or grandparent, he was the first to embrace me and keep an eye on me. He looked after me, making sure I was alive and safe. He is a member of my family, so you must answer to me if you disparage my family. In addition, he is the village's most powerful and esteemed individual at the Hokage. And what you said? You might as well have spit on his tomb." Naruto spoke in a single breath. Being Hokage would only appeal to idiots. Tsunade shocked Jiraiya and Naruto by saying, "I'm not willing to bet my life just for some job or people." Jiraiya's eyes narrowed, but Naruto's eyes closed and he clenched his teeth. Being selected as the next Hokage is not a disgrace. I want you to accompany me when I win our wager so we can heal Sasuke, my mom, my girlfriend, and anybody else who needs it. After that, I want you to leave Konoha immediately because I will personally make sure you never return if I ever see you there again. After Jiraiya's arms were burned by Kyuubi's chakra, which erupted around Naruto like a monstrous flame, Naruto turned around and marched out of the bar, leaving everyone stunned and unsure of his exact meaning. Tsunade was in a similar state as Jiraiya sat back down next to her. It hurt that he said that to her, but she didn't know why. Tsunade was speechless, her mind blank, and nothing was coming to her. Tsunade, you've changed. Tsunade gave him a curious look and said, if you do agree to heal Orochimaru, I will make sure you and him are no longer a problem to Konoha. He put down his sake, closed his eyes, and let his head rest for a short while. Yeah, he went a little overboard, but he's got the right idea, you know, Jiraiya said. After hearing nothing from Tsunade, he opened the eye closest to her and noticed her downing a bottle of sake. He sighed as he picked up his shot and chugged it down, spitting out some of it because it tasted awful, even worse than usual. He looked at Tsunade, who was half unconscious from the sake, and his vision began to blur and he felt dizzy. A shadow stood over him, shook his head, lifted his arm, and placed it over their shoulder. Tomorrow's the day, he said, getting up and leaving the bar, only to pass out a few minutes later. As she pulled Jiraiya back to the hotel where they were staying, Tsunade said, Jiraiya, you old pervert, you owe me. Tomorrow's the day. The day many lives change for the better. Or worse, she thought. When Naruto slammed another Rasengan into the base of a tree, the tree was destroyed, torn from the ground, and reduced to splinters and sticks no larger than a toothpick. Weakened from hours of training and misdirected aggression, he collapsed to his knees and looked up at the sky, where the moon shone proudly over him, allowing Naruto to see the collateral damage he had caused. Only 50 feet away from him were trees, craters, toothpicks, dust, and bits of earth sticking out of the ground visible. The remaining stumps and trees that he hadn't entirely destroyed within a 25-foot radius during his last training session were no longer there. Naruto muttered a curse as his vision blurred for the 10th time in the past hour. He was tired, his body wailing for him to sleep and his mind to shut down, but he was unable to do so because of his will, anger, and adrenaline. He stood shakily, searching for another victim to destroy, but finding nothing more, Naruto made his hands make hand signs and made 100 shadow clones, all of whom stood motionless and alert. Naruto quickly applied Kyuubi's chakra to his disc to spark a flame in his hands, then threw his hand forward after using the first step from his Rasengan training to spin his chakra into his hands and compress it until it stretched out and formed a disc. Demon Art. Hell's Disc in Fire style. After decimating over half of his clones, Naruto became interested in the green flame disc, which intensified and changed from green to white in a split second before settling on a dark blue. The attack causes a ridiculous amount of damage to the body part it touches, but fortunately, since it was only the clones that were hit, the pain wasn't as severe as an actual hit. Naruto closed his left eye, felt to his left knee, and held his ribs as the clone's pain returned to him. He got back up and made more hand signals, which caused more clones to appear. He counted them, forgetting how many he had made, and sighed when he reached 265. Naruto pulled down his mask, releasing all the chakra it hadn't yet consumed, replenishing his nearly depleted chakra reserves. A silhouette watched from a distance and got up to approach Naruto, but stopped when a faint glow of red surrounded him. Naruto's heart raced at inhuman speeds, his arms and legs stiffened, his chest tightened, and his face was twisted into one of true pain as his body went into shock as his chakra rushed through it. With a sigh of relief, Naruto stretched his arms and legs, feeling better physically, and he turned around, ready to create more clones in order to release his anger through violence and destruction. Naruto could feel Kyuubi's chakra healing his body and assisting it in adjusting to the sudden chakra. After turning around after hearing a twig snap, Naruto felt a strange chakra signature nearby and proceeded to investigate the area before carefully extracting 2 kunais and hurling them at the boulder behind him. Not expecting Naruto to do that, the distant silhouette gasped. "Whoever you are, come out." A chuckle came from behind the boulder that had once been part of the earth, and Naruto gave the new stranger a critical look. "I can sense your chakra since you suck at hiding your chakra," Naruto said. It was clear that this was a male because he had black hair that ran parallel to his ears and down to the base of his neck. He wore a light blue coat shirt with a furry hoodie, which was similar to Kiba's but not as thick or baggy. And his brown eyes were carefree and happy, just like Naruto was before his life became complicated. He wasn't slender, but he wasn't bulky either, and his athletic physique demonstrated that he didn't spend his days lounging on a couch. If Naruto had to guess, he would have to say that this man was at least 17.5 inches from being 6 feet. The enigmatic man grinned and gave his head a sheepish rub. Unaware of Naruto's calculating gaze, he said, "I know, I should probably do something about that, but I kind of don't care." Naruto then proceeded to the location where he strapped his swords. Sweating at the cliché copyright, he thought, better safe than sorry. He then made some hand signals and walked back to where he had been standing. Naruto sighed as the enigmatic man interrupted him before he could finish the hand signals, saying, "You know it's rude to ignore someone." Naruto shot back, "It's not exactly polite to not introduce yourself." The man sighed and sat down in the lotus position, saying, "I guess you're right, but I'm not exactly what you would call polite." Naruto simply glared at him. "My name's Jayuki." The Karamagi clan's Jayuki Karamagi spoke. With a bewildered tilt of his head, Jayuki said, "Naruto Uzumaki of the Immortal Clan." Immortal? A clan? Where is that clan from? It sounds strange. Jayuki inquired inquisitively. "It is a far eastern clan. I am the sole surviving member of the clan," Naruto replied solemnly, recalling his deceased father or master. Jayuki put a hand under his chin and assumed a contemplative pose, saying, "Oh, I know how that feels. My clan was wiped out 13 years ago, about a month after Kyuubi attacked that one place." Jayuki said sadly. "I think it was called Konoha." Jayuki nodded his head, and Naruto reassured him, "Yeah, that's the place." "Yes, but anyhow, after learning about Konoha's new Jinchuriki, the people in my hometown of Keijirugakure no Sato, Hidden Heat Haze Village, wanted their own. Regretfully, I was selected to bear the responsibility of being a human sacrifice at the age of 4. Kajiro chose to employ the zero-tailed wolf, a lesser known tailed beast, even though all 9 Biju already had their own Jinchuriki. Jayuki spat out some blood and coughed, saying, "I really have perfect control of its chakra, but unfortunately, it comes with a price." Concerned, Naruto said, "Are you okay?" "Why? Yeah, it's just one of the side effects of having Ribi, my tailed beast, sealed in me. I have the same gains other Jinchuriki get, feral features, immense chakra and stamina, and fast healing abilities. Unfortunately, my idiot family didn't foresee the chances of the sealing going wrong." Naruto was intrigued but also disappointed by his tale. Naruto, whose curiosity overcame him, asked, "What went wrong?" "Well, no one's exactly sure, but after my 10th birthday, my lungs and other random organs started to die out, only to be brought back by Ribi's chakra. This one seals expert told me that the Ribi was probably very reluctant to be seal in me and thrashed about messing up a portion of the seal, but I can't be too sure." "You still haven't explained why you're the last of your clan," Naruto replied. I can't really remember. I was so young and simple-minded that all I can remember was that I was so wild and usually under Ribi's influence," Jayuki murmured. Naruto was aware that he was concealing something, but he didn't want to bother him because it wasn't his place and he didn't really know him. "So, what do you want? I mean, why were you sneaking around?" replied Naruto. Grinning, Jayuki collapsed onto his back. Naruto clenched his fist and received an angry tick mark on his head. "I was wandering around this place and felt an unusual amount of chakra around this area. I wanted to check out who it was and imagine my surprise when I see a kid no older than 11 using high-level jutsus." He moved slowly in Jayuki's direction and struck him over the head when he got there. Jayuki whimpered, "Ow." Naruto shouted, "I'm 13 ya jerk," as he strode to his training location and gathered his chakra. Jayuki rubbed his head where Naruto had struck him and got to his feet, saying, "No, if you have nothing else to say or do, then leave me alone. I'm not in the mood to talk." He approached Naruto and gave him a back punch. Naruto flipped over and landed on his feet before hitting the ground, which surprised him to no end. "What the?" Before Naruto could finish his sentence, Jayuki stepped in front of him and attempted to kick his head. With his fist thrown forward, aimed at his stomach, Naruto ducked under his kick. Jayuki sidestepped the blow and slammed it onto Naruto's back with both hands clasped together. As the the head axe blow struck his back and vanished in a puff of smoke, Naruto moaned. Jayuki straightened up and surveyed the area. He was startled when Naruto leapt out and hit a vicious right hook with his chin after hearing the ground beneath him shift. When Jayuki looked up and saw Naruto advancing toward him, he flew back and grunted in agony. Infuriated, Naruto exclaimed, "What the hell? Well, I'm bored, you're obviously mad, so how about we have a friendly spar?" Jayuki thought. Naruto paused to take in what he had said. "Right now?" inquired Naruto. Jayuki gave a head nod. "I don't see why not." Naruto considered whether it was a wise decision. When Jayuki's left fist nearly struck Naruto's stomach, Naruto instantly ducked under a roundhouse kick and flipped back, saying, I guess. I don't see the harm in it. Naruto stopped, rushed forward, and punched Jayuki in the face. After turning around, Jayuki gave Naruto a backhand. Jayuki attempted to attack Naruto while he was down, but Naruto used his legs to push him back and recovered. Tsunade observed with interest from a distance, concealed by the trees that Naruto had not yet destroyed. After dropping Jiraiya off at the hotel, she went to find Naruto so she could watch him train from a distance, just like she had done the previous 6 nights. She was taken aback to discover that he was immediately using an absurd amount of chakra. The least amount of chakra he had used in the 2 hours she had been observing him was for a massive fireball. Although Tsunade detested admitting it, she was awestruck by Naruto and all of his strong jutsus. However, she didn't want to lose, so she kept his impressive hour of training a secret from him, as Naruto would occasionally tell himself. Willing his body to avoid Jayuki's spinning kick, Naruto grunted. Naruto went down on his knees after tripping on his legs. He closed his eyes after witnessing Jayuki jump and kick his leg out. Naruto opened his eyes to see a panting Jayuki, but the blow and the pain never came. As he struggled to catch his breath, Jayuki joked, Wow. You're a tough opponent. Where were you when I needed a sparring partner all those years ago? He helped Naruto stand by extending his hand. Then he grinned and shook his hand. Naruto commended him, saying, You're not so bad yourself. You actually beat me. Yeah, but it's not like you were at full strength to begin with, so it doesn't really count. Jayuki responded. After that, he released his grip and took a seat to gaze at the stars. Naruto also looked up, standing a few feet away. So Naruto, why are you out here in a place like this? Jayuki looked around and laughed, saying, I needed a place to vent my aggression because I was angry. Damn, so you changed the entire landscape? Must be really angry to do that. Naruto sheepishly acknowledged, Yeah well, I was really angry and let it get the best of me. Jayuki spit out some blood and coughed, saying, That's an understatement. As Tsunade put chakra in her ears to ensure she wouldn't miss a word Naruto said, Naruto gave him a funny look and said, Taste funny. Anyways, I know this is sort of out of the blue, but why are you a ninja? The brat was a fascinating person, and she thought it strange that she was genuinely curious about his response. Why am I a ninja? Why do you ask? Jayuki told him, No reason, just bored and want to talk. Well, at first I became a ninja so people could stop messing with me and would look up to me. My childhood wasn't really the best, in fact, it was horrible. Constant beatings from random villagers, belittlement from some of the other kids. I did have fangirls, but I'm not sure if that is a good thing. Actually, now that I think about it, it has been pretty quiet around ever since I graduated. Naruto thought about it. The masked blonde who had sneaked into their hearts half a year ago was missed, and all of Naruto's fangirls back in Konoha sighed sadly, trying to figure out how to see the blonde again. Then, almost at the same time, all of his fangirls got out of bed and exclaimed, I got it. Naruto shuddered as he had the uncanny feeling that something terrible was about to occur. He kept talking, shaking off the sensation. Anyways, during the same time I was in the Ninja Academy, I met this incredible girl that changed my perspective on life and goals I had set. I first wanted to be a ninja so I could be respected and accepted. But I realized that you shouldn't go after power for fame or for respect, but so you can protect those you cherish. I know it sounds corny, but she really changed me. I'm not sure how I'd be like if she never came into my life. Jayuki smiled and teased, Sounds like you're in love. Naruto closed his eyes and exhaled deeply through his nose, his smile matching Jayuki's. Sounds about right. Jayuki asked haphazardly, So what's up with your mask? Why do you wear it? Naruto removed his mask and held it in his palm. I wear it in remembrance of my deceased master, Emir of the Immortal Clan, who was like a father to me even during the brief time we spent training together. I also encountered a man who was very knowledgeable about chakra while traveling extensively for the training. I had a lot, he said, and he had something that would help me manage all of my chakras. This mask eats up my chakra, which helps me manage the crazy amounts I possess. I release a lot of chakra when I remove it, and my chakra reserves replenish. Naruto examined the mask in his hands before reapplying it, saying, It helps me practice my chakra control and even expand my chakra reserves every time I take it off. Jayuki closed his eyes and rolled onto his back, saying thoughtfully, I see. Naruto joined him as he rolled onto his back and gazed up at the sky, saying, Hey. Yes. Why are you here if you're from Konoha? Do you have a purpose? Jayuki asked without opening his eyes. Trying not to yawn, Naruto replied, Yeah, I'm here to bring someone back to Konoha. Oh, Is this individual significant, or are they just a missing nin? Jayuki shrugged his shoulders, not caring whether Naruto said it or not. You know, you ask a lot of questions. So I've been told. The person I need to bring back is very important. If you don't bring her back, what will happen? Jayuki got up from the floor and gave Naruto a curious look. If she doesn't come back, then I'm afraid I'll never be able to be with my girlfriend. Why? Is there anyone else who can release her, or what? Yes, this individual is the only one capable of healing my girlfriend, who is in a coma. Unfortunately for me, in addition to my girlfriend, my mother and a friend are also in a coma, Naruto went on. Oh my god, that's actually bad. Jayuki uttered those words, uncertain of what to say. Naruto closed his eyes and said, yeah, I know. Tsunade decided she had had enough of spying on Naruto and made her way to her hotel room, making sure she had a bottle of sake close by. She knew she would be spending the night thinking and cursed Jiraiya and Naruto for forcing her to do so. Tsunade shook her head, clearing her mind of any other thoughts, and arrived at the meeting place she and Orochimaru had decided upon so that she could complete what the third Habaguna, putting an end to the evil that is Orochimaru. She stared at the cold, yellow eyes that stared back at her, feeling sickened that she had even thought about healing the monster's arms. The Tanzaku castle lay in ruins behind her, and she could only speculate as to whose fault it was. She sighed in her head, not sure when the little brat had changed her mind, but it had happened. The sun shone down on both Sanins as a breeze blew past them. So, Tsunade, have you made up your mind about what you're going to do? Tsunade sneered inwardly but maintained her stoic expression as Orochimaru grinned and licked his lips in anticipation. Orochimaru's smile wavered as he said, yes, I'll heal your arms, but halted when he noticed Tsunade's hand rise in front of her. But you have to promise me that you won't attack Konoha. Oh, and for what purpose? He inquired, a little annoyed by the unexpected suggestion. Orochimaru frowned but nodded his head as Tsunade crossed her arms and said, just because. Now do you want me to heal your arms or not? Because if you don't agree, then you can forget me healing your arms. As he did the same, Tsunade uncrossed her arms and walked over to Orochimaru, who was so close to his goals that he could taste it. Tsunade's hands glowed with blue chakra, and she stretched her arms out, and she said, fine. Just as she was about to touch Orochimaru's arms, a kunai caused Tsunade and Orochimaru to leap back from one another, and as they both looked up, they saw Kabuto leap down from a nearby tree and bow before Orochimaru. What does this signify? Kabuto, angry that his devoted assistant prevented Tsunade from healing his arms, Orochimaru inquired. Orochimaru glanced at Tsunade and Kabuto hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Orochimaru. Sama. But Tsunade wasn't about to heal your arms, she was actually going to kill you through her medical jutsu. I see. So, Tsunade, you intended to deceive me? Orochimaru inquired, and Tsunade grinned. Yes, I did. Orochimaru frowned at what she said, I did so I can make sure you don't cause more problems for Konoha. I see a change of heart. Orochimaru growled as he said, just last week, you couldn't care less about what happened to our old home. Well, a lot can happen in a week's time. Tsunade slammed forward onto the ground, causing it to tremble and sending boulders flying in their direction. Orochimaru and his faithful assistant leapt aside, perched atop the stone fence behind them. I don't think it's a good idea to fight here, Orochimaru. Sama. We don't have much room to avoid her hideous kicks and punches, Kabuto told his leader. I am well aware of that, Kabuto. Orochimaru left Tsunade without saying anything more, and Kabuto followed shortly after. Tsunade growled as she watched her prey flee into the area's more open space. It's not that easy for you to escape, she yelled, causing her green jacket to fly off her as she chased after them as fast as she could. In order to avoid being caught sneaking in after another all-night training session, Naruto slowly opened the door to the room he and Jiraiya slept in at the hotel where Shizune, and Jiraiya stayed. Jiraiya had forced him to train all day without any breaks for food, giving him only a ration bar to eat while he ran laps around a village half the size of Konoha. Remembering how long it took Kyuubi to heal the sore muscle, Naruto absently rubbed his right calf, wondering why Jiraiya had made him spend the entire night training. He was just making sure he wouldn't be caught again, but a part of him was certain he wouldn't be there, instead in some girl's room doing something he didn't know what. A moaning sound from the corner of the room stopped him in his tracks, and he chastised himself for not making sure there were no other chakra signatures in the room, a rookie error. Naruto could only say, Arrow. Senin, I can expel. Before he noticed Shizune gripping her head and letting out another moan. Why are you here, Shizune? When he heard another moan, he turned to see Jiraiya sprawled beneath his covers with a massive lump on his head. Naruto pulled his headband down over his eyes before grabbing his hair. Arrow. Sennin, no, no. Tell me you didn't. It didn't take long because she was in the same room as Jiraiya and both of them looked worse for wear, with the exception of Jiraiya's shirt being a little torn at the hem and the large lump on his head. Naruto shouted as Shizune began to gather her thoughts. She then registered what Naruto said and wondered what he meant. Shizune sat up straight and flushed. Even though Jiraiya sat up, she was still in a daze. No, Naruto, it's nothing like that. Naruto said, not very enthusiastically, please explain. After Tsunade. Sama brought an unconscious Jiraiya. Sama home last night, I came in here. I told her that I hadn't seen you when she asked. After striking Jiraiya Sama in the head, she tossed him aside and approached the door, muttering something under her breath. Shizune gave as hazy an explanation as she could, saying, I had asked something that seemed to upset her, and after a minute of arguing, she apparently knocked me unconscious. Apparently, Naruto said, recognizing that she was a little evasive. A voice said, Shizune, drawing Naruto's and Shizune's attention to the room. Where is Tsunade now? Shizune saw that Jiraiya was forcing his body to stand and ran to his side to assist him in standing while her free hand glowed green and she quickly scanned his body. What? Jiraiya asked. Your chakra coils are all messed up, Jiraiya. Sama. What did you drink last night? It seems so erratic and out of proportion. Shizune inquired. Ask. Probably a lot of it, Naruto muttered, fortunately going unheard. I don't believe that I was harmed by sake. Shizune's eye widened in realization, but Naruto was still unaware. I think Tsunade drugged me last night so I wouldn't interfere with her meeting. Getting together. Which meeting? In addition to meeting us, she also claimed to have run into. Naruto finally grasped the situation, growling beneath his mask as he let out some of his rage with the intention of killing. So she agreed to meet the damn snake. Naruto leapt onto the windowsill and was ready to jump off, but Jiraiya intervened. Jiraiya said gravely, hold on brat, you can't go face Orochimaru and expect to win. I know you're angry at him for almost destroying Konoha and killing the old man, Jiraiya said, and the news of the old man's death struck everyone in the room with a twinge of pain. But rushing into battle is not the way to go. Shizune gazed at Naruto, whose bangs obscured his eyes, so that no one could see his emotions, as she unsuccessfully attempted to take away the drug that Tsunade had given him. What do you suggest we do, then? At last, Naruto spoke. We'll pursue them, but not too quickly. In case Tsunade agrees to heal him, we will use the element of surprise on both of them if she hasn't already agitated Orochimaru. Should she wind up battling him? Well, the element of surprise will still exist. After giving a nod, Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune departed the room. As he watched Naruto, Jiraiya, and Shizune head toward the area where he saw the other two Sanins and a Jonin-level ninja head for the area near where he and Naruto were last night, Jayuki hummed to himself and grinned as he saw Naruto uncontrollably flinch and support his right leg. Indeed, it appears that he put in too much effort during his training last night. I suppose my sparring didn't help. Jayuki got up and crossed the roof. What, Jayuki asked at random, but it was so silent and empty that it was unlikely that anyone else was there to talk to. Nah, he'll be okay, and besides that, he has two Sanins with him. Jayuki smiled as she leapt off the roof and made her way to the land of waves. A frown took the place of Jayuki's smile as she said, and that's beside the point. I'm going to have to meet him again anyways. As it is my destiny. Tsunade appeared a second later, 20 feet away from both of them, not even breathing heavily, and she rushed towards Orochimaru, cocking her fist back, not wanting to give him any breathing room. Orochimaru stopped in the middle of an open grass field, and Kabuto landed not far away. Knowing exactly what Kabuto was attempting to do, she dropped her frontal attack and leapt out of his way as he moved between them and attempted to touch her shoulder with his blue chakra, glowed hand. You have some medical arts skills, don't you, brat? She ducked under his left punch and kicked him in the solar plex, sending Kabuto flying back a few feet from the force of the kick but recovering before he hit the ground. Tsunade asked rhetorically, then smirked and charged again, this time with her own hands glowing with her chakra. He was shocked to lose sensation in his arms and legs for a moment before falling, but Tsunade didn't stop as she ran towards Orochimaru, jumping in the air and raising her right leg. She charged again, evading another of his blows and touching his knees and shoulders. A legendary drop of heels. As the jumping axe kick struck Orochimaru's head, Tsunade smirked, believing she had gotten rid of the snake, but she froze when she heard a dark chuckle behind her. So close, Tsunade. But not close enough. Tsunade fell to her knees and struggled to catch her breath after realizing that the Orochimaru she had struck was merely a mud clone. Orochimaru's tongue then wrapped around her waist and threw her across the grass field, where her back collided with a massive boulder, causing the force behind her to crack the boulder. "What's wrong? Are you already exhausted?" Nothing seemed wrong, but as a medical nin, Tsunade knew better. Orochimaru sneered, and Tsunade growled as she willed her body to stand. She charged at Orochimaru once more, but stopped when a hand touched her left knee, causing her to fall forward. She recovered into a roll and stayed at her knees, grabbing her knee and examining it. Tsunade tried to stand, but when she tried to move her left leg, her right arm moved forward. Her eyes widened, and when she looked up, she saw Kabuto standing smugly over her, grinning and pushing his glasses back with his right index finger. Tsunade swore as she attempted to work out the mechanics in her leg, managing to get to her feet but still a little unsteady. Kabuto laughed and ran to her, touching her left elbow, right shoulder, and right quadricep before she fell back to the ground and cursed even louder. "That is a very interesting jutsu. Sadly, I already know of it," he said, adding insult to injury. "Once you get the hang of it, it's a pretty good jutsu. I was alerted to your nervous system rupture jutsu by Orochimaru. You can flip your opponent's nervous system signals to any part of their body by turning your chakra into electricity. I eventually figured it out, but it took some time." "You're a jerk. How were you able to counteract that effect?" As she continued to understand how her body functioned, Tsunade inquired. Orochimaru laughed as he watched Kabuto pick up a stunned Tsunade and said, "Oh, I just relearned the connection between my thoughts and my limbs." Orochimaru said hungrily, "Ah, this is wonderful. Now you will return with us to Otto and there I will force you to heal me arms." Tsunade smirked as she managed to figure out her body and punched Kabuto back with a left hook, glaring at her former teammate as he pulled her closer to him. Fortunately, her punch was not as full of force as it had been, and he smirked as he skidded to a stop a few feet away. Orochimaru remarked amusingly, "It seems like she still has a little fight left in her." Kabuto swiftly draws a kunai and, before she can react, cuts her right shoulder. The wound isn't deep, but it's deep enough to spill her blood, causing her to gasp in pain and grab her shoulder. She froze in recognition and fear, pulling her hand out of her shoulder and shaking in terror at the sight of her blood in her hand. She rocked repeatedly forward and backwards, trying to stop the memories of not saving her loved ones from replaying in her mind, with no indication that she would ever stop. When he grabbed Tsunade by the neck and kicked her in the stomach, causing her to roll back, Kabuto almost felt bad about having to use such force on a woman. The word, almost, is crucial. Very pitiful, one of the Sanins trembling at the sight of her own blood. Tsunade felt worse after Kabuto insulted her, saying, "And it's the best medic nin too." Orochimaru nodded when he said, "Knock her out, Kabuto, so we can leave before that idiot of a teammate can come and save her." His right hand glowed with his blue chakra as he approached Tsunade casually, prepared to knock the Sannin out, but he was stopped in his tracks by a powerful presence and became cautious of his surroundings. Orochimaru scowled at the sight of Naruto with an unreadable expression. He was looking at him, but Orochimaru couldn't name the expression he saw in his eyes, so the best he could come up with was retaliation. Kabuto could feel the presence arrive at his spot, but all he could see was blonde hair touching his head. His mind shut down as his entire being flew back and rolled on the floor. The only reason Kyuubi wasn't wearing his demon cloak was because of his training and mask, but even though he could feel Kyuubi's anger building inside of him for what had been done to the old man and his mother, it was nothing compared to Naruto's rage. He snarled after being in the presence of the pale man for more than a minute, and all he wanted to do now was obliterate the man with all his power. Amir had warned him against rushing into battle, which was very common among his clan members but also the reason they were wiped out. Slowly but surely, Naruto took out one of his swords and held it in his right hand, putting his right leg in front of his and his left behind him. He moved his two legs 25 inches apart, slightly dented them, and put his left hand on his other sword's grip in case he needed both. "Hold on, Naruto!" Jiraiya shouted as he and Shizune materialized beside a startled Tsunade, who was still oblivious to Naruto's or anyone else's presence. Without reacting to Jiraiya, Naruto simply stood there motionless, ducked under the roundhouse kick Kabuto threw at his head, and then, with a flick of his wrist, cut his chest, leaving a sizable cut on his chest. Naruto flipped back and watched as Kabuto grabbed his chest. As the gash in his chest began to heal, Kabuto remarked, "Not bad." Naruto was unconcerned, but it did pique his curiosity. Naruto spat, "Not too bad yourself, traitor." He was aware that Kabuto was unreliable during the Chunin exams, but he was unaware of how much. "Oh, I see you are aware of my treachery. I'm afraid I don't know you. What's your name?" Kabuto inquired, as though the previous altercation had never taken place, and Naruto's frown widened. Naruto said stoically, "Dead men have no use information." Kabuto's smile turned to a frown. "I see." Kabuto attempted to attack Naruto once more, but Naruto simply sidestepped them while delivering his own blows. Kabuto would heal each cut and pretend they never happened, while Naruto continued to sidestep or block each blow, shrugging them off like a fly. Both were growing irritated by the other's tenacity and stubbornness. Jiraiya and Orochimaru, both disabled and at best half-strength, were at a standoff while Naruto and Kabuto attempted to outdo each other. Neither of them moved or budged, just staring at each other and detesting the sight of the other. Jiraiya ran directly for Orochimaru, who smirked at the challenge and charged forward as well, ducked under the right hook Jiraiya threw forward, and swept the feet under him. Orochimaru had lost the patience to stand around any longer. As Orochimaru attempted to kick Jiraiya with a jumping axe, Jiraiya rolled back. Not one for feints. Jiraiya used his chakra to charge his hand, and when it was ready, sent a Rasengan for Orochimaru's chest. Orochimaru then slithered around the Rasengan and kneed Jiraiya in the stomach. Orochimaru didn't stop there. He used his tongue to strangle Jiraiya and throw him away, just like he had done to Tsunade earlier. Jiraiya took a few steps back and nearly tripped, the effects of the drug he had taken the night before still present, and his vision became blurry as the impact of the hit reached his brain and registered as pain. But Jiraiya saw this coming and grabbed Orochimaru's tongue as he was thrown into the air, lifting him off the ground, and then spinning in mid-air, causing Orochimaru to slam into the ground before he did, causing a crater to form, and Orochimaru to groan. Without his hands, he was unable to use a mud clone or the substitution jutsu, and he stood slowly, his knees bucking and his head throbbing with pain. The two shinobis couldn't gain the upper hand, and Naruto was beginning to lose patience. He decided that the best course of action would be to exhaust Kabuto until he ran out of chakra, at which point he would strike him down. However, when he was formulating his plan, Naruto neglected to account for his impatience. "Your sword skills are excellent, but they won't be enough to stop me." As he attempted to cut Naruto's muscle tissue with his chakra scalpel, Kabuto boasted, "You see, I am up to par with the legendary Kakashi Hatake of the Sharingan." He expected Naruto to cower in fear and turn into a sitting duck, but instead he got the exact opposite. A smile appeared behind his mask, and his eye brightened with new determination. "Are you serious?" After hearing this, Kabuto's eyes widened like saucers, and he was unprepared for Naruto's strength to double and his speed to pick up. He growled as his healing jutsu healed another cut, but this time it didn't heal as quickly as the previous one, possibly because something was preventing his chakra from sealing the wound. It felt extremely powerful and stung. After Kabuto touched his right shoulder 10 times, Naruto felt his grip on hhis sword loosen, but thanks to Kyuubi's regenerating powers, his right arm healed and his grip tightened again, allowing him to slash Kabuto's left forearm with another swing of his sword and jump back. In his mind, Kyuubi said, "Hey kid, wouldn't you think so that now would be a good time to end this?" Naruto nodded and repressed some of Kyuubi's chakra against his sword's blade. As he ran towards Kabuto, the swords began to glow a spooky red. Suddenly, his vision blurred and he stumbled on his own feet, which caused his attention to vanish and the chakra on his sword to vanish as well. Observing the brief diversion, Kabuto confronted Naruto in the center and used his chin to deliver an uppercut that caused him to drop his swords. Naruto retreated a few steps, but before he could fall back, Kabuto lightly touched his chest with the chakra scalpel. Kabuto, eager to please his master, smiled as he ran past Naruto and straight for Tsunade, but his smile turned to a frown when Shizune appeared in front of her master and fired off several senbon needles from a device on her forearm. Naruto gasped in pain as his heart constricted and the blood stopped flowing, and he fell to his knees as he felt the life being sucked out of him. Avoiding them, Kabuto slackly attempted to kill Shizune with the chakra scalpel, but she was more supple than she appeared, bending backwards, dousing the chakra scalpel completely, taking a deep breath, and blowing out the poison. Kabuto covered his face with his left forearm as he leapt out of the poisonous cloud. With a resolute determination to protect her master, Shizune charged her hands with chakra and ran up to Kabuto to end the fight. His eyes widened in shock as she touched his chest, but the Kabuto melted into mud and fell to the ground, and then Kabuto suddenly knocked Shizune unconscious by chopping off her neck with his hand. As he approached Tsunade, Kabuto sneered in her face and cocked his right fist back, ready to knock the medical Sannin out. Tsunade was still in shock, but she was now aware of her situation, and all she could do was whimper out of fear of her own blood being spilled. Kabuto smirked as he picked her up by the neck with his left hand. As he turned around, he saw Naruto standing with red chakra all over his body, fox ears made of chakra on his head, and a chakra tail behind him. His eyes were red with slit pupils, and he harbored a newfound hatred for the Sanin's right hand man. The air was filled with killing intent as an insane amount of chakra was building up behind Kabuto. The last thing you'll ever do is touch her again. When Kabuto felt his hold on Tsunade slipping and the sound of her body hitting the floor filled the air, a possessed Naruto screamed. Not quite thinking clearly, Kabuto turned on his heel and kicked Tsunade in the stomach, sending her flying back. Naruto growled as he went to his knees. "I warned you." Naruto growled in a dangerously low voice, then vanished and reappeared in front of Kabuto. Before Kabuto could move, Naruto grabbed him with a chakra hand and threw him into the air, jumping into the air after him and appearing over Kabuto. Naruto quickly made 5 clones, 4 of which grabbed onto different parts of Kabuto's body, and all 4 of them pushed Kabuto faster to the ground with a powerful heave. Kabuto moaned as he forced one eye open, but quickly regretted it. Naruto was falling towards him at breakneck speed, but what scared him was what was in his hands. The crater Kabuto's body made was a respectable size, measuring 7 feet in width and 4 feet in length. A red Rasengan, perfectly rounded and spinning swiftly, waited patiently in Naruto's claw until it touched Kabuto's body, and Naruto gave a savage yell with a swift jab. Rasengan. Everyone's attention was diverted by a massive explosion that rocked the earth, and when it finally cleared, only Naruto was visible, both claws clenched tightly, tilting his head back and growling again before dropping to his hands and knees and beginning to look for the other snake. He saw Kabuto nearby, beneath a boulder, and unable to fight any further. Naruto ignored him and saw Orochimaru going straight for Tsunade, who was not responding to him. Naruto snarled as he braced himself to run in front of the Sannin and stop the katana that came out of his mouth, but before he could run, he fell on his face and looked down to see Kabuto grinning faintly at him. With a sneer, Naruto used his last remaining strength to KCIK Kabuto in the face, knocking him unconscious. Naruto looked up hopefully, but he saw that Tsunade had only a half-second left before Orochimaru would kill her. Naruto thought, "Move, damn it. Move." When his legs failed to obey his command, "I won't let you down, Mom, Hinata. Chan, even you Ba. Chan," Naruto cried to himself. "The trouble you have caused is not worth it. Where you stand is where you will die." Tsunade was powerless to stop Orochimaru as he positioned the Kisangani sword to pierce her heart, and as the blade approached its target, a tiny tear trickled down her cheek as she inhaled her final breath. Orochimaru merely frowned that he had missed his heart, but was happy that he would get rid of another pest. Tsunade's eyes widened at the sight of her savior being stabbed through his chest, and the sounds of the blade piercing skin reverberated throughout the entire area. Blood flowed down the blade as it appeared on the opposite side of the body. "Why? You jerk. I promise not to let you hurt me. T Tsunade. B.Ba. Chan." Naruto smirked wearily as blood poured out of his lips and through the hole in his chest. He coughed up some blood and then gripped the Kisangani sword tightly, just over Orochimaru's tongue. Then, using Kyuubi's chakra, he started a fire, and the green flame quickly turned blue, severely burning Orochimaru's tongue. He screamed in agony as Orochimaru attempted to drop his sword, but Naruto's hold on his tongue and sword stopped him. In a desperate move, Orochimaru kicked Naruto several times in the stomach until he released his hold and fell back, but before he could hit the ground, Tsunade jolted out of her daze and hurried to his side. Naruto looked at Tsunade directly as he landed on the ground, tilting his head back. "So, Ba. Chan. Have I impressed you yet?" Tsunade's hands glowed green from her healing jutsu, and she felt tears fall from her eyes as Naruto asked through the pain and exhaustion. "How could you just protect me by using yourself as a shield, you brat? Don't you have a dream to fulfill and a girlfriend back home?" Tsunade inquired. "Yes, but I shouldn't let you die because of that." Tsunade briefly halted using her healing jutsu to take off her necklace and put it on Naruto. "We still have the matter of the B.Bet, Naruto said feebly, his vision growing worse by the second. Naruto closed his eyes and grinned as Tsunade said, "Yeah, you stupid brat, you managed to impress me." Tsunade began to panic as she exerted all of her energy to save Naruto, but then she heard a dark chuckle and looked up to see Orochimaru grinning at her. "That's good, now I can rest easy knowing that you're going to save Hinata. Chan and Mom." Naruto's breathing became so relaxed that it almost seemed to be motionless. "The Hokage's son falls by my hands after that moron Jiraiya did." Orochimaru licked his lips and said, "How wonderful." Tsunade felt her blood boil and her strength return, so she got up and faced Orochimaru after ensuring Naruto would live. "Stop talking." Orochimaru just chuckled louder as she screamed. What happens to a lowly genin like him should not concern you. Orochimaru mockingly remarked, he is just a pawn, common and expendable. Tsunade was looking down, so he couldn't see her face, but he didn't like the vibe he sensed coming from her. This humble genin taught me that you will always succeed in obtaining your goals if you stand up for what you believe in. He noticed the same resolve and vengeful expression in her eyes that the blonde genin had earlier, and she cracked her knuckles and ran in Orochimaru's direction. This lowly genin has shown me the error of my ways. My village includes this humble genin, and I am responsible for this lowly genin's health as the 5th Hokage, Tsunade shouted. Before he could stop her, she grabbed his neck and slammed him into the ground, then repeatedly punched his torso until the ground beneath them broke. She backed up for a moment to catch her breath, but that was enough time for Orochimaru to send the Kisangani sword towards her chest, but Tsunade managed to dodge in time, and the sword passed through her shoulder rather than her chest. Tsunade let out a gasp of pain as she grabbed her shoulder to stop the blood from flowing freely, reminding herself repeatedly that she was fighting for Naruto to prevent herself from going into shock like she had before, but the sword violently withdrew itself from her shoulder with a simple move of his tongue. Her chakra focused on the diamond on her head as she placed her hands on the release sign. Meiotic regeneration in ninja art. With newfound speed, Tsunade swiftly appeared behind Orochimaru and backhanded him, sending him into the distance while Tsunade pursued him. The diamond glowed as an odd tattoo appeared over her forehead, the cut on her shoulder vanished, and she felt rejuvenated, almost as if she had just left a spa. Still not finished with him, Tsunade poured more chakra into her fist and drove it into Orochimaru's face, causing the earth to tremble and Orochimaru's head to vanish into the ground as she slammed her boot against his chest and drove it into the ground in front of a still moving Orochimaru. As Orochimaru turned to mud and vanished, Tsunade frowned. But keep in mind that Konoha will fall by my hands. As much fun as this reunion was, Tsunade, I am saddened to tell you that I cannot stay for much longer. Tsunade turned around to see Orochimaru holding a semi-conscious Kabuto. Make sure of it. A furious Sannin, an unconscious Shizune and Naruto, and a barely conscious Jiraiya were left behind as Orochimaru and Kabuto began to descend farther into the earth. Naruto's unconscious mind began to awaken to the background sounds of birds chirping, and he reluctantly opened his eyes to see someone he hadn't anticipated seeing so soon. Hinata. Hime? Hinata smiled as she approached Naruto, her gentle lavender eyes gazing back into weary cobalt ones. Her gentle voice was like music to Naruto's ears as she said, "Hello Naruto-kun. You're awake, Hinata." Hime. Despite his exhaustion, Naruto managed to say, "I'm so glad." His smile wavered when he noticed Hinata shaking her head. "I am sorry Naruto-kun, but I am still not awake," she replied. But what are you referring to? Then how?" When Hinata touched his lips with a small, delicate finger, Naruto halted his tirade of inquiries. "Questions are not appropriate at this time," Hinata said. "It's time to wake up," and Naruto willed himself to stand up as well. "Please, Naruto-kun, wake up, wake up." "What are you talking about, Hinata?" "I'm already awake, am I not?" Hinata stood on her toes, her lips so close to his that he could feel her breath on his lips, but she didn't respond as she moved closer to him. "Just wake up." Tsunade, Shinzune, and Jiraiya were standing over Naruto, who had not yet woken up, in the waking world. They had been traveling for days trying to get home, and Naruto still hadn't woken up. Tsunade, who knew it was childish to simply repeat, "waken up," to a comatose person, began telling Naruto to wake up after she had had enough, but she couldn't care less right now. Naruto's eyes slowly opened until his vision was clear, and he saw that Tsunade, Shizune, and Jiraiya were all around him. "Hey everyone, how are you?" Tsunade hurried to his side and gave him a hug so strong that Naruto could feel himself going unconscious once more as he asked in a raspy voice. Shizune warned, "Tsunade. Sama, if you don't ease up a bit, I think you'll lose consciousness again." Naruto began to gasp for air after the super bear hug knocked the previous air out of him, causing Tsunade to blush a little and release him. "How are you feeling, brat?" Jiraiya posed the question, and just as Naruto opened his mouth to respond, Shizune brought him a cup of water, which he quickly drank and thanked Shizune for. Naruto responded in his typical manner, "I've had better days." He then turned to face Tsunade and asked sarcastically, "So are you coming back to Konoha or just continued to gamble away your life at casinos?" Tsunade sighed as she controlled her rage. "Yes, I will return and remain." Even though he was exhausted, Naruto smiled as she said, "That is if it's okay with you." Her tone was semi-sarcastic. "It's okay as long as your bad habits remain part of your past." I'll assign you and your group D rank missions for a month if you don't control your mouth, brat. When Naruto's smile dimmed, Tsunade threatened, causing everyone to burst out laughing. It's not funny. Oink. Oink. Oh, Taunton. From where did you get here?
That's it for today. I hope you guys enjoyed this great story. See you in the next one.